Hey Paisanos, welcome back to All of Mario's. Doc Phoenix going solo here. Things are going to be a little bit different for our next game on the list, Donkey Kong Country 2, the Game Boy Advance remake. If you've been watching the series the whole way, you may have remembered the last video of Mario vs. Donkey Kong, where I made some statements of questionable validity about how this game might actually be good. It did not take very long for me to remember that this is, in fact, Donkey Kong Country. I was, in fact, drunk on a high of, the emotional high of a good platformer after a long period of just not really having a lot of just pure fun. So, I'm doing this alone because me and Nick tried to sit down and do a normal live commentary session, and that really did not go well. Nick does not deserve to have this inflicted on him. So, here we have the main menu. You see, we've got a couple of bonus things, as always with these remakes, there's a couple of bonus things. We've got our options. Of course, I go into the options straight away. We got languages, music, sound effects, volumes. There's a cheats menu. There's always a cheats menu in the Donkey Kong Country games. So, this game. I'm gonna get into how painful it is before too long. This is, of course, post-commentary, and what you're seeing here is we were just kind of futzing around. This was from the live commentary session with Nick that I just decided to cut because it was really bad. There was just no good energy involved whatsoever. But we were looking at the screen, and we were commenting about how they have all of the letters of the English alphabet, and also Enye, for some reason. They don't have, like, the French letters, with the little C squiggle. They don't have the, like, accented characters or anything. Anyway, you've got one player, you've got two-player team. Two-player team is not a link cable thing. It is literally, if you select that, whenever you take damage and switch to the other Kong, or just, whenever you switch to the other Kong, it pauses the game and tells you hand the console to your partner. So, really ham-fisted in there. So, we are actually going to, I am going to have one thing that I am going to salvage from the live commentary session that me and Nick did is doing the voices for the opening cutscene that we're about to see. Because I like the voices. We do the voices, and it's fun. And I think that's fun, and we're going to have it. So here it is. Anyway, whoa, dude, come in and join me. The waves are excellent.
1, did not see any waves. 2,
we have an opening cutscene.
you're not being very excellent right now.
No, he wasn't. He just kind of fell off his surfboard there. Probably because there are no waves. Anyway, DK's just relaxing on the beach. I don't know,
What do you think you're doing sitting around all day? They won't get much of a game out of this, will they? I thought you were supposed to be a big star!
Even video game heroes get time off.
Holy fuck, why are you talking?
Clearly they're speaking Kong.
Ah, okay.
And also, interesting to note that DK refers to himself as a video game hero. I think that's only because Cranky referred to him as a video game hero at some point, and he just thought, well, it has the word hero in it, so obviously that means it's a good thing. I'm gonna call myself that. Because DK doesn't know what the fuck a video game is.
Clearly. Well, by this point he hasn't played Donkey Kong on the Donkey Kong machine.
Correct.
That was in
that was in Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah, that
which
happens
was
in the future.
Several
this
games
is a remake
after.
of the
this
past.
is this isn't a new event. This is just a retelling.
Right.
Of the same story.
Anyway, I heard you whisking off maidens and throwing barrels around 7 days a week, I was.
That implies a couple of things about how Cranky managed the family back in the day.
Or how he thinks he managed the family back in the day. That's how I got where I am today, you know? Hard work! None of this lazing around on a beach.
Why don't you go off and pester Diddy or something? Leave me in peace for once.
Ha! He's off somewhere with that girlfriend of his. So, I can see when I'm not wanted.
As soon as he leaves...
Well, yeah, because that's the signal for the Kremlins to kidnap him, as we established.
I'll make sure DK never messes up my plans again. You lot, go down to DK Island and bring that pesky primate to me!
Sure, boss. No worries.
It's a little weird to see the, more crocodilian Kremlin speak with, like, the snake accent. Like, I guess that's kind of, like, just reptilian in general. Anyway, DK just sits there, not paying any attention to the hovercraft that comes down and lets people not like stab him with the swords, just kind of whack him with swords, and suddenly he's tied up. You're never gonna see your friends or DK Island again!
Okay. Oh, no!
Read it then! I can't read! I'm the monkey! Hurry, Cranky, what does it say?
Give me a chance, I'm not as quick as I used to be. It says...
Ha-ha! We've got the big monkey. If you want him back, you scurvy dogs, you'll have to hand over the banana horde. Captain K. Rule. And suddenly everyone's there. I thought we'd seen the last of that old rascal. Saying that? That's Cranky.
That is Cranky. I can barely see the...
Yeah, it's kind of...
I suppose we better give him the bananas, hadn't we?
After all we did to get them back last time? DK would go crazy if he lost his horde again. He'd probably have us all killed.
Yes, he would. Get rid of the fucking... Ah! This story is even worse than Donkey Kong Country's. Yeah, really scraping the bottom of the barrel this time. Have you got any ideas how to get DK back?
Let's go over to Crocodile Island, rescue DK.
I'm sure as spit not gonna do it. Not that I'm past my prime. Mind you, I could still do a better job than the rest of you put together. But I wouldn't be seen dead in a game that scrolls and has bonus levels and end bosses.
Wait till tomorrow and we'll all go. No, we must go now! On guard will take us!
Hey, I'll meet you there. Come and see us if you need any help.
And that's that. We're back to just me post-commentary. That was the only bit from that live commentary session that was actually any good. Now here we are in the actual game. So we've got our pause menu here. You can save the game at any time, as they had in the other Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color remakes of the Donkey Kong Country games, because that's what you should have in a portable game, unlike the Donkey Kong Land. And we also have on the menu here, we've got a couple of other menu options. We've got level stats, showing you all the stats for level. Cranky's help, these are things that will fill in whenever you buy help from Cranky's cabin, because that was the thing in the original game. You could pay Cranky some coins to tell you hints on how to get various secrets. We've got our level completion here. It's got the video game hero medal, aka the DK coin. We've got bonus barrels, and a new thing for this game, the golden feathers, that we'll explain a little bit later once we get to the part where that's relevant. There's also on the other side of the menu here, Wrinkly's help, which, again, fills up with everything that you purchase from Wrinkly Kong at the Kong College, all of the how to play the game hints and such. And we get here into Pirate Panic. So... The Donkey Kong Country games, they always start pretty okay. They always start out just fine. And like, look here, look at this like fancy little cabin that Captain K. Rool has. This is the same note that we saw in the opening cutscene. Like, he's got a little treasure chest with a crown and sword. He's got like a map. I think it's a navigator's map, a pirate flag. He's got a nice portrait of himself hanging back on the wall. You know, there's some nice stuff in here. You know, it's this. I will admit that this game does have an amount of charm to it, and you know, there's things that are good here. But yeah, again, like these games always start out good, and that's a big part of what threw me off at first. Because again, I was just on this big high. There's a gold feather. There's one of these on every level. Again, I'll explain those in a little bit. Once we the first time we see Cranky, we'll get an explanation. And yeah, like I was on the big high coming straight off of Mario vs. Donkey Kong, and I started playing this game on my own in advance, because that's how I would always do these, and it just felt really good to play, because the early levels always feel pretty damn good to play, and so it just got me thinking, well, maybe this version is worth giving a look, and you know, it's got all this extra polish, it looks nice, it's got all this extra... There's a whole lot of extra features, like mini-game, sub-game things that you're going to see before too long as we get through this first world. And it just kind of got me thinking, you know, let's give it a shot. And we gave it a shot, and it was bad. It was really bad, because there was just not enough to... A, there's not that much to be saying about this game. After we've already done it, and B, again, Nick just was aggressively disinterested. So I do not want to inflict this on Nick, so I'm just going to be going through on my own, rambling as much as I can about whatever goes on here, and mostly complaining about how the game is bad once it actually gets to the parts where the game is really, really bad. But for now, we've got this. It's Pirate Panic. It's fine. You've got all these little prizes, you got lives, you got bananas everywhere, there's a little end goal thing where you can hit the target with the timing to get a different prize. I wanted to get banana coins because, like, buying all the things in this game is actually meaningful, to, like, buy all the hints to fill out the books and such. So you need to collect a whole bunch of coins. You don't need coins to save in this game, which is really nice. Again, you can save at any time on the main menu, so you don't need to pay Wrinkly Kong to get your saves. I was, during this first live session, after a little bit, I was kind of rushing through, I wanted to get to, there's a particular part not too far in, towards the end of the first world, that I just wanted Nick to see, because I thought, well, that's like the most interesting new thing in the game that I think might be cool to show, and it's okay. It was not really as exciting as I thought. Because again, I was really drunk on the emotional high of Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Really good game. Much better than this. We have here the rope climbing. You know, we've got all these, the ropes. I don't like moving on the ropes in this game. Like, going side to side on the ropes just feels really rough. Like, it's extremely slow. By the way, here I had forgotten to grab that gold feather off to the side. Anytime you see a crossfade like that, that is, whoops, I missed something, I went back to grab it later. Here's the run where I went back to grab it to just have it in here, rather than showing like a full run of the level each time I missed something. Just to streamline this, make it a little easier to watch. So, yeah, nice little secrets all over the place. That's something kind of nice to have. It's for the early levels. They don't continue doing that in the later levels, because in the later levels, your prizes are individual bananas, or a coin, or progress. And, you know, they just kind of stop giving you nice things for exploring levels later on. But, again, just early on, things are good. This hangs on this screen for a while because at this point I had to bring up the fact that just looking at this scene here, Diddy and Dixie are literally trying to tear this poor Kremling limb from limb. they're just trying to rip his arm and leg off. Like, I cannot see any other way to interpret this picture. Like, they are just pulling on him, pressing down on his head, pulling up on his arm. They want to just shred a man asunder. So, yeah. There's, Kongs are fucked up. They're fucked up murderers, and especially Diddy. Diddy, and probably also Dixie. Like, Diddy was the one who was really chomping at the bit in that opening cutscene. Like, we have to go right now. We gotta go. You know, this was something that we had postulated back in our first kind of... Well, not in our first run-through. It was like one of the recaps we reevaluated and postulated that, like, Diddy is kind of going, like, he's really gung-ho here because he wants to prove himself. You know, he's DK's lil buddy. In the first Donkey Kong Country, like, he was supposed to guard the bananas, and the Kremlings beat him up and stuffed him in a barrel, and he failed to guard the bananas, and he probably had, like, an inferiority complex from that the whole time, and now he really needs to, you know, DK got kidnapped, so we really gotta go save him. He's just gotta go all out, all in, just get, you know, wipe out the Kremlings. They slighted the Kong family. They need to die. They all need to be destroyed, and we need to go save DK. Everybody needs to go right now. The whole family. The patriarch is taken. So over here's Cranky. You may notice, if you remember how this place looked the first time back in the original version of this game, there's a couple of differences here. In the original Donkey Kong Country 2, Winky the Frog was stuffed and mounted on the wall. Here, we don't have that. We instead have a non-giant-sized frog in a little terrarium in the background. We also have a tiny ostrich. And here we've got, it explains here, with my newly acquired wealth from Donkey Kong Country, I bought a bird. With your help, I'm sure we can turn him into a champion racing bird. So, we're going to make a racing bird. A racing ostrich, and we need to make him stronger because he's just a little tiny thing. And that's what those golden feathers are for. There's a golden feather on every level. Each one you collect can be traded in, and also Cranky gives you one for free the first time that you ask about the racing. You need at least 4 feathers before you can start a race. And so I just kind of left, and we're going to cut over to when I came back and actually had the feathers to do the thing and the coins to buy all of this, these hints here. So, came back later. See, I had feathers from, like, the entire first world. I had enough coins to just buy all of the little hints. The hints that Cranky gives are, for the most part, really solid. They're very good at, you know, there's a lot of, like, kind of I guess, like, kind of being cute language, kind of, like, saying, like, oh, okay, at the first world, they're pretty straightforward. Like, do this at this place. Jump when you're crossing a long rope. Below the K, there's a reward. You know, very, very straightforward. Later on, things get a bit more, like, you know, being more obtuse about it, but still giving you a hint that if you read between the lines is pretty useful. So, here Cranky names this bird Espresso. We already had Espresso in Donkey Kong Country 1, so I have to, I feel like I have to speculate here that, we have previously speculated that, like, there isn't one of each of the animal companions. There's not one Squawks. There's not one Rambi. Because we see them, like, multiple places. We turn into them. We ride them and then, like, make them become extra lives and collect them. And so I think that they have, like, a stock set of names that they give to the animals of these types that are willing to serve them faithfully. So, like, every rhinoceros that will serve the Kong family faithfully is Rambi. Every ostrich that will serve them faithfully is Espresso. And so on. So here we have 4 different stats for our racing bird: strength, speed, flight, and boost. Strength is basically your ability to push around the other competitors in your race, because there's 3 other birds that you're racing against. And whenever the 2 birds bump into each other, whichever one has the higher strength will be able to push the other and keep moving. Whereas if you have lower strength, then like it'll basically act like a wall, stopping you. Speed is your movement speed. It's how fast you run. Higher speed makes it better to win the race. Flight and boost are kind of weird and kind of bad. So each of those stats has a pickup on the field associated with them. Flight has the feather pickups, and boost has those little grain pickups. You cannot pick those up unless you have at least 1 point in those stats. So you can't pick up a feather unless you have at least 1 flight. You can't pick up grain unless you have at least 1 boost. When you pick them up, the feather, you can expend a feather to double jump. These feathers, by the way, are completely unrelated to the gold feathers that you pick up in the main game to actually power up Espresso. These are just power-ups for the race. So yeah, when you have a feather, you can double jump, which in certain races is very useful. It lets you get over like some gaps, and I guess kind of gives you like an extra little boost of speed, sort of. The green gives you a big speed boost. You've got like these dash pads on the ground, and the green is effectively, you can press R to activate a boost that is equivalent to one of those dash pads by spending 1 green that you picked up. And your flight and boost stats determine how many of each of those pickups you can accumulate in your inventory. Most of the time, there is no reason to have more than 1. There is never a reason to have more than, like, 2. It is physically impossible, I think, on any race to ever accumulate 10 of either power-up, so leveling those stats up beyond 2 is just pointless. If I knew then at the start what I know now, I would have put 1 point into each of those and then just leveled strength and speed all the way, and that would have been it. That's, I think, how you should do it. But I did not know and tried to balance things out, and it gave me a little bit of trouble later on. Here at the opening of Gankplank Galley, I was certain, I remembered there was something in this level at the start that you have to throw to grab the thing, and I wound up accidentally finding the level warp barrel here. And at the time when I was just doing the live session with Nick, I was like, alright, I'm just going to move on. I'm just trying to get forward to the part that I want to show, so I had to come back later on my own to actually play the stage and find all of the things in the stage rather than skipping over it entirely. So here's that. Let's actually play the stage. And again, right at the start there, I was entirely certain that there was something there, but I kept trying to find it, and I kept accidentally hitting, like, the bonus barrel or the warp barrel, and you have to go, like, really off to the side to grab onto one of these hooks and get the hero medal. So, that's one that's, like, it's not really especially, it's not, like, particularly well hidden. It's just a pain in the ass to actually reach, because there's a warp barrel kind of blocking your way. And I'm not sure if that's something that, like, if they changed the dimensions of some of the levels because they're on the Game Boy Advance, which has much lower resolution, or if it was always like that, and I just didn't remember it being that finicky, but it's annoying. Speaking of, by the way, this game has the same problem that I've complained about for every one of these portable remakes and ports of any game in this series, which is that the portable consoles have a much lower resolution than the original consoles that these games and levels were designed for, so you can see a lot less of the level than was originally intended for, when the game was first made and designed, which causes a lot of problems in certain areas where it's like, oh, I'm moving forward, and there's something that is right below me that is just below the screen that wouldn't have been just below the screen on the original version of the game, but the camera doesn't display the whole thing in this version of the game, so I can't see this thing, and it screws me. And there's a fair bit of that in this game. There's about as much of that in this game as there has been in all of the remakes where I've had that complaint, which is all of the remakes. And I feel like they did not do as much in this to mitigate that as other remakes have done. And what other remakes have done has always never been particularly sufficient, so... Another common complaint problem that I had with these things. So yeah, that was this stage. There's a couple of coins in the back there if you really want some extra coins. There's one spot a bit later on that's a really great spot for just farming a whole bunch of coins that I'll show you. I'll mention when we get to it in the second world. Here's Wrinkly Kong! It's Kong Kollege! It's Wrinkly Kong, back in the time when she was alive, before she got murdered. And she's here to teach the classes how to play the game. So I had to, you can ask for homework! You can ask her for a homework project, because you're such good little kids. And she gives you an empty scrapbook to fill with pictures of the things that you find. Well, how do you get the pictures? Well, you murder people! She's giving you a hit list of specific enemies to murder and photograph them. So, that's kind of amusing. There are some bad guys that have a little camera icon above their heads. You defeat them, and it gives you the picture. We had the photos in the previous, the Donkey Kong Country 1 for the GBA, where you would, there were certain, like, things that you would do, or places you'd go to find these cameras that you collect and find the photos. This also, in addition to certain enemies having the pictures that for defeating them, there's cameras that just lay around. And for each page of the scrapbook that you fill in, you can get one of the Cranky's video game hero medals, the coins that he gives out, the DK coins. So there are more of those coins in this game than in the original, because you can get them from this. There's a couple of other new side games that give them out. So there's a bunch of extra stuff to do for completion. And here we've got Wrinkly giving us the basics of how to play the game. This is extremely vital information. Pressing up or down on the D-pad while swimming will affect your speed going up and down, so you can descend faster rather than just letting your normal drifting down in the water. You can hold down to go down faster. So, and a lot of this is stuff that's very useful if you don't read the manuals and you don't know how the game goes and you don't know what the buttons are. And also just gives a clearer description of everything than what you might find in a manual. Sometimes manuals don't give super clear descriptions of everything, so they give them here. And also, in each world, she gives you a little hint about the boss of that world. Tells you to throw crow's eggs back at him. That's how you fight the boss. So, it's kind of nice. It gives you this, if you're having any trouble. By the way, after you collect that scrapbook, you go back to Pirate Panic, because there's a photo to collect in the first bonus area here from that guy specifically, and it does not appear, photos do not appear anywhere in the game until you actually talk to Wrinkly about homework and get that scrapbook. So, you have to go backtrack to Pirate Panic, since you can't have gotten to Wrinkly before clearing that stage. So we're going to be seeing those photos. They were kind of fun to go around and collect. They were an extra nifty little thing to explore for and get, which in the early stages certainly was fun. Some of the later stages that are not enjoyable to explore, not so much. Down here, there's just a little side path, a whole bunch of coins. I went out of my way to grab coins, again, early on in the game. Later in the game, when grabbing coins becomes this ridiculously dangerous thing that you have to do to prove your worth to get your bonuses. I didn't bother. But, yeah, so we've got here our first swimming stage. And look at that, a scout on guard. On guard the swordfish. The animal companions in this game are pretty good. They're generally pretty fun. Here we've got the swordfish, and he does the stabby dash under the water. And I don't know if it was just this game or if I wasn't remembering it correctly, but this felt a lot harder to move on guard in this than I remembered. Like, he feels very, like... It's like he's got... his momentum is off. Like, it takes extra time holding the button for him to start going and get up to speed. And, like, changing directions takes a lot of extra time and effort. So, I'm not sure if that was just me, if I was remembering things wrong. By the way, gold feather over here. You go through the wall, because in addition to... so, I've had a complaint with all of the Donkey Kong Country games that the fancy graphics that they did obfuscate the hitboxes of literally everything in the game. Like, where exactly the wall starts and ends, where exactly floors start and end, it's not made clear by the graphics, and, like, it's often inconsistent. Especially when sometimes there's just a wall that isn't there. It'll just be like, there's the graphic for a wall, and oh, it's a secret, you pass through it, so, like, they're actively, like, making it hard to understand what the boundaries of the level are, and I've always hated that. By the way, a secret in here, something that I don't think I ever knew about. There is a second unguard crate in this stage that you need to grab and take up into a secret area here to find one of the photos. And over here, I was just kind of moving forward and getting to the spot. It's actually kind of not exactly mutually exclusive with getting the video game hero coin, but if you did get the video game hero coin, you'd have to backtrack afterwards to go down and defeat that manta ray. I think it's called, like, Flotsam. But yeah, that one down there has the photo that you bring on the secret unguard to defeat to get the photo there. Moving on from there, we have Swanky's bonus Bonanza. You know, you got Swanky Kong. I didn't really give this very much attention the first time that I played this game back with the SNES, because it's not very useful on the SNES, because the SNES version didn't save your lives when you save and quit the game. And you could not replay the bonuses when you do them. Like, you do the bonus, you answer the questions, you get your lives for doing it, and then you can't do it again, even after you save and come back and lose the lives that you got for answering the questions. So, the original version of this game, this bonus was just like this weird thing that, like, yeah, okay, you can spend coins and maybe get a couple of extra lives, but their, like, lives are this ephemeral thing that, unless you're doing a very long play session, you're going to lose all of the lives that you get when you save and quit. Anyway, he has questions, and all of the questions are about things in the game, like, you know, what's the name of this area, what's the name of this character, and most of them are things that, if you're, like, just paying attention to the text in the game, you'll get them. Like, some of them you do need to pay very close attention to certain screens to get the answers for, but, you know, most of them. Oh, also, the fact Candy Kong is here, that's a new thing for this version of the game. Also, they did in fact change the answers of that question for what button do you press for whatever. There's a couple of those in the game, and they did actually update them for the Game Boy Advance controls. So, you know, if you were, say, looking at a guide to get the answers to the questions, so that you wouldn't have to pay attention and care about things and just get through the game quickly, you'd have to, you know, make sure that you understand. And also, if you're, say, playing this game on the Game Boy Player as opposed to an actual Game Boy Advance, you'd better make sure that you know how to map the buttons of your GameCube controller to what they were on the actual Game Boy Advance. So, that was a little awkward. But yeah, hey, Candy Kong is here. She was not in the original Donkey Kong Country 2, and now she's here just as a background character, Swanky's assistant. She has no bearing on the plot. She has no dialogue or anything. She's just kind of there. She is Eye Candy. Everyone groans. Anyway, here we have, that's kind of an interesting note, the fact that, Captain K. Rool's cabin does not have a gun in it. Because, just sort of, kind of, spoilers, he has a gun at the end. His gun's not in his cabin because he has it on his person. Because he carries it at all times. Once you've cleared all the bonuses, if you come back, then Swanky's, like, a little upset. Like, what are you doing? You took everything from me. I got nothing. Didn't they do well? Coming back when I have nothing to give them. So, moving on from Swanky, we've got Topsail Trouble. Another rigging, climbing thing. And our first introduction to Rattly the Rattlesnake. He's a snake, and he's got a curly tail, and he bounces. He's not a rattlesnake, by the way. He does not have a rattle. They call him Rattly the Rattlesnake, but Rattly is a huge poser. He's actually like a garter snake, something like that. Just a very simple, non-venomous snake that just pretends because he's insecure, probably. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't even call himself a rattlesnake. Maybe that's something the Kongs call them, a rattlesnake, just because they don't understand what species are. Maybe Rare doesn't understand what species are. They certainly don't understand what a chimp is. That's something that we've brought up a lot. Over here we got a bonus. It gives you Rattly in the bonus, because you need Rattly to get up to do the bonus. Well, you don't strictly need Rattly to get up to the bonus. You could do a team throw to defeat these guys, but it gives you Rattly for it, because that's the intended way. And, oh no, I fucked it up, and I got Rattly and just kind of came back into the barrel, because you can just go right back into the bonus barrels in most cases, almost all cases. Once you get kicked out of the bonus barrel, you are set in a spot that is pretty close to the bonus barrel, or, you know, whatever entrance to the bonus there was, that you can just kind of go straight back in. Some of them later on you'll see are a little less lenient about that, especially like the ones that you need to bring a cannonball to a cannon to get the bonus. We've already seen one of those. Those you would need to, like, run back for the cannonball if you needed to do that one again, and you know, sometimes it is just not possible to redo a bonus if you fail it without, like, restarting the level. Those ones are annoying. But yeah, here we've got rigging. There's the gold feather just kind of off on the little sail to the side there. You know, sort of there. Kind of interesting. Like, Cranky gives the hints for the bonus barrels in various levels, and later on, Wrinkly will sell hints on where to find all of the photos. There's no hints anywhere in the game on where to find the gold feathers. You just have to search and find them, and some of them are in really annoying spots. So, it's a little, and it's a little weird. This game has an issue, and I brought this up previously with Donkey Kong Country games, where you don't see it yet. Like here, exploring is a thing that is rewarded. It is constantly rewarded. You know, you look around to find things. By the way, there's a secret hook over here that leads to a secret click-clack with a photo up in the top here. This is how you're supposed to get the enough height to hit the end of level target to knock the barrel high enough. Because of course you need to have enough height to hit the target strong enough to get the bonus there. Funky Kong has something brand new because so here he's got just like an extra thing. All of the Kongs kind of have an extra thing, except for Swampy. His stuff is just sort of the normal what it used to be. But here, you know, he'll lend us one of his helicopters if we can prove we can fly it. So we need to prove that we can fly the helicopter before we can use it to change zones. So there's an entire mini game that they developed for where you fly Funky's gyrocopter. They put a lot of effort into this. By the way, it has a gun. Funky's copter has a gun. It had a gun this whole time. And you just never use it for actually doing the things that you're here to do. You never use it to like save DK. You never use it to like strafing run over the levels before you enter them or anything or fight the bosses. No, it has a gun. Anyway, here's the stage. You've got this whole thing of flying the helicopter, and you know, it's at first it's just here's fly through these rings, you know, just do basic moving around with the pad, and oh look, there's some enemies, and like you can they shoot at you, and you know, you can take damage from them shooting you. You take damage if you bump into any walls. You can fire the gun to destroy the enemies, and you know, you get to the end and you do a nice soft landing on the landing pad and you finish the mission. And you just need to get that within 5 minutes to get the reward there, which is A, you can actually use the gyrocopter at any time. This actually adds a gyrocopter option to your start menu, your pause menu. So, unlike the original Donkey Kong Country 2, you don't have to visit Funky Kong in order to leave the world. You just go to your pause menu. And also, for clearing his bonus game, he gives you another video game hero medal. So that's another source of extra medals in this game that was not in the original. And it does this big, forced save when you clear it, because each time you can actually do the Funky's flight things from the main menu, that bonus games menu that we saw. That has all of the Funky's flights. It has all of the espresso racing courses, but you only unlock those on the main menu once you have actually encountered them and beaten them in a game. At least once in one of your save files. So, you know, the first time that you encounter it, you get this big forced save where it does like the main system save to add that option to the main menu, unlock that. Here's Crow, the first boss fight. It's very simple. He bumps the thing and it makes eggs fall, and you grab an egg when it stops moving, and then when you have the egg, you hit Crow with the egg. And you're supposed to just like throw it at him, but I often find it's easier to just hold an object and ram it into the enemy rather than attempt to throw it and need to aim, because it's a lot easier to aim jumping your body than it is to aim throwing an object. And oh look, his ghost goes away and his body's still twitching. Like it's just post-mortem twitching or auto nervous response, whatever you call that. Anyway, Cranky comes by, and he has something to say each time you defeat a boss. That's a new thing for this version of the game. It's something they did in the first GBA remake of Donkey Kong Country 1. And he does like a little bit of dialogue each time you fight a boss. And here we move on to Crocodile Cauldron. Except before we actually move on to Crocodile Cauldron, something to show off real quick. If you go back to a boss stage and replay it after clearing it, you get a special bonus thing, a Swanky challenge. You spend 10 banana coins to play this challenge, and you need to defeat the boss within a certain time limit, and if you do, you get extra lives. So this is like a recurring source of lives that you can do, and we'll just fast forward through this because it's the same boss fight. But yeah, you do that, you get it within the time period, and hey, I got 6 lives out of that. You know, that's a pretty good number. It would be a very good bonus and a very good prize if lives were still meaningful in this game, which they're kind of not. You know, once again, these, now that they've changed the way that the save system works, the live system has become kind of superfluous, because the only thing that you lose if you game over is any progress you made since the last time you chose to save, which you can do from the menu at any time. So, like, you don't even lose your, checkpoints if you have to reload from a save. Like, if you got a checkpoint in the stage, the star barrel, the midpoint barrel, and you save the game and come back, you will still have the star barrel. So, like, there's basically no penalty to getting a game over unless you didn't save the game because you weren't paying attention, which frankly is something that you shouldn't have to even worry about. Like, the game clearly has the capacity to do automatic saves. They did that for certain unlocks. They could have just had it automatically save after each level, but I guess the amount of time that it takes to do a save was kind of intrusive, so I can kind of see why they didn't do that. Anyway, Squitter! It's Squitter! He's the best animal companion ever, because he has a web shot that he can fire to defeat enemies, and he can create platforms that you can use to just kind of ignore a stage. You just kind of go over to above the entire stage and don't interact with it. That is like the correct way to handle most Donkey Kong Country stages. If you have the opportunity to not interact with the stage at all, take it. Don't interact with the stage, just skip over as much of it as you can. And, you know, only come back down when there's some special secret bonus that you need to grab, or something like that. Here's one of those guys, the Klubba, the guy hiding in a barrel that you have to defeat him to get a photo here. Which, not that hard. Like, you just need to either have Squitter or find a place to smash a barrel against when you put him in. So here's a bonus that's just, hey, do you know how to do the Squitter web thing? If so, then here's a free bonus, basically. You find the bonus and you get the thing. Have not explicitly mentioned this yet. The Kong letters in this game are not tracked. You don't have to, there's no, like, completion for collecting the Kong letters. They are just for the extra life that you get for getting all of them in a stage. So that is, you know, a kind of a load off. Some of them are annoying, very annoying to get, especially later on. That was a thing in I think in the first Donkey... Yeah, in one of the Donkey Kong Country previous remakes, the first one. I don't remember whether it was in the Game Boy Color or the Game Boy Advance or both at this point, but they did actually track the Kong letters, and I remember that being a huge pain in the ass to get. Here's another swanky bonus bonanza, some more quiz questions. This time it's in the lava place. He wishes we could win everything. I wish I could win everything. I do win a lot of things in the games. What's the first area? Did you look at the name of the stage that you just played before coming here? Or perhaps if you came here later, did you pay attention to... Yeah, a lot of these questions are just... Did you pay attention to the text in the locations of the game, and did you remember them? Because most of them are pretty, like... The options are pretty widely, like, different, so... You know, if you've even vaguely looked at it, you should remember. Here, remembering how many hits the boss took, it's not... I guess it's not that hard. Like, it's not that hard of a thing to remember. Maybe it can be a little difficult to remember. Here, I was just, like, just making sure, because I didn't want to redo this. I did, in fact. look up the answers to the quiz questions, because I don't respect this game enough to be paying that close attention to these things. And yeah, by this point, I had clearly remembered, oh right, this is Donkey Kong Country. This is not good. Like, okay, the stages here aren't so bad yet. They get a lot worse a lot quicker. It's just, this is the part where the levels are kind of stop being inherently fun. Because one of the problems with all the Donkey Kong Country games, and kind of Rare's development methodology in general, is that it's all gimmicks. And we've brought this up before, that, you know, every stage in these games is a gimmick. And the early stages in these games tend to be good because the gimmick of those stages is introducing a gameplay mechanic that is just a common mechanic used throughout the game. So, you know, Pirate Panic, it's just kind of a very basic introducing you to the concept of a level. It's mostly flat, there's a couple of hidden things up and down, there are some secrets, it gives you Rambi, that's it. Mainbrace Mayhem introduces the concept of the rigging that you climb up, the ropes, and, you know, all of the vertical level and getting around like that. You know, each stage kind of introduces a core mechanic. But then you get to the lava world, and, you know, your first stage is Hot Head Hop, and you've got those bouncy crocodile heads. That's the gimmick of the stage. By the way, here, this wasn't something that I had missed initially, but I also do these cuts whenever I get a bonus and then later die and have to redo the stage and decide to not grab the bonus the second time through. And you saw down there, I did clearly remember from the first time I played this game, there's a hero coin hidden in this bonus specifically, across the gap at the start there, so I accidentally fell into the blast barrel before grabbing the coin, so I just kind of had to come back and go back into the bonus and do it again to grab the coin. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, Hot Head Hop, it introduces the gimmick is those bouncy crocodile head things that you step on, and then they do like this big bounce that you go over. And, here, Cannon's Claim, I guess, like, the gimmick is kind of just, it's mostly blast barrels going up, which I guess isn't that much of a gimmick. This is still kind of introducing new gameplay concepts in a way that Hot Head Hop didn't. Although Hot Head Hop, I guess, did introduce the gameplay mechanic of lava, don't fall, there's a pit everywhere. And so yeah, and we're still in kind of early areas. This is still, you know, fairly solid design, fairly solid, you know, things to find and explore and get. I believe this stage has our first introduction to Squawks. So yeah, we're still in the introducing core gameplay mechanics portion of the game, so we haven't quite hit the hardcore gimmicks yet. But yeah, like you'll see later on, and I'll get into it more later on, that the levels are gimmicks, and that they do it in a way that is harmful to the design and the fun of the experience. For now, though, we got this guy. He's got a cannon. His name is Kannon with a K, because that's what the naming convention is for all of the Kremlings. Is here is a word that normally starts with a C, but here it starts with a K, because that's how you 90s. That's how you 90s, is you spell things wrong, and that makes it cool with the K. Anyway, we're at the stage of stuff things here, and... Now, right, this is not the stage that introduces Squawks. The stage that introduces Squawks is the one that has his name on it. You can see there's that cannon has a photo that you defeat him for. So, this is just a very simple bonus bounce across the dragonflies, you get a coin. That's it. And then I just kind of, afterwards, went back down to get that photo to get the thing, because it's not hard to get. But then I fell on a hornet, and that's unpleasant. Don't fall on a hornet. Hornets are spiky. Hornets are very spiky. The gold feather here is up above there. You either need to bounce off of that mini necky, or if you still have both of your Kongs, you can grab it with a team throw. There's a lot of things that I found in this game that you could just kind of do with a team throw that felt like they weren't intended to be done with a team throw. We've got more funky flights. Jump in my jet and jive, Clive. So, here we have more. We're introducing more controls. This introduces the fact that you can. It says lock yourself moving forward to shoot while backwards, and you can also press L to make the copter face forward. That's a little poorly described, poorly explained, especially because they just used forward in a different context. But you'll see in a moment what that means. And here you've got, oh look, it's you can only have so much air, and you need to go under the water, and so you need to handle. And also you've got a winch. You use select to drop a winch, so that's another thing that your copter has. And this time you don't have unlimited ammo on your gun, but also you have bombs that you can pick up that you can only drop when you're holding L to do what he says is facing forward. You see there we've got a 10-second bubble. That's how long you can stay underwater before you just die. Right, these clocks there, they add time to your just like overall level timer that you have up in the upper right there. This stage, when I first encountered it, I got very, very confused because the way that he described things, it's like, oh, okay, I can only stay underwater for so long, and I've got the 10-second bubble thing there, so I just need to dip underwater, and then I need to find an air pocket to come back above to get out of the water afterwards, right? That's how this is going to work. They don't tell you a couple of things. Like here, where we, as we're coming down, there's not enough time to get to the next spot where there's air here, because you need to go down to grab air bubbles, because that's a video game thing. That's a thing that you should know about, because you play video games, right? That's just a video game thing. That's not a thing that they tell you about in the game. That's not a thing that that ever gets mentioned. It's just you need to go and grab these bubbles to increase your air gauge higher than it could be at the start, for some reason. Like that first bubble increased it to 50 when it started at 10. That was very confusing to me, that any of this was there. Like, yeah, it's a video game convention that's how going underwater works. When you've got limited air, you find air bubbles underwater to grab. But again, you're in a helicopter, and it didn't really explain that very well. This, by the way, is that when you hold L, when he says to make the copter face forwards, that it makes it face the screen. And when you're in that state, you don't fire the gun, you drop those bombs. So here, yeah, this stage is pretty much all about getting those air bubbles that nothing tells you about, and you just kind of have to find. And getting through and not dropping this treasure chest along the way, making sure that you keep it on you the whole way. If you do drop it, you can easily just go and pick it back up. It doesn't, like, despawn or anything. It doesn't teleport back. If you die at any point during these, like if you bump into too much stuff, take too much damage, and your chopper explodes, you can actually just continue. Like, when it gives you an option to abort mission, and if you say no, it will respawn you at the start of the stage. But the progress that you kind of made is still there. Like, the chest will still be in the spot where you left it, where you died. It'll just send you back, and you've got 10 minutes to do that one, so dying is kind of perfectly acceptable in that. So that's kind of a little bit of a weird thing that they also don't really explain, that you just kind of have to, you know, try it and see what happens. So that was the point where I went back to the first world and got all of the stuff that I had previously missed there, because I thought that I needed to do, you know, I was still thinking in terms of the original game, and I was like, oh, well, you know, I entered the second world, and I need to go to get funky before I can leave and go back to the first world. But no, you once you've unlocked the gyrocopter once, you always have that option available in the start menu, so, you know, it's just, that was where I realized, oh, wait, I can just go and do that. Anyway, Lava Lagoon. I don't like this stage because it discourages exploration by putting you on a strict time limit as you're underwater. Because you bump into Clapper the Seal, and he cools the lava down into water, because that's how lava works, of course. And, you know, over time, after a certain amount of time, it will heat back up into lava, and of course that kills you. So you have to, you know, you've got to quickly get from, you know, to get through the spots to not die as you get through the stage, which, again, you are actively discouraged from exploring in this game, where you are expected to explore and find bonuses and find secrets all over the place. So, like, there's this kind of bad back and forth, like inconsistent design, where they're simultaneously encouraging and discouraging exploration. By the way, there is also a hidden Unguard crate here. You need to grab Unguard, dismount Unguard so that you can jump out of the water to hit Clapper over here, and then get back on Unguard to bring him up to this secret path that's behind a wall to kill this fish, this Lockjaw, that has a photo in this secret area. Do note, if you try to go back there after the water has dropped, the Lockjaw will not be present. Lockjaws and other, like, underwater specific enemies actually despawn if the place where they're supposed to be does not have water. So, you know, if you try to go back there to like just try to defeat him, well, there's no water there. It just won't be there for you to defeat. So you do need to bring Unguard there to get that photo, and find it without passing it by first. Anyway, there's a couple of things there. There's that photo, there's the bonus, there's... Moving on here, I was so focused on the, like, getting through the level and just not dying to the lava that I failed to notice the gold feather off in the little corner as we passed it by there. So you'll see in just a moment, as I cut back to the other run, it's just, if you go above the pufferfish here, you can see that feather from the path that you pass by, to the upper left when you're going down. Over here, there's a secret path that has an invulnerability barrel that allows you to remain in the water without dying, or the lava, really. Which, that's how you get the video game hero medal in this stage. And again, that's a spot where it has a very, very short timer for how long it takes for the water to heat back up and kill you. So you just kind of need to be exploring on this very strict time limit. And I really don't like that. I like exploring, I don't like exploring on a strict time limit. So here's Wrinkly again. I go through and I buy all of the things because I want to fill it up. I don't think you need to for like 100% completion. You don't need to buy all of the hints from Wrinkly or Cranky. You don't need to buy all of the hints to get 100% completion, or rather 102% completion, because that's where the percentage goes, because Rare hates numbers and hates math and doesn't want you to understand how game works. They actively obfuscate the way that the game works all the time. Except here, Wrinkly explains how the game works in the basic ways. So that's our hints for the Crocodile Cauldron world. I didn't bother doing the check homework. You can do check homework at any time to turn in any photos that you've collected, and you'll get the coin for any pages that you've completed. I'm going to show all of that off at the very end when I've collected all of the things. Those 2 coins up there, here in Red Hot Ride, that is how I farmed coins in this game. Because once you've cleared a stage, you can, when you go back to a stage that you've previously cleared, you can pause the game, hit start, and then press select to just leave the level. So, you know, when I'm trying to grab a bunch of coins, I start this level, I do a team throw to grab those 2 coins, I immediately start select out of the level, I come back in, grab the 2 coins, repeat until I've gotten all of the coins that I need. I needed to do this a couple of times because it turns out you need a couple hundred coins to buy everything in this game. So, I did some lengthy coin farming on this, on the start of the stage for a bit. But here, this is a prime example of what I was talking about earlier with this being a gimmick game. It's a gimmick platformer. You have these balloons. These balloons, these air balloons that you position them over the plumes of hot air, and they rise, and if they're not over the hot air, they'll slowly fall, and you need to not fall into the lava. These balloons don't exist in any other stage. They are here and nowhere else. And that's it. And that's the gimmick of this stage. And that's something that, that's something that can be done well, that I don't think Rare did well. Where here, they introduce a gimmick, they kind of do everything with it that they can think of, and then they discard it, never to be seen again. In Nintendo's Mario games, like Mario 3 is a great example of levels that have good design. It doesn't have, there's a couple of gimmicks here and there, there's Goomba's Shoe, that's a one-stage gimmick. But for the most part, it's all core mechanics, it's things that they introduce and then they use in multiple stages and explore in different ways. They're very basic game elements that you figure out, you learn, you understand how they work, and then you're exploring novel spaces to handle these obstacles and objects that the game has. Whereas what Rare does is they come up with an object and they don't let you explore the object. They'll give you the very start of the stage to see what this thing does and how you interact with it. And then they'll just do one entire stage that's all different ways to fuck around with this object. But then they don't really explore these gimmicks in very in-depth ways. You know, there are these game elements that get introduced, you look at them once and they're discarded. So it's kind of it's a lazy sort of level design, a lazy sort of game design, where rather than coming up with novel ways to utilize the tools that you're introducing to the player, you just introduce new tools every time. And then that's your level design, is you introduce the tool and then you do the natural things to make challenges with that tool. So it's a lazy kind of way to do level design that I do not agree with. And again, they could have reused these balloons in other stages. They could have had you see the balloons here and there in a couple of other stages, once or twice later on. They could have had them be a recurring thing, but they didn't. They introduced these for one stage, and that's all they wanted them for, because all of the other stages had their own gimmicks. And, you're from this point on, you're going to see every stage is going to have a core gimmick that is the thing that the stage is about, and it's the only thing that the stage is about, and that's, like, they just don't have challenges related to any other, like, parts of the game. Like, they have the handful of core game mechanics that they introduced from the start, from the early levels, and then it's all just one-off new gimmicks. And one of the biggest problems that I have in the later parts of these games is that they will make the levels incredibly long, so that you're just working with this gimmick for a very long time, where you only have one checkpoint, because there's never more than one checkpoint in a stage in this game. So you just kind of end up needing to repeat and kind of re-practice these stages and these gimmicks until you get perfect at doing them, at which point you no longer need to do anything with them. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, that's my diatribe about gimmick platformers and why I dislike how Rare does game design, or at least part of it. I have many other complaints about how Rare does game design that we'll get into as we as they come up. So here we've got Cranky is starting to get a little bit obtuse with his things. Right is right at the start. Like, you just kind of need to interpret that to go right at the start of this stage. Look right from where you start. You know? So there's like, it's a bit, it becomes less and less clearly stated as you go through what his hints are. Something important to note when powering up Espresso for your racing, you can freely redistribute your points. I did not know that. I'm just so used to skill systems where you assign your points and they're locked in, they're fixed. But in this, you can just reassign your points freely. Like, you have a number of points equal to the total number of gold feathers you've collected so far in the game, and if you need to respec your bird, if you get halfway through and realize, oh wait, the boost and fly stats are fucking useless, I'm gonna put everything into speed, you can do that if you're aware that you can respec your skills, which I was not. So a couple of these I had to redo, because I wound up, as you can see, I leveled boost up to 3, thinking, oh well, you know, I've get more boosts, but as I was eventually going through here, I'm finding that, like, A, there's not that many boosts on the stage. You should just be using them regularly, and you shouldn't try to, like, accumulate them. And B, if you're not in first place, the other racers will collect all of the boosts and feathers on the level, like that. You just saw right there, that other ostrich collected that feather. So, like, if you don't have the top speed and just, like, the skill of hitting the boost pads on the ground, that's really, like, the way to beat these races, is hit the boost pads on the ground. Don't walk into the slow terrain that slows you down. Occasionally use the boosts to avoid the slow terrain that slows you down. But, yeah, like, at its core, you just want to go fast. Like, the boosts aren't strictly necessary if you're hitting all of the 4 panels. So, it just kind of, again, the boost and flight stats are, in a lot of ways, kind of worthless. So, once again, having a big, old, long saving period, because I feel like it shouldn't take this long to save on a cartridge, but I guess, like, it takes that long to save in, say, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. That had kind of a lengthy pause when saving the game. It just feels like this game shouldn't have as much data that needs to be saved. And it probably doesn't, but I do know for a fact that Rare is not very good at efficient programming and handling data correctly. They have, on occasion, completely... They've introduced, like, hardcore game-breaking bugs and sometimes console-breaking bugs because they can't handle data correctly sometimes. Yeah, this is Squawks' shaft. There's another photo of just a guy walking around over there. That one's kind of a freebie. Really, it's just sort of there as a, if you got Wrinkly's scrapbook, if you've been to Wrinkly Kong and talked about homework once, then, like, you have the thing and you can get that free. Otherwise, it's not there. So, like, that's a weird one. Some of the photos are just kind of, like, outright gimmies, which is, I guess, kind of nice. They want to make sure that you find some of them very, very easily, and others are, you know, more difficult to explore and find. You know, it feels good to find some things. If you find nothing at all, then, you know, that could feel discouraging. But yeah, we've got here, in addition, this stage has kind of two gimmicks to it. It's got those crooks, the guys that throw the boomerang hook things. That's not quite a pure stage gimmick because that is an enemy that recurs, that comes back in other stages. But again, this is the stage that we'll see once we get to the second half of the stage does introduce Squawks. So this one is less of a gimmick stage and more of a core mechanic introducing stage. By the way, I fucking hate the way that the camera wobbles back and forth like that so much. I had this problem in a lot of the Donkey Kong Land games where the camera of this 2D game is incredibly bad. It's a problem of them. In this case, the levels having originally been designed for the SNES, that's, you know, the Game Boy Advance doesn't have the resolution to display the full thing, so they have to do all of these extra stupid things, shifting the camera to give you the opportunity to see what is in front of you, so that you can actually progress in the stage and play the game. And, like, in this, like, they add this sometimes very noticeably harsh wobbling in the camera, where it'll just kind of go back and forth in a way that can be very, dizzying, almost. It's something that can definitely cause motion sickness. We'll see that very notably a little bit later. Very soon, actually, I think. Well, not very soon, pretty soon. Anyway, here's Squawks. He's a bird. He flies, he carries you and flies around, and he can spit nuts out of his mouth, because that's a thing that birds do, is they just store infinite nuts and can fire them out like a gun. And, I'm not actually sure. I don't remember if Wrinkly ever tells you this explicitly, but it's very important to know that Squawks can also ascend and descend faster by holding up and down on the D-pad. Same thing as you can do with swimming. So, yeah, I'm not 100% certain whether or not Wrinkly ever tells you that, but it is absolutely vital to know for certain areas to get by, especially later in the game. We're going to see something where it is very, very vital to know all of the ways that the game works. So over here, there's a little secret path behind the crook. This is one of the hints that Cranky gives you, that the two crooks that are facing each other are guarding something secret. So you go behind the one of them to find this hidden area that's got the little video game coin, and this bonus area where you just spit nuts at hornets. And then, kind of annoyingly, you can't just go to the left here. The stage is over there to the left. There's just a wall along that spot of the stage that you can't cross for arbitrary reason. Like, that's another thing that I kind of dislike about some of their level design, is they kind of force you along the critical level path in some arbitrary ways sometimes, especially for levels that have both vertical and horizontal aspects to them. We're going to see one egregious example of that late in the game. But here, there's just kind of an annoying thing of like, yeah, there's clearly nothing stopping Squawks from going between here, except for the arbitrary limitations of, we made the video game not let you. So it's a kind of thing that breaks immersion a little bit. But, I mean, there's a lot that they don't really have an interest in immersion in these games, which is sometimes fair. It's fair. They're not making an immersive game, they're making a video game. Anyway, moving on. We've got the boss of the world, but before we do the boss of the world, we have to do the secret of the world, Klubba's Kiosk. So, every world except for the first has Klubba here. And, Klubba guards the entrance to the Lost World. And it's this thing that's what all these Krem coins that you find in all the bonus stages are for. You spend them at Klubba to get through, to unlock stages in the Lost World. And there's an extra thing here, because, like, all of the NPCs that you can talk to have, like, an extra thing here, there, where he's got, like, an extra minigame that you can do, and we'll see that in a little bit. But, you come here, and you can, game? Question marks? So, he's got this little game. First one's free, otherwise it costs, I think it's 5 coins per play, 5 banana coins. I am once again annoyed at the use of pieces of 8 to describe these coins. It's like, I just get annoyed by people throwing that in as like, oh, it's a piratey way to talk about money, and it's really not. There's a specific type of coin that it referred to, and there's a reason for it, and I'm not going to get into that. This is a thing, Bag-a-Bug. You're running around in this shack in a swamp area, and you need to collect fireflies. You've got a little jar off to the right there that you collect fireflies, but also Klubba is here trying to fucking murder you. And there, you saw I had an invulnerability barrel. It's got an invincibility barrel that'll spawn sometimes, but it doesn't last as long as the invincibility barrels do in the main game, and it wore off exactly as he was attacking me. So if Klubba ever hits you, you lose all of your collected fireflies, and just kind of have to start over your grabbing stuff. There's these 4 corner spots that you can hide in if Klubba's getting close that he cannot get to. Like right here, you see, like, he can't enter the little corner area, and that's how you avoid getting murdered if you're getting kind of boxed in. It's closing in on you. And you get a reward based on how many bugs, how many fireflies you collected. It's bananas, and, like, if you get enough of them, eventually I think you can get some coins, you'll get lives. It's another way to, like, do a bonus thing to get some lives. Like the boss reruns with Swanky. So, naturally, I played it once and never again. I like how he's there threatening to slice you in 2 with his club. His just giant nail bat. He also at some point threatens to run you through with his club. He's strong enough that he can just do those things. You know, there's nothing stopping him from slicing you with a blunt object. Anyway, here's the Lost World. You get to the Lost World, and it's got, like, a map thing, and this is kind of new for this version of the game, because in the original version, there wasn't, like, a full map to the Lost World. It was just each Klubba's Kiosk sent you to one stage of the Lost World. And here's just what it looks like to enter the Lost World after you've already paid for it. Now, once you've paid to unlock it, you can enter and leave at any time. There's a Cranky's hut here. He gives you hints on all the Lost World levels, of course. There is an espresso race here. It's very hard. It's the hardest one. It's the one you're supposed to do at the end, because the Lost World is the stages you're supposed to do at the end. But I didn't do them at the end, because I did them as we encountered them, because I want to get things done with. And here Cranky tells you about the Lost World. You're gonna finish the game by doing all the things here. And there's the big crocodile head in the center. And this is new text for this version of the game. You gotta beat Captain K. Rool. You gotta get all the bonus levels to find everything, to get all the coins to get into the Lost World. And Cranky is, of course, written to be a complete asshole, constantly insulting you and saying that you're not good at the game and telling you that you are, like, challenging you to do better at the game, and it's just kind of annoying. Here's all of the hints for the Lost World. You can, some of these get a little obtuse, I think? No, these ones are pretty clear, that's right. That's right, the ones with the, for the Lost World were actually pretty clear. Okay, this one's not clear. Down may be out, but right picks you up. That's a bad hint. But, the end is not the end. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Anyway, Espresso Race for the Lost World. You will see pretty immediately that I was not supposed to do this race yet. Here's all the birds, and they've all got, like, near maxed out stats. Here I am with my piddly little 3 speed and 4 strength, and naturally I lost this race very hard. So here's what it looks like when you lose a race very hard. I came back to this later when I was finishing the Lost World, when I actually had Espresso maxed out. So, yeah, that was, this was the race where I really finally understood that strength is vital. Strength is vital in the races, because not being able to move past the other racers really hard limits your ability to move around and just avoid obstacles and get forward and such. Jungle Jinx, our first Lost World stage. And the gimmick of this stage is these bouncy tires that will appear here and nowhere else. It's these tires, and they roll along, and when you land on top of them, you get a huge bounce, and that's the gimmick, is you bounce on the big bouncy tires, and also don't hit them from below, because if they land on top of you, then you take damage. So, you know, you gotta be careful. It's the big things. That's not something that you can ever... that you just have to have it happen to you to learn that that's a thing that can happen. So, there's a lot of stage here. Down here, there's these Dixie-only blast barrels that you need to get the camera down there. I think you might be able to grab that camera with Diddy using a roll jump, if you're, like, very skilled at that. So, but you're clearly expected to just make sure you have Dixie at that spot to get the photo using the blast barrels. This is something you're going to start seeing a lot, is a crossfade whenever I hit a midpoint barrel, the star barrel, because, you know, I get to the midpoint barrel, and then I die, and I come back. And by the way, Gold Feather down here, like in the pit, where these tires are going, that is below the camera, that shouldn't have been below the camera, that wouldn't have been below the camera in the original version of the game, I'm pretty sure. But that you just kind of have to go down and not bounce on the tire to see. That was annoying. But yeah, this, you've got all of these areas where, oh no, there you need to not dodge around the tire, because if it hits you from above while you're trying to use the blast barrel, then it'll just kill you and knock you into the pit. And you gotta do all the bouncing over all these spikes. There's all these deadly spikes you gotta bounce over with the tires. And it's mostly just annoying. Yeah, they introduce the gimmick, and they make a lot of different ways that you have to, like, do the gimmick, and it's annoying. And it's just kind of bad. I don't like it. Anyway, we cleared it, and that's the stage. Yeah. You'll note here I didn't actually have the feather, because I didn't actually realize that there were feathers. For some reason, I just, like, it didn't occur to me that there would be the gold feathers in the Lost World stages. It wasn't until after I did the second Lost World stage, where I did just find the feather, that I realized, oh wait, I never found one in Jungle Jinx, I need to go back for it. So, again, I cut that in just so that it was all there in the one spot. Here's a sword. There's an arm in the lava holding a sword. There's just a Kremling constantly on fire in the lava holding this sword. So, I guess some Kremlings are lava-proof? Because it's just there. And you cannonballs appear, and you throw them at the sword, and then you jump across where these hooks are, and after 3 hits, it sinks into the lava, and then it comes back out. No, the sword itself is alive. The sword is the boss, not the guy who was in the lava who was holding the sword. So you gotta, like, jump across the place and get the cannonball, and when you hit him, you have to quickly get away before he gets mad and, like, charges you. But, overall, fairly simple boss fight, once you, understand, like, how to move around and get over the hooks and how to dodge underneath, and the fact that you have to dodge immediately once you've hit him. And then after 3 more hits, in just sword form, the sword shatters, and then it's spewing fire and spins off into infinity. Into the lava. The lava is infinity now. And your Cranky is insulting you for taking time to beat a sword. Go into the swamp. It always, like, it's very distracting whenever Diddy does that idle animation where he just pulls out balls and starts juggling. Because he'll just do that while people are talking to him. He'll do that while in the middle of a dangerous area. That's his idle animation. If you just stand still for a few seconds, he'll just start juggling. It's goofy, it's silly, it's very distracting, I find. Anyway, here's Barrel Bayou. It introduces the swamp, and also these guys. That's Cloak. It's like a ghost guy in a big cloak. Down here, you've got Ramby. But over here, where there's that little Krockhead, there's a camera that you need to find. It's invisible. By the way, some of the cameras are invisible, and you just need to go into a spot where they are, and then you'll suddenly have the photo. That's another thing that I don't like about that Rare does, is sometimes they'll just make bonuses invisible. Like, you just have to decide to explore and go in this specific pixel, and then you'll suddenly get a bonus out of it, a bonus reward. Like, you're just not. It's simultaneously requiring intense exploration, and again, there are a lot of levels that very explicitly discourage exploration. And, like, a lot of times, like, even without the explicit discouragement of exploration, there's a lot of implicit discouragement of exploration, because exploring is dangerous, you will die, and then you'll have to redo large portions of the levels which become very long eventually. This kind of a weird bonus. You have to take the hint from the banana made of arrows to, wait until that guy has thrown all of his barrels, or yeah, the arrow made of bananas. He throws 3 barrels and then moves over to the left, and you have to follow him, and then he'll throw the cannonball that you use to get into this bonus. So, like, that that is honestly kind of a nifty secret, because, like, it's very clearly signposted with the banana arrow. That's something that Cranky gives an explicit hint for. It's something that you can see just by sitting there and observing that doesn't require, like, active exploration. So, like, that, I kind of like it. You know, and each of these cloak enemies has, like, a different set of things that they throw, and sometimes they'll throw one thing and go away, sometimes they'll throw the same thing a few times and go away, sometimes they'll throw several of the different things. These barrels, you just need to hold down the button to the right to get through. They're like this weird arrangement that looks very uncomfortable, but again, you just need to hold the button to the right to make them work. So here's another one. He throws some barrels, and then he throws a zinger. So, like, sometimes after throwing barrels, he does something important. Sometimes he just makes an extra obstacle for you to get around. So, again, like, it's simultaneously requiring and discouraging exploration. Here, you're clearly intended to, like, bounce off of the barrels to get up to the bonus, but you just do a team throw to get up there, and that's it. And it's more of these manual rotating barrels. These are... they're like a pseudo-gimmick of this stage. Like, this stage has a couple of pseudo-gimmicks. It's got the cloaks, it's got the rotating barrels. Those are both things that do get utilized later. Like, they get explored as full stage gimmicks in later stages. But, like, this is another sort of, like, introducing concept stage. And here, I need to give a major motion sickness warning here. Starting at the point where the anglerfish Glimmer shows up. Because, as I mentioned before, like, the shifting back and forth of the camera gets kind of annoying, and it can cause a bit of motion sickness. I normally don't get motion sick when playing video games. This stage also has the annoying light gimmick that Rare loves to do. The light gimmick in this is less of a problem than it was in the original version of the game. By the way, there's a hidden path up here which has the video game hero medal in it. But yeah, in the original version of the game, there would be this, like, you'd get this bright flashing light that would happen. As you'll see in just a moment here, we have Glimmer in the anglerfish, who every time you turn around, Glimmer will turn with you and shine the light at the screen at you and cause a bright white flash. So that's less of an issue in this than it was in the original game, because in the original game, that was, like, it was much darker in as a baseline, so the bright flash was more intense. They couldn't make the stage as dark as the original in this, because this was on a Game Boy Advance, which was a portable console that did not have a backlit screen, so, like, everything had to be a little bit brighter inherently just to be visible at all. But yeah, here, this stage, every time you turn around, it shifts the camera and flashes that light in your face. And neither of those is a huge problem on their own, but the combination of those really fucked me up. Like, I have my eyes closed for this stage, because as I'm recording this, because when I first went through this stage, I had to stop after playing this stage and go lie down. And for several hours for a full hour after I stopped playing, I could feel the back and forth motion behind my closed eyes. Like, this is really fucking bad. And like I said, I don't get motion sick playing video games, so you have to fuck up monumentally to make me motion sick playing a video game. And Rare fucking managed it. So, yeah, I am not looking at the screen as I record this commentary. I am just letting this go because I'm not letting this happen again. I'm not getting myself motion sick doing this again. I did have to go through at least once again to replay it to find bonuses that I missed, so that was annoying. I just heard the camera thing. That was from, there was the starfish, yeah. There was a starfish that you grab the hidden invincibility barrel to defeat to get the camera there. But yeah, this stage is really bad. It's an example of a gimmick that is actively harmful to the player. Like the stupid light gimmick, which, again, in the original game, I had to put a photosensitivity warning on this stage because of the light gimmick, because it was a bright flash on a dark screen repeatedly. That, they did the exact same thing in Donkey Kong Country 1 as well, with the first introduction to Squawks, where every time you'd turn back and forth, you'd flash the screen. And they just, Rare really likes doing gimmicks that involve light, and they always implement them in ways that are medically problematic. At, you know, like, okay, maybe they didn't really know as much about this shit in the 90s, but still, like, this game was released in 2004. They had absolutely no excuse for releasing a game that has a stage that can make me motion sick to play it. That is really bad. Oh yeah, here and this has the blowfish that explode. You get near them, and they inflate and pop and make spikes come out that you have to dodge. And that's a thing. Okay, we're done. Yeah, there's a little, end stage screen for just the end goal spot that you hit. So yeah, you see here this crossfade, because that's where I had to stop playing and go lie down for an hour. So, yeah, that was bad. Like, okay, granted, that was also at the end of, like, a 4-hour, no, that wasn't a 4-hour, that was only a couple, like, 1 or 2 hours? Yeah, that was only a 1 or 2 hour session. 4-hour sessions were the later ones that I did. I blazed through this game because I wanted to get it done with as quickly as possible. So, I just did a couple of, like, really big 4 to 6 hour sessions to get through. Play as long as I was physically able to tolerate the game until some part of my aging body started to hurt. Man, this is really rambling. I hope this is entertaining, because I've been just rambling so much for so long. I don't know how well this is gonna turn out. Oh. Moving on in the Kremke, we have more Funky Flights, where this is kind of the point where I started to realize that even this bonus mini-game thing that they did is gimmicks. Kongstruction. There's a statue that you need to collect the pieces of and reconstruct. You've got your winch that they introduced in the previous one to haul that chest around. So you need to use your winch to pick up the different parts of the statue and bring them back to the spot. And also, they might go missing? That's kind of stupid. Something that, as you'll see, we've got this, there's a little arrow that points you to the next piece of the statue you need to grab. You got these dragonflies going around. I was just kind of looking around. I wasn't sure what direction to go to get to that spot, so you do need to place the pieces in an order. You need to grab there's the legs, the torso, then the arms, and you put the head on last. And as you can see right there, these dragonflies can pick up the pieces and haul them off elsewhere, and just annoy you like that, stealing them away, and you have to shoot them to make them drop the piece. And they can do that even after you've placed the statue piece on the little plinth there. Like, you'll see before too long, they take those legs and they haul them off, and then I need to kill them and grab them and bring them back. Like, right there, yeah. I'd already placed those legs, and suddenly I gotta to go grab them back. And I basically decided that aiming for and shooting these guys is just sort of incredibly annoying. It's much, much easier to just ram into them with my propellers and take a little damage and kill them. Because, as I said before, if you die, you just as long as you don't say abort mission, you get to respawn right at the start point for the stage. And because this is an enclosed area where you just have to grab stuff and bring it over here, you're not, like, moving from point A to point B. Like, I'm gonna die here, and I'm just gonna respawn right here, and I'm right back. Like, I have no lost progress. I just moved a little bit over, and that was it. And, yeah, like, it's just a matter of grab the pieces and get them over, and your progress is occasionally going to get undone by the dragonflies, and it's annoying, and you gotta fucking deal with it. So, you can't put the head on unless the arms are on, even though there's clearly a spot for the head there that the arms have nothing to do with. That's just the order of it. And then I grabbed the one arm, and oh, they took the other arm, and it's fucking... This is just kind of designed to piss you off. By, again, just you make progress, and then it takes it away from you arbitrarily. You just kind of have to constantly struggle against it, and I forgot that I had the head there. I couldn't quite see it against the background, but we get that. And once all the pieces are in, you know, it turns to gold, and then it's you know, locked in place, and you just need to get back to the landing pad and finish it off. But yeah, these nifty gyrocopter bonus things, they are all gimmick-based. And like, they could have done a lot of interesting things with the gyrocopter stages. They really could have. That's the basis of an entire game. Like, the gyrocopter mechanics that they put in there. I have actually played games that are just pilot a helicopter and go around and, like, pick stuff up and grab stuff. What was it? Choplifter. It's the name that I'm particularly remembering. That was a really good game. That, like, yeah, they made the basis of, like, a game that they could have just made a full-fledged thing, but instead they made it this little, like, gimmick thing that they threw in that they just did not explore very much. And, yeah, when I first saw that, that was the thing that I really wanted to make sure that Nick saw, was this gyrocopter thing. When I first saw that, I was super impressed, because I'm like, okay, this is really cool, you know, this is a nifty, like, it's a bonus game that's an entire game on its own, effectively. They can do some really cool things with it. And then I started to see that they were not doing cool things with it, and I was extremely disappointed. And, will never again allow myself to feel hope for Rare. Anyway, what was the name of this stage? I don't remember what the name of this stage was. I don't care. The stage is dumb. It's jumping over these... You've got these reeds. That's the gimmick of the stage, is these reeds that you need to grab onto. These don't exist in any other stage. So you go those, you jump over the dragonflies. Yeah, that's the gimmick of the stage, is the reeds, the dragonflies, and the mini neckies are gonna be a big thing. Actually, no, those reeds do appear in another stage later, right? Okay. Well, whatever. This this stage is just kind of here. Here's a bonus. It gives you Squitter. Use Squitter to kill things. Squitter's good at killing things. They should have put more Squitter in this game. Squitter is a good part of the game. There are parts of this game that I will admit are fun and good. Just, they're really overwhelmed by the tedium and the bad and the annoying and the pain and... yeah. Like, we really haven't hit the spots that really hurt to play yet. Like, you're seeing a lot of, I'm really cutting out a lot of the parts where it was really annoying to play, because, you know, all the spots where I died, I'm cutting out. All the bits where I had to go back to find something that I missed, all the, you know, all of the weird, strange things that happened that killed me. Something that I will say, that I probably won't really have a good opportunity to say otherwise. That'll probably show up sometimes here and there. The most common phrase that I utter whilst playing these games is, why did that happen? Because there's a lot of times when something will occur in the game that does not look like it should have happened. Like, sometimes it's a matter of the hitboxes being obfuscated by the graphics. Sometimes it's a matter of a very unusual physics interaction. Sometimes it's a matter of there's just a fucking bug where, and it's just like, a thing will happen that I just look at and I'm like, what happened? I don't understand why I failed here. And that's another big problem with the game, is that sometimes you will fail in a way that you cannot parse to understand how you can do better. So it's like that's a core game design and programming issue that really, like, blah. Just blah. Just plain blah. Are you up to it at the start? I was up to this game at the start. I became increasingly less up to this game as it went on. Power up the bird. I put another point into flight because I was like, maybe I should have 2 points in it? I was still not really fully understanding that they don't give you enough of these pickups on the stage to be worth leveling up those stats. Like, this is a mini-game that was not very well thought through. Like, the gyrocopter mini-game. It was well-designed, well thought through. The implementation of the levels, not super great. I screwed up, I got second place the first time that I tried. So I figured I'll show off, here's what happens if you get second place. Egg. Egg. That's actually just a coincidence, because each of the trophies has a different shape. The shape of the trophy on this stage is an egg. It's just the silver trophy just makes it look like egg. You receive egg. But then I went back in and I did the race and I got the gold egg. So here's doing the race. You can skip past the parts here where it shows the names of the birds. Like, you can just mash the button to skip through this, so you don't have to stop and wait and read all of the stats and names of all the opponents. But I kept it in because, you know, I want everyone to be able to see what the stats and names of all the opponents were. It's very important, because of course I'm going to add each of these birds to my character list. They're all named characters, so they all have to go on the list, and we're gonna get a couple dozen extra ostriches in the list suddenly. So that's gonna be a fun thing to add. I like doing my massive spreadsheets and lists and stats of things in the game. you can see the giant, massive spreadsheet of stats and lists and things of all of the games if you're a member. If you're at the highest membership tier, you can get a link to the document where I keep all of that stuff and regularly update it. So if you, like me, like looking at weird numbers and stats and want to see a list of all of the things that have been in the series so far, all of the critters, and get to say ridiculous things like Cleopatra was a Mario character, or my favorite Mario enemy was the electric clown fence, you know, you maybe consider a membership to take a look at the stat sheet and get to see all of the weird, wacky things that we've encountered so far, and all of the numbers of how long things have taken, and the stats and all of the things. It's fun. I like numbers. Saving the game. Do not turn off the power. There's bananas floating in the background there. Back to the actual video game. Klubba's Kiosk here. If you spent the coins on the first kiosk, then you can't have enough to get through this one by this point yet. So, I was just kind of like checking. Oh, I wanna go through, but I can't afford it. I wanna do the thing, but I can't afford it. That makes me sad. Anyway, Rattle Battle. As you might expect from the name, Radley is the thing here. And I thought I remembered, like, okay, there's something at the start here, and there's obviously this line of bananas, so there's got to be like a secret up here that I gotta find, right? You know, there's something secret I find tracking the banana. No, you look at the bananas, you go lead the bananas backwards to the hidden barrel, the hidden blast barrel, that shoots you through the bananas to get up to the bonus. Like, sometimes they're just really bad at signposting their secrets. And, like, they signpost secrets in ways that are conflicting with how they signpost other secrets. It's like, again, I was very certain that, okay, based on this setup, there's gonna be, like, invisible hooks that I need to grab and throw my people on and grab them. But no, it was an invisible barrel further back. Anyway, yeah, this stage is all about Ratley. You have a transformation barrel that turns you into Ratley, because there's a difference between the crates where you find the animal companions and the barrels where you turn into the animal companions. Because when you find the animal companion in a crate, and if you take damage, they'll run off. But when you transform with the transformation barrel, then you don't ever stop being them when you take damage. You just have your health that you get extra. And when you recover health by grabbing a DK barrel, you get the little ook of the primate coming out, even though there's not a primate, because you're a snake. Here's a bonus hidden back here. This one's pretty easy to find if you're exploring. You can see it through the window. You need to hop over the zingers. Because the snake can bounce on the spiky hornets, spiky wasp, and it can go. And it's fine. I'm really starting to run out of steam. Starting to run out of things to say. This is just kind of the point. Oh, this one. I think this is a bonus that you're supposed to be able to see something through the windows there. And I think in the original SNES version of the game you could, but this version I could not, for the life of me, see anything through those the windows. Like, I could not see anything indicating that bonus. That one I actually had to look up to find where the coin in this stage was. And yeah, again, I don't know if that's a problem with the remake, or with the screen size resolution, or if there's just, like, maybe I wasn't seeing something, maybe I just missed it, maybe there wasn't any indication actually, and you're just supposed to guess by jumping at cliffs over pits, jumping at the walls by the pits, I don't know. Anyway, here's one where you do a lot of bouncing. Stars, and you grab them, and you bounce. And these are the bouncy snake. In this stage, it's the bouncy snake and the bouncy kremlings. That's all the bounces. That's the whole gimmick of this stage is bounce. And the cannons, they shoot the cannonballs, and the cannonballs bounce. And you have to not touch the cannonballs even after they've hit the ground, because they bounce back up and there's still a hurt box there. And you gotta bounce on the barrel there to get up. These are the guys firing out the bouncy barrels. You know, you gotta go through. Bounce, bounce. Oh, the bouncing. The ocean and sky are green for some reason. This is not explained. This is not anything. It's just sort of the graphics of this. This stage is green for some reason. I don't know why. But behind the stage, there's an invisible DK barrel. You can get an extra hit there. And up here you got the Dixie Blast barrel. It's the only way to get the bonus of the stage. With the end goal there. Moving on. Slime Climb. The Slime Climb is okay. But it's another stage that, like, is discouraging you from exploring because you're on a time limit. There's all this slime, and in the slime is a death fish. See that fish going back there? If you fall in the water, it will very quickly rush to you and hit you, and you can technically get out of the water before it hits you, but if you're in there for like more than a second, it will hit you, and then you just need to get out. The slime will ascend over time. And also, as you hit certain spots of the stage, it will kind of ratchet up to follow you. So, like, you can't get ahead of it, because if you get too far ahead of it, it'll just kind of get to the point that is right behind you there. There's an invincibility barrel there. It's pretty easy to spot, and, like, it's kind of... It's not that hard to put together. Invincibility barrel, you go into the thing that kills you while you're invincible to find the bonus. So, that's, you know, decent. Sometimes they're good at hiding things and you know, putting secret bonuses in sensible locations that are, you know, good ways to explore. But again, like other times, they really discourage exploration. You don't want to grab that invulnerability barrel if you're actually going up, because you'll hit this point where you need to bounce off of the dragonfly, and I'm pretty sure when you have the invincibility barrel, you don't bounce on enemies, you just kind of fall through them and they die. Pretty sure that's how that happens. But then you're going up ropes. You got ropes, and you got zingers, and you gotta dodge the zingers all going up the ropes, and then you jump across some dragonflies. And it's like this is another very hard clear gimmick stage. Not a hard stage, but like they went hard on the fact that this is a gimmick stage. It's about the rising death thing and, you know, constant ascending while fleeing this death plane. That's not quite a, you know, unyielding death plane, but it's still a death plane that you have to contend with. And they do that again, but they do it in a different way that is like, it still feels very like it feels like a different gimmick. It still feels like a gimmick. Yeah, after that bonus, you come out and again get an invulnerability barrel. There's the gold feather down there, and then you need to come all the way down, and as the freaking fish is passing through you, it really, like, the console is chugging along to handle processing all of the hits that it's doing as it's passing through you. So, that's a little annoying there. More Swanky. This one's called Funky's Fun. I don't know why it's called Funky's Fun. It asks about your snake. The snake does not spit eggs. That's a character from a different rare game. What's the anglerfish? Right, the anglerfish level. There is now. Yeah, and did you read the levels? What's the name of the guy at the place, the kiosk that guards the thing? You know, that's like, did you go to the place? Did you see the guy? Did you look at the name? This is something that, in the original version of the game, was not that hard to remember, because every time you save and reload the game, you'd go back to 5 lives. But in this version of the game, you never go back to your starting number of lives unless you game over. So you kind of have to remember that, or like, if you've game overed at least once, then that might be something that reminds you, but... And like half of the questions that Swanky gives are, what is the name of this? More than half of the questions. There's like, what is the name of this stage, or area, or friend, or enemy? How many airplanes hang from the roof in Kollege? This is one that you have to be paying attention and looking at the thing. And most likely, you encounter the question, don't know the answer, go to Kollege and look, and then come back. Or just, like, play the game, the quiz a couple of times to guess. Like, unless you have a photographic memory and are just very paying close attention to the screens as they come up. Bramble Blast! The gimmick is blast barrels and brambles. You have these blast barrels that do, like, this ratcheted spin. That's something that, I don't know that it ever comes up again. I think all of the other blast barrels that spin in the game have the smoother spinning around. Don't quote me on that, because I'm not 100% certain, but that sounds right. Sidebar will correct me as usual as I'll look these things up in editing. But, yeah, this is all about you're in blast barrels, and they do, like, these very specific, it's going to turn in this direction, and, push the button when it's in that direction to fire it in the right way, and there's all these little side paths that have little bonuses, and sometimes the barrels don't spin in all possible directions, and you need to, like, find the path that gets through to where you're trying to go, and here you've got there's some zingers sometimes around areas. And then you get to a point where it does have the smoothly spinning barrels that can fire in all 8 directions. And I just kind of damage boost my way through that, because why not? This is one where, yeah, it becomes a maze. That, the barrels will only spin in certain ways, and you need to, like, through trial and error, really, find which barrels will turn in the ways that get you to new barrels that get you forward. So, the first time that they kind of do that, the first couple of times, they slowly introduce that, and it's really, like, at the end of the stage where it gets a little bit ridiculous. But, yeah, this is another example of, like, here's a gimmick. Like, the idea of blast barrels, yeah, they had blast barrels throughout the game, but these specific, like, ratcheted blast barrels that turn in these very specific ways that don't, like, spin all the way around, that can only, you need to find, like, your path to get through. That's unique to this stage. And... like, yeah, they come up with the gimmick, and explore the gimmick for the one stage, and then they discard it. That's it. Oh yeah, here, I'm trying to get down to the lower left, but you need to kind of go around using that one fixed arrow lance barrel to get down. Like, sometimes I'm, like, expecting the barrel to rotate continuing, like, I expect that to, like, keep going forward, but it just kind of bounces back in an annoying way. It's like, come on, what are you doing? So, like, this is very much a stage that you have to do trial and error and you have to memorize it. And, like, I personally don't like that kind of rote memorization-based level design. Like, it is in ways a valid design philosophy of, you know, introduce the stage and expect that the player will die repeatedly until they have memorized the stage, at which point they will master it and get through. Like, there's some legitimacy to that design methodology. I get really annoyed with it when the penalty for failure is severe. In the original Donkey Kong Country games, where sometimes your saves would be highly limited, and like you'd be in a location where you just cannot save until you clear this stage, or this series of stages, that made me very, very angry. Like, if you've seen our playthroughs of the SNES Donkey Kong Country games, there are a couple of times where I rage incredibly hard. That I actually kind of had to make cuts from the videos because I don't want to be seen like that a lot. But yeah, like there's that design philosophy is perfectly fine when failure isn't, like, super expensive. Like, in this version of the game, failure is not super expensive. Like, until you get to the point where the stages are ridiculously long, at which point there need to be more checkpoints. But, like, at this stage of the game, screwing something up isn't that bad. Like, you'll have to redo the parts of the stage that are between the checkpoint or the start and the spot where you screwed up. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal. But again, in the original versions of the game where, like, you might be in a situation where you need to clear this stage before you can save, and if you lose all of your lives first, then you've just lost multiple stages worth of progress. Then that was fucked up. That was not good. So here we've got a secret Squawks area at the end of this stage as well. That is not really related to the gimmick of the stage. It's just kind of there. That, like, oh, there's brambles. They really liked putting Squawks in brambles in this game. Just, like, making you have to do the flying while all of the walls will kill you. Which is, again, something that they did with the gyrocopter, where touching the walls hurts, it causes you damage. And that's just something that I guess they like having, is requiring precision maneuvering with like full maneuverability of all four directions, or all directions in your 2D environment. Sometimes it's hard to remember what direction is forward on these maps. Here's Cudgel. It's Klubba but gray. And he does a jump, and the jump is a shockwave. And you can see there's like a shockwave effect visually that happens when he lands. The shockwave effect hits you as soon as he touches the ground. If you are touching the ground at the instant he touches the ground, you will get stunned by the shockwave, even though the visible shockwave has not hit you yet. So that's something that, like, threw me off the first time. I had to redo this fight once or twice because of that. But yeah, it's a fairly simple fight. It's very formulaic. He bounces and does some shakes, and after a couple of hits, he starts doing this, rather than doing like the full jump into the sky, he'll just sort of hop over to the spot where you are here. Yeah, he'll try to target you directly, and you just need to move out of the spot where you are and make sure that you don't get caught by the shockwave. And, you know, he does that. There's 3 different cycles of that. With each one, his jump is a little bit faster, it goes a little bit lower, so it's a little harder to dodge. But then you blow him up and he's blasting off again. It all seems too easy. And that's... Cranky accuses you of cheating because you are good at the game, but if you're not good at the game, he insults you for being not good at the game. That's an attitude that I don't like. And, like, yeah, they're writing in a character that's kind of supposed to be an asshole, but it's still, like... It's something that it seems clear to me sometimes that Rare holds those attitudes, that it's a very toxic gamer mindset of, like, ragging on people for being bad at games and, like, trying to tear people down continually. And that's... Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't insult people like that. Encourage people, you know? When someone fails at something, you tell them, try again. You know, encourage them to practice and do better. That's what I do. That's how we all improve in the world, rather than just kind of making things less pleasant for everyone. This was Doc Phoenix's social philosophy corner. Oh god, those things. This was the first stage where, if you're doing the Lost World stages as early as you can, then this will be your first opportunity to see the black clobbers, the guys in the barrels, the black kremlings that hide in barrels. The different versions of the clobbers. The green ones will run into you and bump you. The yellow ones, when they run into you and bump you, they make you drop bananas. The black ones, when they run into you and bump you, they make you drop a life. The first time I played through this game, the original version, of the SNES version, I had a whole diatribe about how that is, like, breaking the social contract, kind of the game. That, you know, your lives are there as a kind of promise from the developer that, you know, you earn these lives by doing various things. You start with some number of them. You can earn more by exploration, or, you know, by doing particularly well in some things. And that is how many attempts you have to clear the stage. And by introducing an enemy that can simply remove lives without killing you, it breaks the concept of lives. It makes it clear that this is kind of an arbitrary thing that, like, they're just taking away from you at a moment's notice. Like, it's not something that you've earned, it's something that you have been allowed to have, which is a bad kind of design. It's a bad sort of game design thing. So, yeah, that is, again, less of an issue in this version of the game because lives are less of a thing in this version of the game. But as I said, in the original version of the game, there are some situations where you have started a world, you have not reached the Kollege, which is the only location where you can save, so you need to clear however many stages there are between the start of the world and the spot where you can save, with however many lives you had at the start of the world. And if you run out of lives before then you have to redo that entire start of the world. And possibly more if you jump straight into the world after, like, doing a boss fight from the previous world. Because, like, there's definitely, it feels like there is a intent of design in this game where you were, at least in the original version of the game, where lives mattered enormously. It felt clear that you were intended to go back to previous stages and farm lives, and, like, explore and collect lives and make sure you have as many lives as you need to get through the next section. Because if you just move on to the next section, you will be punished for not repeating old content effectively. You will be punished for not putting extra time into the game that the game is not explicitly telling you needs to be done. And, like, it prevents you from being able to do that if you move forward, like, haphazardly, I guess. If you just try to move forward like you're playing a game that you're progressing through. So, like, there's another kind of philosophical thing there that I have a bit of an issue with. Like, consider a similar situation with Super Mario Bros. 3. If you run out of lives in Game Over in Mario 3, then all the stages you've cleared on that world get reset, except for fortresses and, like, other major things like that. So, like, even if you do Game Over, there's still that element of, if you make it to this part, you effectively get to keep this amount of progress. And, like, it makes it clear that you're moving forward with it. And then, like, they also have, there's items that you can use to advance and kind of shortcut through areas if you don't want to re-clear certain areas. Sometimes you can use, like, the hammer on the map to break a rock that gets you ahead past a stage that you've cleared before. And, you know, there's the locks that the fortresses have that once you've cleared the fortress, they stay unlocked, and you can just kind of move forward without clearing the stages that would lead you to the fortress. So, like, yeah, Mario 3 had a similar thing where, you know, if you run out of lives, you game over and you lose progress, but also there was a lot of kind of mitigation there of, like, here are the clear and explicit ways that you can maintain your progress. It's never, like, hidden away. You don't need to, like, in the Donkey Kong Country games, you don't know where the save is in the world until you reach it. Like Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, you don't know where you can find the save points in the world until you reach it. You don't know how many levels you're going to have to clear before you can hit a point where your progress is allowed to be kept. Whereas, like, in Mario 3, you have a clear world map where, you know, here is the path that is taken. Here is what you need to... You can clearly see this is where you need to go to hit the fortress. And so, you know, that's where you'll be able to save an amount of progress effectively. And, like, there's a bit of a weirdness there in that the original Mario 3 was an NES game. It didn't have saves. They didn't have a battery in the cartridge that could save the game. So, you know, that was a thing where save is not exactly the right term for it, but, you know, stored progress protected progress that isn't lost unless you turn off the console. So, yeah. That got real rambly. I'm getting very rambly. Yeah, this is what I'm like when I'm doing these alone without Nick, which is why I normally don't do these alone without Nick. I don't know. I think I'm still being reasonably entertaining. Tell me in the comments if you think I'm being reasonably entertaining. I am desperately begging for affirmation. So this is Hornet Hole, by the way. It's the stage that it has honey. This is another kind of like it's not so much a gimmick stage as introducing a concept of the honey levels, the honey hive levels, where it has like the sticky honey that you can't walk over, you need to jump out of, and there's like sticks on the walls you need to unstick from it. You can use that to like climb up the walls. So like this is kind of the introduction to honey. That is kind of its gimmick. Also, Squitter is here, which makes the stage infinitely better. Any stage with Squitter is better than any stage without Squitter. This is unequivocal, undeniable fact. This is not subjective at all. It is pure objective fact. Squitter makes stage better. Period. There's the secret. You need to use Squitter to kill the Hornet that guards it, and then use Squitter to get yourself up here, because Squitter can do that. Squitter can go anywhere and do anything, except for where there's a sign that says that you can't. Which is really just the man trying to keep you down. You know? The man always wants to keep your spider buddy down, and you shouldn't let them. Don't let the man keep your spider down. That is, you can quote me on that. That is, you know, the greatest, most applicable advice in all situations. There's a bonus over here. You need to find a coin with Squitter. You don't need Squitter in here. I think you need Squitter to get here, but you don't need Squitter to clear the stage. You can just climb the walls with the honey. Yeah, I don't think there's any way up there, unless there's invisible hooks that I'm not aware of, but, I mean, they give you Squitter. I'm pretty sure you need to use Squitter to get up there. So... The crooks are a little bit annoying with Squitter because the hooks that they throw will block your web shots, so you kind of have to wait for them to stop throwing. This was really annoying. You will continue moving forward even after you stop holding the button forward when you're riding an animal. That just happens. That's one of those situations where it was like, why did that happen? Why did I continue moving forward and fall off that cliff there? And like, that's a situation where I was actually able to examine and ascertain what, like, physics of the game caused that. But that's something that's inconsistent with your controls as the Kongs. You know, you don't keep moving forward just by tapping the button. You have better air control as the Kongs, and it's something that you just kind of have to experience and get fucked by before you can learn how that's how this works. And you see here is where you start getting these very expensive hints that tell you how to get all of the photos on each page of the scrapbook. So this is where most of the coins that you need to spend go. Are these? There are 15 pages of the scrapbook, and each one of these single-page hints cost 10 coins, so that's 150 coins that you need if you want to buy all of those hints. And this is what Wrinkly says if you don't have enough money to afford a thing. And then I went back to Red Hot Ride, and just collected a whole bunch of coins, and then I came back and thing. These are very simple, short hints, but they're good enough. They give the stage that the thing is in, and a general enough description of what or where to do. Except for that one, Photo 3 just says Krockhead Klamber. That's the name of the stage. It doesn't say where in the stage. It might be an obvious thing in the stage, I don't remember. We'll see when we get there. But, like... yeah, okay, sometimes they just kind of tell you what stage the thing is in, and then you just kind of have to find it from there. But yeah, I do think that in those situations, they're all, like, pretty clearly on the critical path, so it's not hard to spot them once you know what stage they're on. Target Terror. This is a railcart stage. There's a couple of these. They all have different, like, basic core physics of how you move on these carts. Thing with the wall in the foreground hides the gold feather, by the way. Just need to kind of jump there to find it. So this stage, the gimmick is that you have these gates and the barrels, and when you hit the checkmark barrel, it opens the gate. Or if you hit an X barrel, it closes the gate, and if you hit a closed gate, then you will take damage. This stage I find very annoying because every time, when I first play this stage, I will die on the first time that you need to move between carts, because it does not maintain your momentum when you stop being on a cart. The whole time you're on the cart, you'll be, every time you jump, you continue moving forward, but then when the cart falls away and you need to go to another cart, it will just stop you dead. Like right there, you need to hold forward in order to make it across to the next cart, because otherwise you'll just not be moving forward anymore all of a sudden and fall into the pit. And like, yeah, that's something that is in this stage. It is not in the other minecart, the other railcart stages. That's not how the other stages work. And like, they've had minecart stages in Donkey Kong Country 1, and those had, like, the mechanics of how they worked were different and individually unique sometimes. And it just, like, that's one of the things, that even when they have gimmicks that look very similar, they seem to be designed from the ground up, because they're all, like, they have very unique mechanics that you can't really apply your mastery of one version of the gimmick to a different one. So it's just not. I don't like it. Anyway, that's the stage, Target Terror, and there's a little blast barrel to get the little end goal bonus target thing. Bramble Scramble. This is a bramble stage without all the blast barrel. You just are running around and there's brambles. And okay, there are some blast barrels, but it's not all about blast barrels. It's mostly about scrambling over the brambles. There's a photo over here. Hidden, like, behind the start. It's behind the start. They start you at a spot where you need to go left from the start, which is always... that's something that Nick always calls out. It's actively going against gaming convention, which it's not that big of a deal, but this game does kind of expect you to rely on gaming conventions sometimes, so that kind of makes it a bit more of a problem. By the way, over here, when you grab an invulnerability barrel, you are invincible, your partner is not. So if you do a team throw and throw your partner onto the spikes, you're invulnerable, but they will still take damage, and you'll lose the extra hit. So, there's that. Which, again, it's just like a weird kind of, not exactly inconsistent, but it's... You have this thing that you are told makes you invulnerable, and you think, oh, okay, that means I can't take hits. But no, there is actually this specific situation where you can take a hit. Anyway, Squawks. Again, they really like putting Squawks in the brambles. Just like making you carefully maneuver through the deadly walls with a flight mechanic that is difficult-ish to control. Like, okay, I shouldn't say ish. It is difficult to control. Like, it takes a bit to get the hang of. I eventually did get the hang of it. By the end, I was really good with Squawks. But it does take a bit to get the hang of, and especially requires you to fully understand how ascending and descending, like the speed at which you ascend and descend, and how you can make that faster or slower with your buttons. And we've just got a bunch of... Yeah, the Renzingers are kind of a weird thing. It's like, we've given you the ability to kill stuff. We're going to take that away in specific situations. In any video game, I always feel like a little bit bothered by an enemy that you cannot kill, when normally enemies are things that you kill and clear, and that's how the game works. And just like, whenever there's an enemy that is the special enemy that you can't kill, then that always kind of bothers me a little bit. Bothered me much more as a kid, but, you know, that's just it. Anyway, Squitter. Oh, there's a secret there, because there's a banana in the brambles, so that means there's a hidden thing there. That's an inconsistent thing, because other times they've had bananas in the walls that you cannot actually grab in any way, so they don't indicate anything, but it was one banana and not like an arrow of bananas, so that meant you should touch the thing that normally hurts, so that you can get through the secret. There's Squawks again, a second Squawks section in this level. Just, they really liked putting Squawks in the brambles. Like... yeah. Ah, there's Feather. It's guarded by the wasps, and you need to kill the ones so that you can slip up and get without being murdered. These ones go in a circle. This the zinger go round. Squawks makes a weird noise when it takes damage. Like, that's not a bird noise that Squawks makes. It's like a weird kind of chittering cough, almost? I don't know what that noise is. Maybe it's the sound of Squawks strangling on all these nuts in its gullet. The end of the stage is guarded by ghosts. And they're constantly throwing their attack shot at you. It's almost like they're mirroring you with the shots. You need to shoot them before they shoot you with the crate. Something like this. Like, that kind of bothered me with, like, the screen should have been larger to be able to see there. Like, on the original version of the game, you would have been able to see down there, but because we have the small screen, you can't see down there, so it's like, is there something down there that I need to grab before I jump and hit the bonus? Because if you jump down, then you can't get the bonus anymore, because you need to jump from up there. So, Kong Nap. The Zingers are kidnapping the Kong family. You need to rescue them. Here's another new gimmick for the gyrocopter, where you collect people. You need to rescue 6 hostages. And so you see here, we've got, you fly around, and you've got your little radar kind of poorly shows where there, look at that, it's Tiny Kong. I remember Tiny Kong, that's Dixie's sister. She was in Donkey Kong 64. And you grab her, and you bring her back to the helipad, and you saved her! Hooray! And then you go to forward, and you know, oh look, it's Tiny Kong! Look at that! By the way, you can shoot those clocks that are pickups, and they just explode. You can obliterate your extra time. If you're too slow in collecting Tiny Kong and her many clones, they can get grabbed by zingers and taken into the holes in the walls where they will be lost forever. And then you're sad. And if you lose too many of them, then you won't be able to get the 6 you need to succeed at the mission. So, like, the fact that this is clearly Tiny Kong, and there are clearly, what was that, 10? 10 different primates dressed up as Tiny Kong? There's some lore implications here. Like, do the main members of the Kong family have, like, body doubles for them and their, like, actual direct family members? Like, does Tiny Kong get body double protection because Dixie has a high rank in the family because she's dating Diddy, who is the patriarch's good little buddy? Did they actually clone Tiny Kong a bunch of times? Is there some other weird reason that a bunch of different chimps are dressed as her? I don't know. Anyway, this gets a little tedious. It's a small area. There's only ever one Tiny Kong to rescue at a time. And then you need to drop them off and then the next one appears. Or they get taken away forever and then the next one appears. As soon as you get to 6, that's mission complete. Banana. We have here Rickety Race. Here's another one of those railcar stages. You'll see this one. This one works differently. It does not have the changing carts. And it kind of has a mechanic that it you just kind of need to observe and understand, which we'll see after we go through this bonus stage. This one's all about murder. This whole stage, it's all about murder. You've got these guys on other carts, and you murder them with your cart. So, as the name of the stage suggests, this is kind of a race. There are all these other racers, all these other Kremlings on the tracks, and you need to race against them. Catch up to the guy, and you murder them, and then you're in 9th place, because you murdered the man in 9th place. And you do that continuing, that's the guy in 8th place, and you need to take 8th place, and there's 7th, you need to take 7th, and each time you kill one of them, you get a reward from it. Those were giving us bananas, and as you get through, that was giving us more bananas. You get additional bananas from the ones that are in higher further ahead places. And, I screwed up here and needed to get use the star barrel, the checkpoint. When you do that, you go back to 10th place and start with the 9th place person. And, you do need to win the race for the video game hero medal. We'll see that, after I finish this run. I go back and do the run where I do the whole thing in one go and win the race and kill everybody. So that is here. The main key to winning this is recognizing that you should jump over the steep downhill sections, which is not something that you could do in the other railcar stage, where it was always keeping you tied horizontally to where the cart was. Because you in the previous one, in Target Terror, you would jump off of the cart, and the cart would continue moving below you. So you couldn't, jump and avoid the steep segments in that one. But this one, when you jump, the whole cart jumps. So you can avoid the slowdown from taking a downhill segment by jumping over it. And, you do need to do the jump before you actually hit the downhill slope. Because you wouldn't think going downhill slows you, but it does for some reason. It slows you just as much as going up an equally steep slope. So, you defeat the first place racer and you get the video game hero medal, and that's how you get that in this stage. And then here's getting the end goal target. I got another coin. Dixie rocks out. Here's some more Cranky. We're gonna have another ostrich race. Eight-legged friend would go halfway to help. Eight-legged friend helps all of the way. Critter is the best always. That one just says jump over thorns. So, yeah, as you can see here, this is where I decided that strength is super important. So, I was still thinking that flight and boost might have some value, but It's fine. These birds have windy names. And espresso is now the strongest burp that will push through all the other burp. Yeah, these races got very, like, samey. They're just kind of there. Not particularly great, not particularly bad. I guess kind of a bit of a welcome reprieve from standard gameplay. So you didn't have to worry about, whoops, I died, better start over a big section of the thing. Yeah, it's just sort of there. They really, the tracks are not, like, unique enough, I feel like. Like, yeah, there's kind of a progression along the way of, you know, increased obstacles, more stuff to deal with along each one as you get through, but they're very, very samey. That trophy is a smaller egg on a stick. Big stick. Next is more Swanky. They kind of clumped these up sometimes. And then a bunch of NPC stops all at once. I think that's, like, every one of Swanky's bonus bonanzas has that question. What's the name of this area of the island? Like, I'm pretty sure every single one of them has that question. And you know what was better than this was Chuck Quizmo. Those were better quiz questions. I miss Chuck Quizmo. He phased himself out of reality whenever you saw him. I think that this question actually changed what the color of his vest might have actually changed in this version of the game. This is a weird question. What's an enemy that you haven't seen yet? Because that's one that only really makes sense if you are doing these as you approach them and aren't, like, passing by and coming back later or something. Especially because the Cat O' Nine Tails, which was the answer to that question, is in this stage. With Mudhole Marsh here. Like, the gimmick of the stage is sort of halfway, like, introducing them. And also, there's lots of neckies and hooks over the marsh. The Death Marsh. This is just sort of... There's a lot of just jump over the marsh and grab hit the things, avoid the things, and... Like, this barrel, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be able to get into here with a team throw. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to need, the cat o' nine tails to throw you. Because that's the whole deal with that enemy, is that, you know, it spins around, and it hits you and kills you, but if you jump on it while it's spinning, then it will instead tangle you up in the tails and throw you, and that gives you, like, a big height boost. By the way, they added sound effects to this enemy, of it, like, licking its paws and meowing, just to make sure you know this is definitely it's a cat. It's not a blue hedgehog with spines. It's a blue cat with its tails. It's not a hedgehog. Why would you think that? It's the original, it didn't have any of those sound effects. Also, it took me a long time to actually figure out how those enemies work. Like, what determines whether the cat o' nine tails will throw you versus just damaging you felt very obtuse. Like, I eventually did figure out that, at the very least, I could get it to consistently throw me by jumping on it while it is spinning. But, like, I swear I've had times where, like, I just kinda tried to roll into it and that worked. Other times where I felt like I jumped into it and it didn't work. Like, I definitely remember that being a problem in the first SNES version of this game. Was there was that specifically that bonus where you needed the cat o' nine tails to throw you, because in the SNES version it was higher up. I'm pretty sure that like they did reduce the height of some of the levels. Here they've got the DK Hero Medal as the one of the things at the end goal gate, which requires you to time things correctly with the guy firing the barrels that you bounce off of, which is kind of a bit annoying. At the very least, they made the timing on it easier in this version. In the original Donkey Kong Country 2, that cycled faster, so you had much less time to actually grab the coin. But naturally, if you miss it, you have to replay the entire world, because now you've just cleared the world, and you've cleared the midpoint that you had, so you have to start over from the beginning and go through the entire level again. Clobber Carnage. This stage is all about Clobber. It's the guy that's in a barrel, and he pops out of a barrel, and then he tries to bump you into things, and the different versions of them also make you drop stuff. Like I said before, the yellow one makes you drop bananas, and like you can pick them back up if you grab them quickly enough, but and there's the black one that makes you drop a life. And also, the other gimmick of the stage is these manual rotating barrels. So it's the clobbers on land and the rotating barrels on all of the gaps between land where it's spikes all over and zingers and pits. I thought there might be something in there, but there's not. That's just a thing to get bananas. And up there is just a thing to get an extra hit. And they've got all these, like, the character-specific barrels that make you take very slightly different paths, depending on which characters you have and use to go through them. And that's right, there's also the, I think it's Kaboom, it's what it's called, the Klubba that's in a TNT barrel. That one, if it runs into you, just explodes and you take damage. It doesn't, like, bump you. But yeah, here's the other, like, major gimmick of the thing, is you've got this rotating barrel that scrolls across this entire spike pit that you need to carefully fire through to avoid all these zingers along the way. And that has the Kaboom TNT guy has camera, and you basically just need to pick him up while the other one is nearby, and you'll explode them and get the photo there. And yeah, here you just kind of need to do all this rotatey, quickly maneuver before you get to where the barrel's at the zinger. Make sure you're precise in all of your aiming so you don't fall in the spikes. Quick about it, because they're on a timer and things always moving, and then you got the part where you need to fire over the stacks. And then you just kind of need to jump into the spike pit. Except the spot where there's not the spikes in the spike pit. The stage feels short to just look at it played through. By the way, yeah, there's secret bonus and feather at the very end of the stage. Now, this was the one where, like, Cranky's hint was down is out, but right is something. Where the hint is supposed to mean that down, shooting down here onto the target sends you out of the stage, but going right will shoot you up into the bonus. So, kind of obtuse, but again, like, if you're understanding what it's supposed to mean, it does actually make an amount of sense. Back to mainland. Ramby Rumble. This is actually a decent stage. Like, it's a stage that's split in half a little weirdly. Like, the first half is basically indistinguishable from Hornet Hole. You've got the honey, you've got the hornets, you've got the climbing. It's just sort of there. It's like when you get to the second half of the stage, it's actually good. By the way, there's the feather. You need to go off. There's like hooks down there that you're supposed to like grab and jump across to, but you can just use Dixie. You can just use Dixie. Dixie's great. She allows you to fly over the level, which means you are not engaging with the level. Which, as I said, is the best way to play the games, is to just not engage with them as much as possible. After you're climbing up, you gotta be careful with how you do the wall jumps. Be good at doing the wall jump on the honey, this thing that's in like 2 stages ever, and that's it. There's no other honey stages after this, it's just the 2 of them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, I'm definitely sure there's just the 2. Yeah, it's just do scaling the wall fast. Can you scale the wall fast? You got it. Here's your coin. And then, yeah, got a camera guy up there. Not too far out of sight. And yeah, from the star barrel, you've got First you have to jump over this little room where you turn into Rambi, because this is where you get the hero coin, and you can't get up there with Rambi because you can't climb the honey with Rambi. So you gotta jump over. But yeah, you've got the second half of the stage is just, here's Rambi. Go on a rampage. It's like, things like this just kind of give you... Rambi does not get stuck on the honey, so the honey has no meaning here anymore. It's basically there to be like, if you somehow managed to get your way out here without Rambi, you're just gonna have a very bad time. But otherwise it's pointless. You got the giant zinger that just sort of shows up that there's no real, like, explanation or way to understand that this yellow zinger hurts Rambi, unlike the smaller ones, which you just kind of have to encounter or just, like, pick up on the video game convention of the big thing is chasing you, you have to run from it. But yeah, like it's if you actually understand what's happening, the latter part of that stage is pretty fun. Because you can just kind of roll through with Rambi and explode everything and just charge nonstop. King Zing's Sting. In the original Donkey Kong Country 2, this pissed me off hard. Less because of the fight itself, and more because after the fight, in the following world, I died and lost all of my progress before reaching the save point in that world. So, like, honestly, I'm not sure if it's just that I understand how to move Squawks better, or if it's easier to move Squawks in this version, or what, but I found this fight very, very easy compared to the first time through when I did this before on the SNES. Because you just kind of, like, slip behind and shoot it in the sting there, and... Yeah, I think it is that it's something big, it's majorly to do with the screen. Because the original version was a much larger room. This has a much smaller room. The width of the room is just the resolution width of the Game Boy Advance screen. So they made this room a lot smaller for this version, which makes the fight a lot easier. So, not complaining about that, just something to be aware of, that is why this just kind of went so smoothly compared to previously. Oh. I kind of screw around because I was trying to remember if I got if I missed anything in there, and I didn't. So moving forward, Gloomy Gulch with Ghostly Grove. This is a stage about ghosts. There's ghosts, it's the cloak, it's the gimmick of the stage. The first one at the start of the stage has the photograph, so wait for it to come down and then kill it, and you get the photograph. And, right, the gimmick of this wasn't just the cloaks, it was these ropes that only appear in this stage. They're ghost ropes. They disappear after they're there for a few seconds, and then they come back. And that's the gimmick of the stage, is you climb these ropes that disappear, so you have to be moving quickly to get through before they disappear. So, even in this stage, like, I feel like they barely did anything with that gimmick. Like, this is mostly a ground running stage. but it just kind of also has these ghost rope thingies. Yeah, most of the stages just sort of deal with the Klobbers and the... What was it, Cruncha? It was either Crusha or Cruncha, was the big guys. They had different names in every game, but they're the same thing. That chest had a chest, and this chest has a chest, and this chest has a chest, and this chest has a chest in it, and this chest has the coin in it. It looks like it's just a chest that you need to hit multiple times to break open. But I'm pretty sure the code in the back end was, it's a chest that contains 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 a coin. Here you gotta be careful with the timing, because the things will disappear on you, and there's a pit. Oh no. This is a pit. Yeah, just watching these stages, watching my finished, successful run-through of them, it looks a lot easier than it actually was. Because just, like, controlling this game is not straightforward in a lot of ways. Like, I know I've said, I said back with Donkey Kong Country 1, and possibly the Donkey Kong Land, that it accurately portrayed the feeling of piloting a gorilla. And in a lot of ways, this accurately portrays the feeling of piloting a monkey and a chimpanzee. They're very, like, speedy in ways that are not great. They're... like, precision is very difficult with them. Like, you're going to see at the end of because of course, at the end of this this game, I'm going to have one of my All the Deaths videos, because I died a lot playing this game, as with all of the Donkey Kong Country games. So, you'll get to see how many times I died on each of these stages. It was a lot. It was a lot. And I make it look very easy when I edit out all of the parts where I died and only show you the successful runs, where I already know what the stage ahead looks like, and I just kind of go through because I've died a bunch and memorized the stage. There, Cranky insults his wife, insults Rickety, and I think that's weird, and I don't like that. I don't like that weird heteronormative trope of marriage being this, like, horrible thing that guys get forced into, and then there's their wife is just the old battle axe, and don't force yourself into a relationship with someone that you aren't compatible with. Just don't. Here's another race. This one is blue. It just has a blue tint on everything. I think because it's supposed to be like a ghost thing. It's ghostly. Look at that, it's all blue. Like, it's a weird ghostly place. But it's just kind of... Here's a normal area, except it's blue. Like, aside from the blue, this is indistinguishable from the previous area that we did the race on. It's just got a different layout of the obstacles, the mud pits, and the water, and jump things you gotta jump over. And the pads, but it's just sorta very samey. Like I said, these get very tedious and samey, and it's just not very interesting. may look like I'm not doing too well, but you see, once you get ahead, you stay ahead. As long as you don't, like, get caught up in the traps, the like, sand pits and such, you just need to get ahead and you just stay ahead. Especially because, yeah, you can see here, the NPC bird racers get caught up in the traps quite a bit, and once you're in front, then you don't have to worry about them grabbing the pickups, and so you can grab the pickups, and then you get even further in front. It's one of those, the winner wins more. That trophy is an ice cream cone? It's kind of a sphere on top of a cone, or something. Third. Haunted Hall. The third and final of the railcar stages, which, again, completely different gimmick. This had a feather hidden down here. You can see it through the gap there once you're already below the area. Can't really get low enough to see it. The whole gimmick here is you've got these block sections where, oh no, there's a ghost chasing you, and you gotta grab the barrel. In the original version of the game, those plus and minus barrels would affect your actual speed. And in this version, they just affect a timer. And it's a weird change to make, where it just kind of like... It makes it not make sense. This bonus I always kind of liked, because it's like does this weird thing where suddenly you go backwards, and then it kicks you back out, and then you do that and go into the next bonus. Like, I thought that was kind of nifty, honestly. This bonus, though, feels weird because it's... You just... unlike all of the other star-collecting bonuses before here, you don't have to grab every single star. There's more stars than what you actually need. You just need to grab enough as you zoom through. So it's just this weird thing where, like, you're not really sure if you're doing well enough until you hit the end. But yeah, the plus and minus barrels in this one, all they do is affect the timer up at the top, where, you know, your plus barrels give you extra time, the minus barrels take away time, and if the timer runs out, then the ghost touches you and you take damage. Whereas in the original version of the game, it would affect your speed, and just if you slowed down too much, then it would touch you and you'd take damage. So, you know, it made more sense in the original, but I guess this is a bit more clear about, like, how many mistakes you can make. Because you've got the number up there. And you are allowed to make mistakes. Like, you don't have to be absolutely perfect on those. Which is nice. This bonus you have to be fairly perfect, because it's all these tight jumps. And this is one of those bonuses where if you screw up, if you fail to do the bonus, you need to just get yourself killed so you can go backwards in the stage, because you can't go backwards in this stage. You're on the rail car until the end. So there were a number of times that I just let myself die immediately after there because I fell during that bonus and didn't get the bonus, and, well, I don't want to redo the whole stage, so I'll just die and go back to the checkpoint so I can try the bonus again. Anyway, that's a stage. It's a stage. There's the hero medal. Grab it before you leave. Wasn't sure if there's like, oh right, yeah, there's also a photo under there. Grab that before you leave. There's a number of things that are hidden at the exact end of a stage. So, you know, if you don't quite notice it, or if you aren't aware it's there, if you miss it, you have to replay the whole stage in order to get another chance at it. Gusty Glade. This level is the one that made me hardcore pissed the first time that I played this game. This is the one that killed me, and I ran out of lives, and I had to go back and redo King Zing's Ting. Because it's this stupid wind. Like, wind as a mechanic in a platforming game is reasonable. It's a thing, you know. Having an effect that alters your air control, your air movement, makes that, like, it adds an interesting challenge. The way that they handle the wind in this game is fucking bullshit. Because the wind changes in ways that, on first appearance, are very arbitrary. Like, oh, and here, like, in the original game, you're supposed to have Ratley there to be able to jump up and grab you, get you into that barrel, but you can just kind of jump from the side there. So, just a couple of things in there that just made this a little bit less of a pain in the ass. But yeah, like, there are specific points in the stage where the wind's behavior will change, and when you pass that point, the wind does X thing. Like here, for this section of the stage, the wind is blowing you back hard. And then once you hit that exact, like, X plane of the map, it will suddenly start blowing forward very hard. And until you have played the stage and memorized this, you will not understand what the wind is doing. It will just appear to be arbitrarily changing as you're trying to move in a way that cannot be predicted until you have memorized the stage. And I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, especially because, again, in the original version of the game, this stage and its very harsh learn by dying format caused me to lose 4 stages worth of progress because I had not gotten to the point where you are allowed to save in this world. And again, in this version of the game, that's something that is no longer a problem, because you can save at any time. There is still... like, there's still an annoyance of it, though. Because you're going through the stage, and suddenly the wind does something unexpected, and it's like, why did the wind do that? Again, why did that happen? The thing that I say in the game a lot. But, like, until I played this stage enough to memorize exactly how the wind changes at what specific parts of the stage, I was constantly asking, why did that happen? Because there is absolutely nothing that signposts or indicates or in any way lets you understand what the wind does, other than memorize the stage by playing through it and probably dying a lot. Here's 5 more pages of hints of the photos, and also, sometimes walls aren't walls. Sometimes the hitboxes of things just aren't there. The hitboxes are arbitrary. You know, they don't correlate to the graphics in any meaningful way. Sometimes this is very intentional. God, yeah, this... this game. I don't like this game. Oh. And there's something to be said as well, that, a lot of criticism about this game, I feel, tends to be dismissed by people saying, oh, well, it's a hard game, and if you don't like it hard, then of course you're not gonna like the game because you can't do a hard game. You know, that very toxic gamer mentality of just belittling other people who don't push through and play through a bad game until they get good at the bad game. But, like, I enjoy difficult games. Mario vs. Donkey Kong was an extremely difficult game. Like, I died in that over 600 times. I know, I counted. There's a whole video about it. But, I did not dislike that game. At the end of, like, there were times where I got frustrated, sure. There were times where I got maybe a little heated, but at no point did I hate the game. This game I hate. Because it's not just, oh, it's hard. It's hard for bad reasons. You know, it has difficulty that isn't about being skilled. It's difficulty that isn't testing how good you are at playing a video game. It's testing how much have you memorized this specific game and these stages. And how much have you memorized the nuances of how every stage in this game is different in some way? How well have you memorized the gimmick of each specific stage? Yeah, and so yeah, it's not just, oh, this is a hard game. I think a lot of people will like the Donkey Kong Country games because the bad nature of the difficulty forced them to play it more as a kid than they did other games that were better. And so kids developed a sort of Stockholm syndrome of, like, the slow struggle of getting through and then trying to beat things and learning the game and making progress slowly. And like, there's a lot of value in that kind of gameplay. There's definitely solid value in that, like, a game that is very difficult, that you make incremental progress on, that you need to practice a lot. But this game, again, I feel like it doesn't do it well. Mostly, it's a matter of the fact that when I fail at this game, half the time it does not feel like I did something wrong. It feels like the game did something at me that I could not have anticipated because I had not yet memorized the stage. And that, I think, is yeah, again, that's like a big difference between this game and other games that are similar in nature of, like, making incremental progress, struggling through, is that other games that have that kind of gameplay loop where you're struggling, you're making incremental progress, you can look at what is going on and understand what you need to do in advance in a good game. Now, a good example of this is Celeste. Celeste is a very difficult game where you make incremental progress, screen by screen, to, you know, ascend the mountain, and sometimes you can lose progress and you can fall, and it's, you know, it's a very difficult thing. You make these very precise jumps, but you can look at the screen and know this is the sequence of actions I need to perform in order to clear this. Whereas in the Donkey Kong Country games, there are a very large number of situations where you cannot know what you need to do until you have failed to do it. By the way, here, if you're in a team throw formation, you can just miss Squawks. By the way, that's not something the game ever tells you. The purple bird is Quawks. It's a different bird from Squawks. Squawks can fly. Quawks can only just sort of fall slowly. This was a big problem in Donkey Kong Land 2, where they had Quawks as well as Squawks, but it was a grayscale game, so there was nothing distinguishing them. So if you're just playing the game and you get to this stage in Donkey Kong Land 2, you're just very confused by why this particular bird can't fly or fire nuts, and it's just weird and annoying and bad. And the Donkey Kong Land games were very bad. That zinger has a photo. You throw a crate at it. This stage, you absolutely need to understand the fact that you can descend faster with the birds by holding down on D-pad. Because there are spots where you need to slip quickly through an area and, you know, just... if you just allow the descent to happen, if you're not making it faster, then you're just not going to succeed. And you're gonna die a lot, and it will be unpleasant. Yeah, a good game. You can look at the what's ahead and understand what you need to do, or, barring that, you can understand what you need to do as you approach each area, even if you don't necessarily have a lot of time to react and understand what you need to do on the fly. Whereas the Donkey Kong Country games, yeah, because they're very gimmick heavy, there are a lot of areas where there is absolutely no possible way that you could know what is happening and what is coming up and what you need to do until you are past the point where you are no longer capable of doing it successfully. And yeah, the Gusty Glade there is the prime example of that, with the wind that changes in a way that is impossible to understand in advance. This stage, at least, is not very hard. You're going down. Like, you still need to memorize the arrangements of the zingers to a degree to know, like, where you need to hang, especially with how short the screen size is. You can't see terribly far below you compared to how you could in the original game, so you're very limited there. Once again, here's a kiosk that you cannot have enough coins to get through if you've been buying all of the Lost World areas up till this point. Funky! There's another copter stage. This needs help. I don't like this. Do not refer to your boombox as a ghetto blaster. That is an offensive phrase that pearl-clutching white suburbanites use because they're afraid of the loud musics that the urban kids, the black kids, play. It is encoded racism, and it's bad. Don't do it. You should not be using that phrase. Rare. You should not be using that phrase. It's... yeah. There's a lot of kind of subtle racism in Rare's games that is really, really bad. That sort of imperialist British racism that happens. Anyway, this is a stage where the whole gimmick is there's these arrows on the wall, and you need to shoot them in the right sequence, and you learn the sequence through trial and error. And when you shoot them in the right sequence, it makes the water level drop. And then you can go further down, because there's not air bubbles in this stage, so you don't have the ability to replenish air, unlike the last one where you were going underwater, where that was the entire gimmick of it. Anyway, there's the boombox at the very bottom, and you grab it and you bring it all the way back up, and that's the thing. Time is a little bit tight, but it's a fairly simple thing overall. Yeah, this is a bit longer than it needed to be. Something kind of funny that you've probably seen a few times. You can shoot Funky with the copter, and he goes like, "Oh, not cool, man," or "Ouch." That's kind of amusing. Now I can listen to the DK rap all night long. That's another, like, weirdly, subtly racist kind of thing. This is something that I was actually thinking about recently, that as a result of reading that line. The DK rap from Donkey Kong 64, like, it was made as, it was, you know, intended to be this silly joke thing. But thinking about it more and examining it more, it feels like the joke isn't, "Oh, look, this is a goofy rap." It feels like the joke is, "Oh, look, rap." Like, they're treating rap itself as a joke, the musical genre. Which, given the roots of the genre, there's a strong element of racism to that. Like, that's a little bit of a stretch, I admit, but there's enough other very clear instances of racism in Rare's work that it paints a picture that is not very good for them. Anyway, this is Webwoods. It starts out with this. The mist effect here is incredibly distracting. Like, it was less of an issue in the original version of the game, I think. But here, with the way that the GBA handles lighting and everything, I feel like it's just very in the way, very distracting. And it's not like, there's not really a purpose to it. Like, it's an atmospheric thing, kinda. Like, I guess this whole zone is supposed to be all the spooky ghost zone, everything's all the spooky area, so it's got the fog and mist, and that makes it spooky. But this stage is entirely about Squitter. This is the stage where you turn into Squitter, and then you use Squitter to go through the whole stage. There's nothing in the stage that does anything about spookiness other than this mist effect over it. So it's really just kind of there for no reason. As far as the stage goes, it's okay. Largely because you can skip over most of it because you can be Squitter. You can just kind of... Like, okay, something that is more of an issue in this than in the original. You are somewhat limited in your ability to jump over, to just web your way over the entire stage by the arbitrary stage barriers that exist. Like, there's a height cap to the level that is honestly pretty low compared to the actual elements of the stage that you need to go through. And, like, the where that is exactly shifts up and down as you progress through the stage. So, like, you could be going straight forward, and the ceiling of the level will start lowering down on you, and suddenly you won't be able to keep going. And, it's just kind of another weird little way that they discourage exploration and, trying things. Because that, like, if you run into that kind of ceiling boundary, then your webs just sort of stop working, and unless you realize that you're at the ceiling, it's just like, well, why did that happen? It's another one of those why did that happen moments. And there's also just the fact that, like, large portions of this stage are just emptiness. Like, you're up in the air and you have no idea how far down the land is, and that's made worse by the fact that you can't see far below you because of the screen size. And you just sort of need to carefully descend to make sure that you're not gonna, like, fall on anything. Or, you know, miss everything and fall in the pit. Because it's pits all over. Here's Squitter and Brambles. Like, I don't have too many complaints about this stage, because it's Squitter. Squitter makes everything better. Squitter's the best part of this game. It's longer than it needs to be. It has that weird, annoying mist effect. It has the arbitrary stage ceiling that can throw you off if you're not... If you're, like, trying to go too far above the stage. You know, doing the thing that is the best way to handle their stages, which is to not interact with them. Don't engage with the stage, just go over the whole thing. Down here in the corner, there's, Gold Feather. You just kind of go all the way down, and then you go back up, because your webs. Here, it was kind of nifty how they had the one bonus where, oh, you gotta get the cannon to fire the cannonball at the wall and it blows open. And then they just did the exact same thing a second time in the same stage. And that's lazy. Like, if they had done it in a different stage, okay. Now you're being, you know, clever. Twice in the same stage? No. Anyway, that's the end of the Webwoods. There goes Square. This is another stage that has the DK metal coin as a end stage goal, and my fingers slipped and I instantly fired out of the barrel when I jumped into it. It's like I was going to do like I thought I would need to do like a whirlwind twirl to get into the barrel, but then I got into the barrel and hit a button and it fired out. So that was another stage where I needed to redo the entire thing after clearing it because I needed to get the bonus at the very end of the stage that I missed. Creepy Crow. It's a ghost. It's the ghost of the boss that you killed that was a ghost that went away as a ghost and you killed it. And there's ghosts, and sometimes there's a not ghost, and when you defeat the not ghost, it makes a barrel appear for some reason. Because video game. Just because video game. That's the only reason anything happens in these, is just because video game. And you need to ascend the rigging while there's eggs coming down at you, and An important note, Diddy climbs the rigging faster than Dixie. I'm sure that gets mentioned somewhere by Wrinkly, somewhere early on, but I didn't pay close enough attention to the things that Wrinkly said, because I already know all of the things about how the game works now that I've beaten it, since I had already previously beaten the game. And just kind of need to get through that. You can defeat a ghost by jumping on it, by the way. It feels unintuitive, but you can just do it. That one explodes. You hit it with some barrels, and it explodes. And then Cranky kind of puts a lampshade on it by pointing out that it's just sort of uninspired and not actually that scary, but also it's a boss fight that you have to memorize, because that's how all the boss fights work, is you have to memorize the boss pattern and die repeatedly as you memorize the boss pattern. Let's go back to the Lost World. Let's get lost again. That's fun, isn't it? Getting lost. This time, for a fiery furnace. At this time, before going into the stage, I took a quick look at what Cranky's help was, just to make sure that I didn't miss the bonus there, because they're useful. They're useful hints. Most of them, like, a lot of the bonuses I just remembered from the previous time that I played the game, or they're pretty obvious in, like, what places. The gimmick of this stage is these remote control barrels. The ones where you get in the barrel, and then you can move the barrel around freely with the D-pad until the timer runs out, or until you manually shoot yourself out of the barrel. These barrels don't exist in any other stage of the game, so that's the gimmick of this stage. So, again, it's something that, like, the only opportunity you have to explore and understand the gimmick here is the beginning of this stage, where you get, like, a barrel for free to play around with. And then you need to, like, do these precision things with it. And you're going to die a lot until you get a feel for how they move, and where you need to go, and where you need to shoot out of things. And it's not good. Not enjoyable. Yeah, I don't really have too much else to say about this stage. It's, you've got the barrels. That's the gimmick, is the barrels, and I already said everything about the barrels. They move, and after a time, they fire. And that's it. That cat o' nine tails has a photo. What you're supposed to do is, like, wait until it gets dizzy, and then go and defeat it. Like, stay away from it until it spins out and gets dizzy, and then you can jump on it and defeat it. And I just kind of rammed forward into it because I didn't succeed at getting away. And up there, that's another one that, like, the intended way to get up there is by getting thrown by the cat o' nine tails, but if you have your partner, you could also team throw to get up there. And this is an annoying bonus, because here you have to navigate the remote control barrel through the brambles. So, you know, do precision maneuvering of this thing that you've only had this stage, one stage, to practice with. You've got the zingers you gotta get around, you got all these brambles to get around. The brambles, of course, are another sprite that obfuscates the locations of the hitboxes. So, you know, just don't be at the wrong pixel overlapping with the brambles, Because you can overlap the brambles to some amount, but if you overlap them too much, well, then you've hit the hitbox. And if you fail that bonus, you get kicked out to that barrel that's pointing at the end of the stage. And you can't get out of that blast barrel without hitting the end of stage goal. So, if you've cleared the stage once and are needing to redo it and get that bonus, you can start select out if you wind up in that barrel after failing the bonus, and then you'll at least still have the midpoint to get back with. But, that's a spot that's just kind of like, do this thing that you've had no time to practice, do it perfectly. If you fail, repeat an entire stage. And that's... like, that's the thing. Is that they expect you to do a very difficult thing with very high precision that you haven't had time to practice, and the penalty for failure is very high. I made this complaint in Mario vs. Donkey Kong with some of the Donkey Kong boss stages, where you're playing the game in a way that is very different from the rest of the puzzle stages that you're playing. By the way, there's a random camera in a hidden pocket here behind a false wall. Yeah, so there's any time where a game changes up the way that it plays and then immediately expects you to play with high mastery in this new game format and punishes you harshly for failure. That is bad design. That is, honestly, a little bit abusive design. So, here's another one of those bonuses where you just need to grab enough stars as it goes down. This one, at least, if you screw it up, the holes, the entrance is just right there. You can turn around and grab it again immediately. This level I had to do a couple of runs of, because I ended up missing a lot along the way. And also dying a lot along the way. Because... actually, did I die a lot in this stage? I don't remember. A lot of these stages, like, the things that happened to me in them blur together. Like, the actual layouts of the stages honestly blur together sometimes too, even though I had to memorize the stages to get through. They're very samey in a lot of ways. There's not much in the way of, like, landmarks. There's just the shape of the walls is really the landmarks. The shapes of the walls and occasionally the enemies. That you just need to, like, remember how things go. And a lot of times it's not very memorable. So, like, yeah, I had to memorize every stage in this game. We'll get to why that is later. But I did have to memorize every stage in this game. And I finished playing this a few days ago. And I put it together to record the commentary over for this. And I've already, like, completely forgotten the stages. Like, I'm looking at these stages and, like, bits and pieces of it are familiar, but once I've finished playing the stage, it's completely unmemorable. Once I have finished needing to have it memorized, I don't remember it at all. And that's another indication of just bad design. Like, there's a lot of stages in Super Mario Bros. 3 that are very memorable. That, like, I can very clearly remember, even if when I play the game after having not played it for a long time. I'm like, oh, by the way, that's an example of an underwater enemy just vanishing as soon as the water is not there for it. But yeah, there's a lot of stages in, like, Mario 3 and other good platformers that, like, they're very memorable. All of the areas have, like, clear landmarks of things. You can remember there's, like, set pieces that you do that make things interesting and memorable. And this game, it's, like, when you have all of these gimmick levels, each instance of the gimmick in that level tends to blend in with each other instance of the gimmick in that level. Whereas if you were to mix things up, introduce the gimmicks at the start as just game mechanics and then pepper them throughout, that would be a lot more memorable. It would be a lot more interesting. It would be a lot better of a challenge. Anyway, you get a free picture if you've visited Cranky's hut on every world. So, there's that. Yeah, there's... I feel like some of the hints in this block were actually, like, not accurate entirely. There's some things here that are just confusing. This one is just annoying. Like, yeah, there's a subtle hint in there. It's up to you to start, you know, up at the start. But literally he says, I ain't helping you with this one after you have paid for the hint. That is just, like, that is a fuck you from Rare. That is Rare insulting you. And yeah, they put a subtle hint in there. Yes, there's something. But there's still a big aspect of them just trying to rage bait you. And that's a very toxic gamer mindset of rage baiting people, and that's don't do that. Don't rage bait. Just ignore or encourage. You know, don't be an asshole. Have you considered that? Anyway, here's another entirely forgettable ostrich race course. I would say, oh look, it's got the bridge there, that's interesting, but we've already seen that. So, I don't know. It's there. This one is beige. Kind of brownish. It has a castle background. That's it. That's this one. Again, at least the espresso racing stages were pretty, like, simple. Like, other than there was the one in the Lost World that I wasn't prepared for stats-wise, and then there was the one that I got second place on and just needed to redo once. Otherwise, I cleared them all on the first try. That trophy is of the ostrich. It's a steer ostrich race trophy, is the gold ostrich. And imagine if they did that for, like, every sport. Your racing trophy is a gold race car. Football trophy is a gold football player. They actually do kind of do that, don't they? In some things. Sports are silly. This is Castle Crush. This is a very, very slow stage, and it's very annoying. It takes 4.5 minutes for the stage to get from start to end, because it's an auto-scroller, and you can't do faster. So you just kind of have to let it go, and anytime you die, well, there's a whole big amount of auto-scrolling you need to redo. And this is an area where the graphics obfuscating hitboxes causes real problems. Because there were a bunch of times where I got crushed underneath a bit of wall that I didn't think I was under. That I thought I was, just along the edge of the wall. Because look at how far you can overlap with the graphic of the wall before it, stops you moving in. Look at how much you overlap with the ceiling graphic before it stops you. And, if you look closely, you'll eventually notice that, okay, on the sides and on the ceiling, it's the darker part that's where the hitbox starts. But A, you have to look closely, which you're not necessarily doing when you're actively playing the game and trying to avoid obstacles. And B, that does not apply to the floor. If you'll notice here, the floor, you stand a bit above the dark part of the graphic. So, it's actively obfuscating where the hitboxes are and making it inconsistent. Especially when you factor in that sometimes the hitboxes just don't exist because there's a secret passage in the wall. Yeah, the number of times that I have lost lives to Rare's shitty good graphics. The fancy-ass graphics that they did not implement properly is bullshit. It's just bullshit. There's a crook there who has a photo. Literally, if you just stand there and let the thing kill him while he's on screen, then you get it. Or you go to the bonus area, the secret back here where there's Squawks, and you can kill him with a nut from behind. But you can literally just be watching him while the stage progresses and you get the photo for free. But of course you want to have Squawks and fly ahead so that you can get the video game hero medal. Because you need to fly ahead so you can go back down there. And there's the bonus here because Squawks turns into an explosion and blows up the wall for you. Your sacrifice will be forgotten immediately. The bonus is just more of the level. Bonus is just more of the level. It's auto-scrolling, and you run back and forth to avoid the walls in the auto-scroll, and then you get to the top. And that's it. Gold feathers up there. Or no. So this is honestly a little bit clever. They have, from either side, they've got an enemy that you can only attack from the front, and an enemy that you can't attack from the front. You know, the enemies, that one you have to jump on and one you have to roll into. That's kind of clever, is having those in the same area. Then they do that repeatedly throughout the stage, and it stops being clever. Spot with these zingers is just there to, like, spook you, make you panic and run badly, but you can very easily just stand off to the side and they kill themselves before they get anywhere near you. This part is... it's not that actually difficult, but it's something that, like, it's hard to anticipate. With the two crooks throwing back and forth. Like, the exact way that you need to jump to avoid those. It feels a little unintuitive to anticipate when you haven't seen it yet. And oh no, there they have the two on either side with the one different one in the middle, and look at that. That makes it more interesting. And then up here you have the thing where you go, you get... Of course I have to look behind the level exit, because I'm always got to make sure that I'm not gonna miss out on a secret bonus behind the level exit that's important, so... You know, sometimes I just have to not bother with the end level goal, target goal thing to find a search for secrets, just to make sure I don't miss something and have to redo the whole stage. Especially that stage. Don't want to fucking redo Castle Crush. It's so goddamn long. Clapper's Cavern. Is Clapper the seal again? Well, okay, not yet. First, there's this secret area that you go up with hooks, and there's a bonus up here. Behind another arrangement of all of the porcupines, followed by the little crocodile, so if you try to speed your way through, rolling through all of them, you're gonna take a hit. It was clever the first time they did it, and they kept doing it. You could stop now. And after coming out of there, there's these bonuses, and you need to have Dixie here in order to get the gold feather, because you need to either, I'm not sure, you might be able to team throw your way up there, but either way you'll need Dixie to be able to get that feather, and you can only get it after exiting from that first bonus stage. So, this is another stage where you see there's the death fish in the water, except it goes away for this part, where suddenly you're forced to be underwater, and at first you'd panic because, oh shit, the water just overtook me, I'm gonna get hit by the evil death fish that is in there because I couldn't freeze the water. But suddenly no, that it doesn't? Why? That puffer had a photograph. That one doesn't explode on its own. And here, there's the... Here I looked and I thought, oh, well, this is like a little secret corner. Obviously, I gotta find a secret here. And, well, there is a secret here. I hit the wrong part of the wall. Because I grabbed the power-up, the pickups, before paying attention to exactly where they were. This is all about... Look at how bad Unguard is on land. Don't let that happen. This here. Look at that. Look at the way that life moved. That's a very clear instance of what the fuck just happened. Why did that just happen? I went through the sign. The life appeared. Suddenly, it moved for no apparent reason to go behind the sign, and because I was drifting upwards slightly, it then immediately went off screen and despawned. So it's a good thing that lives don't frickin' matter, because I got cheated out of that one. There's an invulnerability barrel hidden over there. You use that to swim underneath and grab the photo there. Or if you've already gotten the photo, then you can use it to get above and blast your way through here unimpeded. Pretty short stage overall, but again, like there's all these spots where you need to have Clapper solidify the floor, and then you need to race across. So you are A, discouraged from exploring, and B, forced to rapidly move through an area that you have not yet seen and have not yet memorized. So, you know, you're basically set up to die repeatedly and redo it until you memorize each section, and then you can get through them quickly enough. Items become visible when you touch them. you know, they become visible after you've already collected them, and it no longer makes any difference that you can see them because you've already collected them. That's a very useful game mechanic. Here's the last block of photo hints. Some of the photos, like, I feel like they shouldn't have hints that you buy for. Because, like, the page 10 photo, the page 11 photo, where it was just one photo, send K. Rool flying. That is literally clear the boss stage. That's it. Just advance through the game until you clear this boss. There's nothing special you need to do. There's no secret to it. Just clear that boss and you'll get the photo. You could spend 10 coins to learn that you just need to advance in the game and you'll get the thing. And that feels really weird. This is a bad stage. Windy well. It's another stage that involves wind, except this time the wind is vertical instead of horizontal. It has the exact same problem of being, basically arbitrary until you have memorized how it works and where it picks up and where it doesn't. Because there are specific vertical planes of the stage where the wind starts and stops. And when you are, you know, when you cross over one of those planes, then the wind will just start or stop as it does. And until you have memorized where those are, it will feel arbitrary when it the way that it starts and stops. And there are points where that will kill you if it does something unexpected. Over here, you need to understand that, you know, you can jump over, and something that is never, I'm pretty sure, explained in here is this gimmick with the wind where you're going on the wind has the same mechanic where you can ascend faster by holding up on the D-pad that you like how you can do when you're flying with Squawks or when you're swimming. And this is a one-stage gimmick where that happens. And, like, how are you supposed to know that? You're just supposed to find it out. Figure it out. Try things. Yeah, this stage killed me a lot. And for very stupid reasons. This is a simple bonus where you just go up here and you kill all of the things. Like, the trick to this bonus is understand how the wind works. Jump until it catches you, and then you get up there and you hit the things. And like, yeah, like, you see these, and it's like, well, what am I supposed to do to get across here? Is the wind gonna pick up? Well, okay, it did pick up, but how was I supposed to know that it was gonna pick up? It looked like it was gonna pick up, but sometimes that doesn't mean anything. So, you know, there's the specific spots where the wind picks up, and until you've memorized those, you're just kind of blindly flailing through. You cannot necessarily look at the screen and understand what needs to be done to clear this section to advance. And like there, like that was a horizontal plane. You know, I went far enough to the right that suddenly the wind stopped. And that dropped me onto the zinger. Like, how am I supposed to know that? Up there, that life is a trap. If you jump to grab the life, the wind will catch you, and now you need to dodge all of those zingers to get across into progress. You know, that's something that is explicitly there to like, they're actively trying to fuck you. And over here, like, you roll across, there's supposed to be wind that catches you and brings you up there. But if you don't jump high enough, it doesn't start, it doesn't catch, and then you fall to a lower area of the stage where it doesn't have any kind of wind programming, and you're just kind of free-falling until you hit something. And a lot of this stage, large portions of the stage, involve dodging zingers as you're ascending with the wind, and once again, you have the problem of the GBA screen size, where you do not have as much vertical visibility as the original design of the level had, and so there are areas where you just don't have time to observe where the zingers are and what they're doing until it is too late to act to avoid them. And then here with these crooks, there's no way for you to know how far they will throw the hooks, because different crooks throw the hooks different distances. It's dependent on the specific enemy, like each one in each location in each part of the game throws their hook a different distance. So, like, getting through there, you either have to have done it and died, or get lucky, or just sort of zoom your way through without knowing what's ahead, which is not generally recommended. Here's Squawks and the Brambles again. And then I figured, what the hell, I'll do the thing to get the bonus and go target thing, because why the hell not? It turned out to be a worthless G. And then that guy makes noise, which ruins Diddy's little rap exit. Chain Link Chamber. This is the stage I remember from the first time I played the game. This was the stage where I had that diatribe that I did against the black clobbers, because this stage has a lot of them. And this was, like, you're going through and just, like, all of a sudden, bam, I've just lost a life there. One of the guys on the chains, the Klinger, I think they're called, the one in the middle up here had a photo. I killed it with the barrel. You can technically defeat these guys by jumping on them, but that's kind of difficult to do with all the chains in the way. You're more likely to grab the chain, and naturally, moving into them from above while you're on the chain does not kill them. You have to actually be jumping to kill them. So, and then up here, you've got, you know, all these little, the secret passages behind all of the guys, and oh, that's got a clobber. Gotta get away from it. You dodge around it, grab the cannon. And like, yeah, this, I don't like this stage. I don't like a lot of stages. This one in particular is really annoying. All of the stages in the castle zone are really annoying. Like, they're designed to kill you repeatedly and make you unhappy. So there's two paths up here. One where you jump up on hooks and one where you're using these barrels. I prefer the barrel path because the hook path, you need to jump off of the hooks very quickly, because the zingers are positioned such that they will damage you if you're just hanging on the hook. There's two O's. If you grab one of them, the other one vanishes. That's a little weird that they have them both just sort of there. It might make more sense if they were actually on the two different split paths, but they're not. There's an invincibility barrel hidden inside the wall there. Invisible, of course. Everything there is just invisible. But here's just, you could get a thing. So, like, this is a situation where you get rewarded for exploring. And then there's all these other situations where you get punished for exploring. Like where I suddenly ran into the Klubba and lost a life because he knocked a life out of me. There's all these parts where you just need to dodge zingers, and this part's really annoying because, like, moving back and forth between the chains feels wrong. It feels like... and again, I'm not sure if this is my memory not being accurate to how the original game was or what, but it didn't feel... It feels like you move a lot slower going between the chains than you're supposed to. So, you know, dodging back and forth between those two cannon shots on each of the chains really feels wrong. Anyway, I went all this way, and then I remembered, oh wait, there was something hidden back there. There was a way to get to where those two cannon shooter guys wasn't there. I need to go back to do that now. And then I had to go back to do that. So I did. At first I had to wait for the zingers, but it turns out the zingers didn't actually go that low, or they were just, like, stuck in place and not... It's like, if they go off screen too far, they will kind of despawn and stop it acting. Like, yeah, there, those zingers had stopped moving, I think. But, yeah, so you can get through here, through the secret path in the wall. False wall, and you get up here, and there's barrels, things on chains, and look, you have to shoot to get the bananas in the line, and it's this kind of nifty thing, and you get to the top, and there's a coin, oh boy. It's the bonus. Anyway, then you continue through. Finish. All of the chains, just, the gimmick is chains. The gimmick is chains in unusual arrangements. And things that knock you off of chains, and things that make you dodge them on the chains. And like I feel like there weren't enough stages that were, like, rope-based in the game for this to not be just a gimmick stage. This really is a gimmick stage, because it's the ropes in an interior enclosed space, the chains, rather than the rigging on, like, a ship-type level. Having all of the walls and stuff in the way really changes the way that you have to interact with them. It's more funky. This time you pick it and kick it. It's Kong Napped 2. They ran out of gimmicks, so they did it again. Except this time they combined the gimmicks. You have the water level with the things you need to affect, and also you need to collect the people. Except this time you don't need to rescue them from being captured, they're just sort of in places. They're just collectibles here. You just go to the places and you collect the 5 things, and then you come back. And here you got, you shoot the switch to affect the water level. And there's Tiny. And you pick her up, and then you gotta shoot to make the water level change, and they'll know, oh no, now we're underwater, and we can't breathe, and we gotta go. And there's not the air bubbles here, so I just kinda gotta go. And pop up and grab the thing, and then you gotta run back quickly through the things. Yeah, they could have done a lot more with this game, and they didn't. And disappointing. And it shouldn't be disappointing, I shouldn't be disappointed by Rare anymore. My expectations should be low enough that it's impossible for Rare to disappoint me anymore. But here we are. Yeah, this is a fairly straightforward thing of just, like, you hit the switches to move the water, and then when the water is not in the right spot, you hit a switch to move it again, and then you go to place. And there's an air bubble down here. This one only refreshes you to 10, so you don't get to have unlimited water time again. Just need to bring it up so that the crate there moves, because the crates are buoyant in this one. That's the gimmick here, is buoyancy. You get 5 tinies, and you bring them back, and that's the stage. Woohoo. Mission complete. And then it's the Toxic Tower. This is the stage that Nick always brings up as the worst stage. I didn't really ever think it was the worst stage. It's another one of those things where you've got a time limit because the death line is ascending, and you gotta go up the thing quickly, and you use the animals to climb fast. So, there's a gold feather. Basically, some of these things are like, okay, you grab this collectible and then you die. You just die. You can technically get back up from them, but you're probably not going to. Like this, the video game hero medal. You gotta come down here and grab it, and well, I just kinda died. Well, that's fine. You can die as long as you grab the thing. And it's not that far into the stage, so dying isn't that big of a penalty here. So, there's that at least. Here's a secret blast barrel. And then suddenly you're Squawks, and then you gotta do the Squawks going up the place. You gotta go up fast enough to outpace the acid, toxin, poison, whatever, but don't go too fast, because you gotta handle the zingers and the jumpies here, and there's the red zinger you gotta dodge around. Here's spinny zingers that some of them are red, you just kind of go through. Just like, there were some secrets off to the sides there, but they were just like standard bonuses, or standard pickups, not like bonuses or anything special. Like maybe some coins, maybe some lives. Not worth taking the time to actually explore and grab. And again, like there's things in some of these stages that I've never bothered to find because exploration is discouraged. I've only explored enough to find the bonuses. By the way, don't go into the final bonus here right away. Go above the final bonus and defeat the zinger up there for a photo first. Then go down into the final bonus, otherwise you'll have to redo the entire stage like I did. Yeah. Like, yeah, again, there's lots of places in some of these stages that have, like, coins and bananas and maybe some lives that I don't know about and don't care about because they require exploration in an area where exploring is discouraged, where it will get you killed, like where you're on a strict time limit running away from the ascending poison. So, there's that. You got a swanky thing up at the top here. Yeah, again, what's the name of this area? Every single time he asks, what's the name of this area? So, like, are you paying attention? What is this is a question that, like, couldn't have been in the original. Like, that had to have been worded differently, because in the original, Cranky didn't have a racing bird. That's new to this version. Which of these enemies also appeared in Donkey Kong Country? That's a weirdly mean question, because maybe you don't have Donkey Kong Country. How are you supposed to know that if you haven't played the first one? You just gotta guess. You just gotta guess, and if you guess wrong, then you gotta spend another coin to do the thing again. Oh no. Now this question is weird, because it's a little arbitrary based on whether or not you consider Squawks to be distinct from Squawks. I'm not actually sure. Again, I looked up the answers to these, so I didn't bother, like, figuring them out myself. Again, I didn't care enough. I found a list, and it was just there, so... But yeah, I don't know whether or not that question considers Squawks and Squawks to be different animals. I think the answer was 5, so that was Rambi, Squawks, Squitter, Ratley, and Guard. So those were the 5, yeah, so that question does not consider Squawks to be a different animal than Squawks. Or he's not an animal buddy, he's just sort of there. He's just a bird. Anyway, if you beat all of Swanky's quizzes, that gets you one of the photos. You know, complete successfully all of the quizzes in all of the worlds. Stronghold Showdown. The original version of Donkey Kong Country 2, this was kind of a fake-out ending stage where you'd go and there was DK, but then he just got taken away. Here they added a brand new boss. Kerosene. It's a giant monster Kremling. He's the big guy. He's got swords. He's gonna throw them at you, and you hit them with the cannon, just like you did with the Kleever, the sword, before. Do the thing with the last boss. This boss, I can only assume exists because they wanted to play around with some of the Game Boy Advance's graphical features. Anyway, also he breathes fire. His head is flashing white now. That's your only indication that that's going to start happening. And also that is now your target to hit. You've got to grab the cannonball and throw it at him while dodging the fire. And also when he slams his hands down, there's a shockwave thing. And right here, he starts breathing fire again much faster after because he always does the 3 breaths in a line, and then, he'll start breathing again, going back the other way. But for those 2 hits there, he starts the next cycle a lot faster than any other time in this fight. But again, this is a standard rare boss where you are expected to memorize the boss pattern, memorize exactly what he does at each point, each stage, and then execute on how to defeat the stages as they come up. But, like, there's a lot of things where just, like, the way that he breathes fire, you can maybe observe and see how it goes. You've got to be quick to recognize when he's going to slam his hands down. Naturally, if you're standing underneath the hands when he slams down, that's death. Where at the last hit, he just breathes fire and covers the entire floor. There's no way you could possibly expect that. So, It's something that is designed to kill you at the end of the fight, forcing you to redo the fight again. And moving on to Screech's Sprint. This is another stage where the actual gimmick of the stage doesn't really start until the second half. It starts with just a generic bramble zone where you're just climbing through the brambles with your Kongs. And, it's pretty forgettable. You're climbing through, and there's enemies, and there's brambles. Don't touch the brambles. Oh no, you get thrown, but if you just do it right, you don't get hit anyway. And, well, there's neckies as you climb this vine, so you gotta make sure to either go slowly and wait for them to cross, or you can, if you know what is coming, if you've memorized the stage already, you can just zoom through and you'll be fine. Make sure you come up here, because if you walk one step further past there, then it arbitrarily walls off the first half of the stage from you, so you can't go back, so you'd have to start over after clearing the stage. Here is a thing that's, hey, do you know how to manage the different jumping mechanics of your two Kongs? Diddy's got the roll jump, and Dixie's got the flying hover that can hover across. Do that good, and get the bonus. And then, once you get to this point, you can't go backwards because it arbitrarily creates an invisible video game wall where you cannot go backwards. And then you have Screech, who exists only in this stage, and you have to race him through the brambles with Squawks, because they love putting Squawks in brambles. Now, the actual race here, this is an area that you are expected to die repeatedly, because you are not going to know what the correct path is necessarily your first time through. Yes, there are arrows. There are arrows made of bananas pointing the way. Sometimes, most of the time. But then there's like, oh, that area has a secret side area bonus. You gotta go to the side to grab the hero medal. And up here's a golden feather. And look at that, you gotta slip off to the side a little bit to grab that. And, you know, follow the banana trail, not a banana arrows, follow the banana trail to continue along the race course, because otherwise the race course is not marked out. You just kind of have to go on and intuit or have memorized it previously. And flying through all the zingers here, and this time don't follow the bananas, because those lead to a bonus in that instance. Go in the other direction, where eventually you will see a banana arrow. The camera at the end of the stage there goes away after 1 minute and 20 seconds. At the very start of the race, it has like that best time shows 1 minute 20 seconds, so you need to beat that time to get the photo there. And here's the most worthless hints in the game. All but one of my lessons are useful to you. I assume that that one is the one that's not useful. This one, make sure you have plenty of lives. Also, not really very useful of a hint for how to fight the end boss here, because it's have lives. Well, if you've reached the end boss, then you've already hit the save point immediately before the end boss, so like, even in the original version of the game, where saving was not as free, if you're there, you got save access, so if you run out of lives, then you're just right there again. You still can keep going on the same boss without losing progress. And here's the last of the funky flight gyrocopter things. The gimmick is Toxic Tower. you've got the arrow things that affect the height of the toxin level, and you gotta send it down. And also, it combines that with building the statue. It's the same Donkey Kong statue that you have to find the parts for and rebuild, and you gotta to lower the thing. And he warns you that the slightest touch of the toxin will destroy the copter. What he doesn't tell you is that the slightest touch of the dragonflies will also destroy the copter, which is different from how it was every other time you saw dragonflies, or any enemies. Then here you got a piece. As soon as you grab the part, it starts ascending again, and the intent is that, oh, you're supposed to grab it and race all the way back up, and I didn't. Because it's more efficient to grab the parts and then, like, make the thing stop ascending and slowly bring it up and then, like, leave it at a spot. I accidentally dropped it. I meant to leave it on the little ledge there, but I dropped it here, and I was like, okay, that's still, you know, forward from where it was. So, yeah, it's more efficient to, you know, grab each part and incrementally bring them up than it is to take one part all the way up. And okay, I screwed up there and it caught me and I died. But I still moved that head upwards past where it was initially placed. So now when I come back there, I won't have to go as far in. It'll be a lot safer to grab. And you have 10 minutes to do the stage, so, you know, and there's also all these clocks around if you really feel like you need the extra time to do it. So, yeah, here I thing, and I wasn't sure exactly where the head dropped, so I had to look around a little bit, but it wound up being over to the left, I believe. Yeah. Because here's the torso. So, just kind of bring it up and leave it over in a spot that's easily accessible. And then go back down for the other part before you, like, let things reset and just need to retrain stuff. I mean, I told it to retrain anyway just because I wasn't sure exactly how fast it would fill back up again, or if it was going to fill back up again. I don't know if it actually fills again if you, like, except for the first time that you grab the part. It's like, the first time that you grab each part, it immediately starts refilling, but after that, I'm not sure about it, because I just kind of moved forward fast enough to not really needing to pay attention. Do be careful not to let your things get caught underneath stuff like that, because if the winch gets extended too far, then it will drop, and then you'll need to go back down and grab the thing that you dropped. So, yeah, this, again, the gyrocopter stages, a lot of potential, very disappointing. Literally, the last two stages were just, let's combine the gimmicks of two of the previous stages. And, you know, this has the gimmick of the water level and the gimmick of the statue. But also, it's got the gimmick of Toxic Tower. So, you know, they're not even creative with their gimmicks. They're reusing and recombining them in it's probably safer to be, like, holding L to have the copter facing the screen for ascending past while you're carrying stuff. That way, like, you're not constantly turning back and forth and swinging it wildly back and forth as the winch changes. It's like keeping in dead center, centered on your center, so you don't have to worry as much about, like, it's getting off to the side. And at first I wasn't sure exactly where I was supposed to be taking the statue pieces, because I didn't see where the plinth was initially. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna bring him back to the landing zone, I guess, but you know, just go over this a little bit, and then you've got the plinth, and you can start loading things on it. Legs, and you get the torso, and here, by this point I had completely forgotten the fact that you can move backwards without turning around by holding, well, it was either L or R. One of them was to look forward at the screen, and the other was to move backwards without turning around, and I never needed to use that feature in any of the other things, so I completely forgot that it existed. And then there's the slot on the left where it's got the two arm pieces, and you gotta get down there and lower the stuff. It's kind of tedious. I don't know what that box is. Like, is that an ammo box? It looks like bouncy. Like, is that supposed to be a thing that makes your shots reflective? I don't know what that is. What that box there was. The game certainly never explains it. And yeah, you see there, as soon as you touch the part, it starts refilling. But, and like, it's clear the intent is that you're supposed to grab the part and, oh, you gotta quickly ascend all the way back to the top while it's chasing you, but also you could make it stop ascending by just shooting the thing, and, well, I screwed that up a little bit with the timing, but I still got the arm all the way up there, so I can go grab the other arm now, and, you know, it's making progress. Oh, kinda do. You just kinda do! Like, this stage was tedious, but you just kinda do. And it does. And then it goes, and then it's done. And then it's gone. And that's how... words. There's an arm. And yeah, this time I did manage to stop it in time. Still make it out and drop the arm all the way up. This statue's over there, so just kind of drop it over there. Come back for the other one. Man, just talking about this game is exhausting. Playing it was very exhausting. Rare is exhausting. And then you do the thing, and it's the gold statue, and you go and you land. And that's the last of the Funky's Flights Gyrocopter minigame stage games. And when you get the things, you really know how to fly it, and here's a photo for doing all of the things. You do all the things, and then you get more completion of the things to complete. To do all of the things complete. So, that's everything here. All that's left is, fighting K. Rool. Let's go beat him up, and then we'll be able to go to the last area of the Lost World. Dropping a quick save here, because, of course, I'm going to save before fighting a hard boss that's going to kill me a whole lot of times. This boss felt a lot easier in this version of the game than in the original. When you first enter, he's got like this little scene of him beating up and shooting DK. It only plays that the one time, so, you know, if you die and come back, then it won't play it again. And naturally, I died and came back a number of times. So yeah, the whole gimmick of this is that, oh, he's got his big blunderbuss, and it's got the big old thing, and it can suck shots back in, and you need to plug it up when it does that, and then it backfires and explodes. This boss fight is more long than it is hard. Anyway, you beat him 3 times, you hit him 3 times, and then you'll get an extra hit, and he'll start the next phase of his pattern. He's got the straight shots across, and you gotta hit the barrel at the end to get the shot to throw in. Yeah, I do think... I feel like they made this easier, this fight easier. And I don't have any, like, clear, definitive description of how that might be, but it just felt easier. And maybe that's just because I remembered enough of the fight from the first time I played through it. Maybe, like, the size of the zone is slightly different, and, like, distances with how you need to jump over things is different, but... It's like, the pattern hasn't changed at all. This is definitely the same pattern that it was in the first. Got little swirlies, and he does 2 at a time, swirling. These ones are kind of hard to dodge, but the tall ones you just slip under. So like the second shot of that line is the hardest one for me, at least. One other thing that they did add to this fight is, K. Rool has like another little noise that he makes when he's about to actually fire the misfire shot that you stuff back in. So, like, it kind of gives you an extra little cue for when you need to dodge, rather than it simply being something that you need to pay attention to the time on. So, this phase of it is he shoots weird clouds of things that do stuff to you. Like, there's the blue one that freezes you in place, and the red one. I don't remember what the red one does. I don't know if I've ever actually gotten hit by it. I know the next one, the purple one, reverses your controls. But, yeah, this purple one, where if you touch this, then you'll get, like, a little pink curse effect on you, and your controls will be reversed, and that basically will kill you when you get to this part, where he starts sucking you in, you need to run away from him, because the reverse effect will wear off while you are trying to run away from the suction, and then suddenly you'll be running towards the suction, and if you get close to K. Rool, he will, like, play a special animation where he smacks you with the gun. So... But, yeah, that's the whole fight. And he's done. And it gives you another, health barrel, another DK barrel, even though the fight's over. And there you go, you get the photo for DK sends K. Rool flying, and this causes the entire ship to explode. Naturally, you defeat the boss and it blows up the whole ship. That's how things work. That's how video games. You can see through the window, you got the little gyrocopter up in the distance flying past, and Funky's outside. So, like, this is kind of nifty, you know, an extra little cutscenes that they got. I like there that Diddy has a, like, screaming sound effect as he's jumping off. Nobody else does. Diddy's a little wimp. I also do like that, like the, like, almost auto-tuned sounding, slowly reducing, pitch of his voice as he's falling down. And he's all covered in weeds and leaves or something. Anyway, you beat the thing, and you rescued the guy, and then you should, you dumped him off the island. But, you know, if it was me, I would have done the thing that is physically impossible for you to have done by this point, of doing all of the things, because you get the last coin from defeating K. Rool, and so you can't unlock the last Lost World stage until you've already gotten to this point. And then he does the thing about, oh, if you got enough of the hero medals, we'll see how big of a hero you are. You go to the rankings. And in the original version of the game, the rankings were a little different. Here we've got Mario in first place, Link in second place, and if I was not, if I had fewer than, what is that, 50? Then, or if I'm not sure how much the third place. Third place is Yoshi. In the original version of the game, Link and Yoshi were swapped, where Yoshi was second and Link was third. Versus, you know, barring your score, which throws into it. So, you know, again, it's like, hey, did you get all the things? I mean, it's physically impossible to have gotten all the things at this point in the game, because you just beat the game, and there's post-game stuff that you need to do to get the things, and we're going to taunt you about the fact that you didn't get the things that you couldn't get yet. And then we did play the credits, the cast. There's Sonique. There's a little rat. So there's still a bit more to this game. We get the whole end credit thing here, because it's, you know, you beat K. Rool, you beat the boss. This is the time to, you know, celebrate and enjoy. You accomplished a thing. You accomplished the baseline clearing the game. That's all that's left is the 102% clear, which, you know, is the extra. That's what you do when you've beaten the game. After you beat the game, you beat you full beat the game. There was Screech. He was in one stage. Oh yeah, Flotsam. That is what they were called. There are some of the enemies that, like, this is the only place you could learn what their names are. Unless, like, some of them might be in the manual. I didn't actually read the manual for this, because I know how the game works already. But, I should have. I've been getting lazy about reading manuals. Because we're firmly in the part of time when, games understand that people don't read the manuals and they put everything you need to know in the game itself. But I really should still keep up the habit of reading the manual before I get into these games. Just because there's going to be stuff in there sometimes. There's more stuff in there sometimes, and that's important. That guy just kind of exploded, and those guys just sort of murdered each other. We just witnessed a double murder. For no reason. There's a lot of, like, random, subtle additions in this game. Like, a lot of little sound effects that they added, voice clips that they added to a lot of the enemies. That, some of them were taken from other games, like Donkey Kong 64. Others of them were recorded brand new for this game. And then, of course, yeah, there's the brand new boss fights that they added into all of the extra mini-games, and so it feels like there was a lot that went into this. There's, like, they did a lot of extra work to make this remake, you know, to make this better, to really make it worth getting and playing and seeing, even if you've played the original game. And there's one point where you'll see later on that really dispels that notion. But, they like, yeah, there's new content in this. That's undeniable. It's there. But I don't feel like they did a lot of, like, meaningful work here. I don't know. Maybe it's just it's a very subjective feeling kind of thing there. I'm just kind of rambling, saying nothing, because we're at the point where we're going through the end game. This is a long thing. You go through all of the cast of all the different creatures and animals and enemies that are here, and there's the best one. And then that's not anymore. The Kongs. They don't get their own individual credits, just the entire Kong family here. Candy has a new dress for this scene. That she wasn't wearing at the in the bonus Bonanza area. And then there's the actual credits of the game. And, like, this remake was done by the original cast, the original staff of the first Donkey Kong Country games. So this was in fact Rare, the original people, the original programmers, doing the remake here. Which, again, feels kind of weird as a thing that they did after Rare had been bought by Microsoft already. That they're continuing to do the Donkey Kong thing as much as they possibly can, squeeze blood from this stone. But they did. And even after this, we're still gonna have, there was a GBA remake of Donkey Kong Country 3 that we're gonna still have to do eventually. And then there was a DS remake of Diddy Kong Racing that we'll still have to do. Yeah. Just kinda did as much as they could until they physically could not do anymore, probably legally could not do anymore. And that's the only time that they actually stopped. German text. Look at Diddy's... no. Look at Dixie's hair, just kind of waving there. We've got all this confetti that's falling straight down, but Dixie's hair is clearly blowing in some kind of wind going back. So, you know, this scene's a little anachronistic, inconsistent, not right. Something faked about this or something. I think the confetti was added in post. And they just kind of sat there on this cliff looking out at the ocean. They just sat there for a very long time. This scene shouldn't even be here yet, because this is supposed to be the scene that you get at the very end after you've done the 102% clear. And it just kind of has this for the credits roll, and I'm not sure why. And maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe they did have this in the original game. I don't recall. There's a lot about that I don't recall. This was 5 years ago. 6 years ago? Might be closer to 6 years ago. Yeah, it's already been a bit since the 6th anniversary, hasn't it? Yeah! But, still going. There's a lot of credits. A lot of credits in this game. I'll have to see how well this, doing this on my own, like how well this goes over, like how well people like this, how well it turns out. Because, there are some games along the way that we've done that, like, Nick has been very aggressively disinterested in, that I've just kind of been pushing through and forcing it, and, like, there might be some games where it would be better for me to just do it alone and not force Nick through it, that, like, there might not be anything extra to be gained from Nick being there, and Nick might not have anything useful, meaningful to contribute. And Nick's time is at a much higher premium than mine right now. I've got a lot more free time. So, we'll have to see. Anyway, here's going to the last of the Lost World. It's Animal Antics. This one, in the original playthrough, when I went through the first time, I recall this being really, really painful. Particularly because of the Squawks section. The gimmick of this stage is, hey, let's have one stage where you do all of the animals, all 5 of the animal friends in one stage, and there's a section dedicated to each one. And that's a nifty thing. That's honestly a good gimmick for a stage, because it's taking a core game mechanic and exploring it more thoroughly. Now, each one of the animals, they kind of explore a little bit more thoroughly, but almost, sort of. Like, the execution is honestly probably not that great. You've got the short section there with Rambi, where you're just kind of... You do the Rambi thing where he can step on bees. That's it. You just hop on zingers. That's Rambi's whole deal, I guess, as far as this means. And then there's the underwater section. You have On Guard, and it's underwater. That's it. It's not a particularly unique or interesting underwater section. It's not, like, especially suited to On Guard. It's not that different from other underwater sections we've done where we didn't have On Guard. But it's the section where you do On Guard, and you had all the animals in the stage. And these are the things, and you get them to pop, and then you don't get stabbed by the spikes. And you go. And it's On Guard, under the water. And there's angry fish that want to bite you. And there's the banana bunch. There's bananas. Soggy bananas. And then the water goes away, and you gotta make On Guard go down the land slope. And then you get the good part, because it's time for Squitter. And this is the part that you can mostly skip over if you just kind of go over the whole stage with Squitter, with the thing that Squitter does. That's Squitter's thing that he does. You just go over the stage. Just don't engage with the stage. Except now, you see how the screen, the camera is shifting down slightly as we move forward? That's because the ceiling is lowering. You can see I'm bumping into the ceiling. Like, it keeps lowering as we progress through the stage. And then, you know, we get to this part, and it's going to start rising again. Here. But, like, if you go too high, then the webs actually, like, stop working. The web platforms. If you fire the web platform shot too high when you're, like, right up against the edge of the stage barrier at the top, it just dissipates before you can, like, have a chance to make a platform out of it. Anyway, Squitter gets you to the one and only bonus section of the stage, because all of the Lost World stages have exactly one bonus where you get one of the video game hero medals, because there's no reason to get the Creme coins in the Lost World areas, because the Lost World areas is what you unlock for having the Creme coins, so you get the video game hero medals from the bonuses in here. And you go up, and then you have a short section of Squawks, and then you go back to Squitter, because there's another short section of Squitter to do still in the next area when you fire up through this blast barrel. And up here with the star barrel checkpoint. It's brambles again, so you know what that's gonna be. And there's the leaves falling down, so that's the indicator that wind is gonna happen at you. So, let's have Squawks and Brambles and wind. This really, really annoyed me my first time playing through the game on the SNES. Like, I did not have anywhere near as hard a time playing in this version with this section than I did on the SNES, and like, I really have to... I feel like there has to have been improvements made to Squawks' maneuverability or something. Because, like, I remember Squawks... I hated Squawks in the first time through Donkey Kong Country 2. And that was only partially because I wound up needing to redo King Zing Sting, and that killed me several times. Game overed me several times. But, like, yeah, I did not have very much trouble doing the wind section with Squawks in this version of the game. So, like, I don't know. It's a very... I'm certainly not going to go back and, like, play the other version to compare. I'm never playing this game again. You can't make me. But, yeah, it really does feel like they made it easier somehow, in some nebulous way that I can't quite define. Yeah, it's Squawks and Brambles, and there's a lot of zingers. And then there's the wind occasionally, and it switches back and forth. And the final section is Rattly. And with Rattly, you start by ignoring the arrow into the direction that you're supposed to go, because if you go backwards, then over here there's the little secret area where you can get... There's an extra hit down here, and also, when you immediately lose that extra hit, you get up here. Look, there's some coins, and there's the golden feather. And you do that, and then I died on the way trying to get back, so I had to redo the Squawk section again. But then I did that, and I came back, and now we're Rattly, and we're gonna clear the part with Rattly. Maneuvering Rattly felt really bad. Like, I felt like I could not move with precision with Rattly. Like, the air control was just not up to snuff for actually landing on these zingers. Like, I don't know. And again, maybe it's a very just subjective thing. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe I'm just not remembering the original game well enough. I don't know. It just felt bad to be Rattly here. But hey, we did it. We cleared Animal Antics, and that was the last thing. Then we're gonna go to Cranky's hut, because we still have to do the last espresso race. And now we've got all of the gold feathers in the game, so we can max out all our stats. I don't know why I spent so long hanging on these scenes, the text here. Because I'd already bought everything, I was just kind of going through. Maxed out fully, and then we can start the race. So here's what this looks like that I skipped over last because I got 4th place, but... This bird... These birds... You know, it's gonna be a track that looks kind of indistinguishable from the other tracks that we've already did see. Now, annoyingly, if you and an opponent have equal strength, then you will still not be able to move past each other. You need to have more strength than your opponent to move past them on the vertical plane. So, you know, there is the... Was it just the one or was it 2? I wasn't paying attention. 1 or 2 of the opponents that have maxed out strength that you will never be able to just muscle your way past. That you just kind of have to deal with them being walls. Anyway, as you can see, I've got my boost and flight are both 10. I think if you ran through the stage, collecting every one of the power-ups and never using any of them, you still would never accumulate 10 of either the feathers or the grain. There is zero reason to bring your power, your flight or boost stats up to 10. It has no point. Like, the most that it would be for is, oh, you get to collect the power-ups and then you don't use them, and so nobody else gets to use them. Anyway, I've got all the races, so we get the hero coin, the thing from Cranky, and then he says that he would have raced better without the bird. That's pointless. That's a pointless thing to say. Cranky is how I picture Rare a lot of the time. They complain about things that aren't real and brag about things that aren't real. Anyway, then we go back to Wrinkly, and we can turn in all of those photos, because now we have all the photos. So we got 14 pages, because one of the photos you get for doing all of the photos. So you got all the photos. You filled nearly every page, so here's the last one. And also the DK coin for the last page where that photo was on. And that's everything. All that's left is the final boss. Well, okay, let's look through the scrapbook. The scrapbook, there's all the photos that we've been collecting. It's all the concept art from the game. Concept art from the game, and occasionally concept art from Donkey Kong Country 1 for the characters like Espresso, who were not originally in Donkey Kong Country 2. All the different enemy types that you've got, because, you know, each one of the enemy types, there was the one enemy somewhere in the world that had the photo, you defeat them and you get it. And for some of them, like things like the Krockhead, there was like the one Krockhead that you stand on that has a secret photo on it. There's photos of all the Kongs. Their thing. It's concept art. Like, okay, it's kind of nifty, but it's not like something unique that you couldn't have seen somewhere else. The internet was firmly in existence by the time this game came out. These pictures were all available online on their official websites, I'm sure. But that's everything. Just gotta defeat the final boss. Well, okay. Also, here's our thing. We got all the video game hero coins! Look at that! We're the #1 hero, but we're not finished yet because we still haven't defeated K. Rool. And tonight we're gonna party like it's episode 1999! Because it is! And also because we're almost done with this game. We just have this last boss fight to do, and then we're done. We're definitely gonna be done with this game. There's not another week of videos. Don't go looking at the members only feed and seeing what's already uploaded. Why would you think that there's another week of videos still in this game? It's the final boss of the 102%. It's K. Rool, and he shoots the gun, and it's just one long continuous series of shots, one big old pattern of shots that you need to dodge throughout. And you know, he's got the thing where he shoots the blue clouds that freeze you, and then they show like kind of the pattern of what the spike balls that he's going to shoot afterwards is. So, you know, he shoots the one and then the other one that goes fast through it, and then he does the pattern but more complex with more shots, and he does the thing, each one 3 times, and then he does the up, and then there's the things, the spike balls up, and then the spike balls down, and then there's kind of a mid one, and one with the gap in the middle that you need to duck under, and then the gap you need to jump over, and then he gives the barrel, and that's got the shot, and you just need to do it once, and that's it. You don't even have to dodge a shot, because he just explodes and gets launched into the core of the island, whatever this mystical, magical, weird, wibbly stuff is supposed to be. And then, it's just, yeah, you did it. Congrats, we did it. Hooray! Hooray. And we're back sitting on the beach and relaxing. Everything's good, and look at the dancing. Look at them dancing. And then we're up on the cliff watching the island sink. It's a little bit, continuity's a little bit off in this version of the ending here. And they've got, they added an extra little thing here, where Funky comes along with his gyrocopter, and he drops a bomb. And that's what happens. He blows up K. Rool instead of K. Rool just kind of sailing off into the distance. So that's kind of fun. And that's it. We finished the game, and there's not like any more credits or anything. There's my 102% complete. And one last thing to take a quick look in here is if you go back to the video game hero screen after beating the final boss, they didn't fix They didn't update this text. This text in the original game was displayed because you got the video game hero screen after defeating the final K rule as the island was like shaking up and about to explode. They just didn't replace that text. It makes no sense in this version of the game to have that text there. It's just sort of there. So like that's a clear indication that they were kind of lazily throwing this stuff in. Anyway, here's the bonus games. So yeah, it's just like you can play. There's some like multiplayer versions of the bonus games. You can like freely play the bonus games. There's the espresso racing. It has your best times, your best like lap times that it saved for each track. That whenever you do the race in the main game, it tracks your high scores and tracks them in here. And you know, you can play with different numbers of laps, and you do one of the tracks, you pick whatever track, and you do it, and it's the same race with the same opponents and the same stats that they have. When you pick the race from the menu, you just have an espresso with 5s across the board, since you know you haven't loaded a save file, so you don't have all of your own feathers and stats from that. And yeah, that's the espresso race, and there's funky flights. You could do the funky flight things, and there's multiplayer version of that. And I'm not going to bother showing the multiplayer versions of any of these. I would have to set up emulation of that, and I'd have to unlock the things first in the emulated version, because of course I don't have a second copy of the game to connect. And I'm not sure if this needs a second copy of the game. I'd have to read the manual to see. Sidebar will tell me whether you need a second copy of the game, and I don't know, maybe if it doesn't need a second copy of the game, I'll do a quick recording of just like connecting my Game Boy together and recording what that looks like. And I do have link cable into the second GBA that I can connect if I don't need a second copy of the game. But you get the things. Here's Bag-a-Bug. I'm just playing it one more time because I didn't really get a good score the first time, so here's what it looks like to get a slightly better score when you don't get smashed by Klubba along the way, and you can not lose all of your progress in the middle. There's like high scores that it starts with for them with the different like character name initial things in there. That's, I guess you could, if you really wanted to, try to beat, but there's nothing for that. And so I got the new high score, oh boy. And that's all the bonus games. And so all that's left to look at is Diddy's Dash. So you may have noted that compared to the first Donkey Kong Country, this didn't have like the hero mode. This didn't have the mode where you go through without star barrels or without DK barrels, and that's because Diddy's Dash is in this game. It's a speedrun mode. It's a time trial mode where you only play Diddy, and you need to get through the stage as quickly as possible. So no extra hits. You do kind of get checkpoints. It has every non-boss stage in the game has a thing here with a score, with a time to beat. They all start at 5 minutes, and there's a thing in there where if you chain combo kill multiple enemies with the same attack, like you roll through multiple things at once, you get the clock will freeze for an amount of time based on how big a combo you got. Although the combo stops registering if you get above 6 or something. We will see that a little later. because as it turns out, I wound up feeling compelled to go through this entire thing and get all of the scores all of the times cleared. Because there's extra text from Cranky when you do that, where he tells you things. And I have the brainworm that makes me need to do things that hurt me for inconsequential rewards. So you get through the stage, and, you know, he says, oh, you beat the best time. And then you can put in your name for the score, and it tracks your score. Because there's not, like, a way to have scores already from the main game in this mode, because it's... You know, this has, like, the checkpoint system. There's, like, throughout the level, there'll be those lines of stars, and as you cross them, that's a checkpoint, and if you die, or, like, take a hit, you'll go back to the most recent checkpoint in the stage that you crossed, but your time will still be advancing, so... I went through all of the stages, and I beat the 5-minute times on everything, and after doing that, he gives us some secrets. He tells us some of the cheat codes for the game. Sidebar will say what all of these cheat codes do. Mostly, these are cheat codes that were already in the original version of the game, but, like, this is another way. And also, he challenges you to beat his records. He updates all of the records with his own, and if you beat all of those harder times, then he'll give you another set of cheat codes. So of course I had to do that, and we're going to take a complete look in depth at every stage, speedrunning, because I fully 100% mastered this fucking game, and I'm going to prove it, and we're going to see. And so I have a full understanding of exactly the best way to clear every level. And so I can say with the highest authority that the levels are bad and the game is bad. And it's not just because I'm bad at the game, it's not because I don't like a hard game, because I fucking beat it fully and thoroughly. Pirate Panic, the whole deal with getting the 20-second time in this is making use of the whole clock freezing thing. There's lots of areas where you can get chain combos of enemies. You just need to do that enough times to keep your time down. I just barely made it. I could have gotten it a little bit better with some more time freezing combo kill things, and it could have gotten a little bit faster, but there's a little bit of leeway on all of these. You don't have to be 100% absolutely perfect every time. And then, of course, whenever you beat one of the Cranky's records, he brags about how, oh, I was just walking along, or sometimes he'll accuse you of cheating, or, you know, things like that. And it's again, that kind of toxic mindset of being, like, aggressively egotistic gamer. Mainbrace Mayhem. You're climbing up. A note for this mode, you can still enter bonus barrels. You do not actually go to the bonus stages when you do that, but it will kick you, like, it'll basically teleport you to the spot where the bonus barrel would leave you afterwards. There are some situations where that can be beneficial, but for the most part, you just want to ignore the bonus barrels. Because a lot of them will actually just slow you down. Because it has to play the animation of the barrel, like the icon swirling in, and then it teleports you out. So it's just kind of slowing you down. Yeah, Mainbrace Mayhem there. Most of these stages, the real key to clearing them is... To clearing the best time is just clear the stage without taking a hit. Which is itself really fucking hard. It requires you to repeatedly practice and memorize the stage and get down exactly every, you know, motion of where all the enemies are, where all the hazards are, how you move to get through all of them. So... yeah, this... It didn't take me... This was not as bad as I feared it would be. It was pretty bad. But I was expecting incredibly bad. I was expecting so much worse. And I was pleasantly surprised that I managed to clear this in only, what was it, 9 additional hours of gameplay? As opposed to, I thought it would take, like, 18, 20. Yeah, nothing really interesting to say about that stage. You go through, you get combos where you can. That's the general idea for most stages. You go through, you get combos where you can. And you just don't take a hit. Lockjaw's Locker. It's first underwater. You absolutely do need to make use of the up and down on the D-pad to ascend and descend faster underwater and in the air for these time trial stages. Like, that is an absolute necessity. If you don't do that at all for these stages, then you will never be able to make the times for them. So, like, that's... Again, there is some leeway when you're doing everything correctly, but you do need to, like, at the baseline, do things correctly like that. Yeah, this is mostly just, you do a lot of dodging underwater. You can take that path up there to avoid a bit of danger, and you've got the whole thing here, the bonus you get to Topsail Trouble. The main thing for this one is ignore Radley. Fuck Radley. He's worthless. Just run. Radley is way too slow. Just moving along, he's too slow. And also, he prevents you from getting the combo kills. So, you won't be able to get the clock freezing, so forget about Radley. You just go through, you gotta... One thing that threw me off in a lot of these stages was the fact that when you're going by certain crates and barrels, you need to let go of run, because of course the run button is overloaded with grab and pick up objects. So if you run past these crates and barrels, you will stop to pick them up, which costs you time, and then you need to throw them to get rid of them. Because you can't, like, climb the rigging while you're holding something. So that's an additional bit of time that you lose doing that. So there are certain points throughout these stages where you just need to counterintuitively, let go of the run button so that you don't grab an item that will cause you more problems later. Anyway, that was the whole Gankplank Galley Galleon thing, so here's Second World, Crocodile Cauldron, Hothead Hop. So yeah, you see here I just jumped over that chest. That's another thing to do. Sometimes you do want to grab them, because, like, right there, that allowed me to continue running without stopping with the Klubba there. Klobbers are an enemy that you cannot get the clock freezing combo thing for. Klobbers, and you can't get it for, like, jumping on click-clacks. Like, it has to be something that you do all in one motion. Also, unfortunately, ignore Squitter here. Squitter's shots do not trigger the clock freezing combo, so you lose some time doing that. He does run just as fast, but he doesn't have as maneuverable of jumping unless you're using the webbing, and the webbing is a bit slower. Unless you do it really well, which I will show a bit later off in the Squitter-centric stages. I'll show how Squitter can, in fact, actually clear stages very, very, very quickly. But, for this, I just kind of ignored him and ran past, because it was easier. Cannon's Klaim. This is annoying because anytime you make a mistake, it's not just you die, it's you fall. One of the things that is in the main game, kind of just amusing, but in this, really annoying. Whenever you die, it will play the animation of, whenever you take the hit, you'll get knocked back, and you'll fall, and you'll land, and Diddy will play his little crying animation. And in every every section of the game, every mode, it will not finish registering the death until it finishes playing that animation, which means you need to finish falling. So if you take a hit and fall off of the platform, you might be falling for like a full minute before you hit the ground and respawn. So, if that happens, then that's a lost run right there. Sometimes you can take a hit and go back to a checkpoint and still recover and get the time. But, if you're losing a lot of time from that one hit, then it's not going to work. Lava Lagoon. This is mostly just a normal underwater stage, because you're going... Like, the whole lava mechanic just means you need to tap Clapper before you enter the water section, which is pretty natural to do. So it doesn't really, like, change anything compared to this being a normal water stage. And yeah, you're going through fast enough to get the... If you're going through fast enough to get the time, then you're going through fast enough to not worry about the lava. Just kinda go. Do need to be a bit careful with some of the fish, the way that they are, the way that they move. Because like you do need to like have a pretty solid understanding of exactly how all of the enemies in the game move. Like the Lockjaws, they will rear back and then charge at the spot where you were when it first saw you. So, like, if you move out of the way, then you can get it to charge past you and slip behind it. And yeah, here, you got Cranky accuses you of cheating because you're good at the game. You know, kind of bullshit gamer mentality. Red Hot Ride. This stage does not feel good to speedrun. It's just, like, using these balloons is very slow. It has a lot more leeway than it feels like. Like, you don't need to go as fast. You'll see when I get to the end that it was 2 minutes and 45 seconds was the goal time, and I beat that handily. But, like, there are spots in this stage where you need to stop and let the current carry you up, and you need to evaluate, how long do I need to sit here? You know, because you need to be there for long enough that you'll clear the next obstacle, but if you're there for too long, then you're slowing down, and, you want to get it just right. Also, another, explained, undocumented feature, you can make the balloon descend faster by holding down on the D-pad. There's a couple of spots where this is useful, where you need the balloon to be low to get through things. So, yeah. That's, in this instance, it's not necessary to know that, but it is useful, too. God. Just watching all of the extremely treacherous jumps and bounces I'm doing throughout this, because I will absolutely verify for everybody, yes, practicing those killed me many times. I lost many runs due to, whoops, I got this jump just a little bit imprecise, and I fell in the pit. Gotta start over, because I'm far enough past the checkpoint that there's no way to recover this run. So, one thing that's kind of, nifty from just, having done this is, I get to say that I am fully capable of being a professional speedrunner, if I wanted to. if I didn't find the process of memorizing things and practicing speedruns to be incredibly dull and tedious and uninteresting. Like, if I really felt like it, I could dedicate the time and be a speedrunner. I have the skill necessary. Proof's right here. But, that's why I don't, because I don't want to. Squawks' shaft. So, yeah, in this stage, you absolutely need to do the thing where you make Squawks ascend faster by holding up. There's these couple of spots where you just kind of get some freebie combos with 3 guys in a row there. You really want to be quick on the blast barrels, not necessarily just because, you know, that's how you get the low time, but also because if you take any extra cycles on the blast barrels, that's going to affect the next couple of steps. Like, there's the zinger just afterwards, and that's going to affect the timing of how the zingers are positioned. And so you don't want to lose that, because then you'll be in a position that's less conducive to continuing to go fast. Anyway, the time was a minute, and I got 46 seconds, so, you know, there's leeway. I could have died a couple of times in there, like, shortly past checkpoints, and still made it just fine. And, but yeah, it was just, you speed past things with Squawks. That stage in particular, you really don't need to slow down much. There's just a couple of spots where you need to know where there are zingers up ahead and not barrel your way into them. But other than that, yeah, you just kind of go. Bayou here. This stage sucked because there are a lot of spots that just kind of have barrels and stuff. I don't know, am I thinking of Mudhole Marsh? I might be thinking of Mudhole Marsh. Like I've said earlier, a lot of these stages are very, like, most of these stages are very forgettable. And, like, some of them are very, like, close enough, similar enough together that they just don't have meaning. By the way, it does, like, display the hero coin there from doing Ramby, because that's how you would get it in the stage, but it just disappears immediately. Like, you don't even have the opportunity to collect it. Yeah, okay, this stage wasn't really all that bad. I'm thinking of Mudhole Marsh. That took me a lot of extra tries. This one was just utterly forgettable. Yeah, it was just there. It was just there. Some of the stages are just kind of there. Glimmer's Galleon. I thought this was going to be a huge problem. I wound up not needing to make many attempts at this. Because, like, the main form of difficulty in the design of this level is the light gimmick that was heavily, like, almost entirely removed in this version of the game. And because I'm not doing a lot of exploring, because I'm just doing the speedrun, I'm not turning around quite as much back and forth. And because I'm speedrunning, I'm going just directly forward more. So there's less turning around. So I didn't get as much of the motion sickness in this one as I did playing this in the main game, when I had to go slowly and explore everything. And yeah, fortunately this stage is pretty straightforward. Like, again, you mostly just dodge around stuff that is because you don't have the darkness gimmick, you can clearly see where things are, regardless of how you're facing or where you are. You just kind of need to not get yourself hit. And that's not to say that, like, this was piss easy. It took me a couple of tries. But, as you're gonna see here, I fucked this up and wound up getting myself, taking a hit here. And I almost restarted, but then I was like, no, I might still be able to get it. And then it turns out I got it. Because, in this stage, there's a couple of stages where, like, the time trial version ends a little bit before the actual end goal. This is one of them where, you know, in the normal version, the actual game, that stage had a little, like, above-ground single-screen area with the goalposts that you'd hit. Whereas here, they just cut that out for the time trial version. And, yeah, I died at the end there, but I still made it, so, you know, there's some leeway. This was Krockhead Klamber. This was another... Yeah, the three marsh stages really blend together in my head. So, this one... yeah, I kind of had the same problems in this that I had with Mudhole Marsh, where it's mostly just... There's a lot of precision jumps to do. There's crates in very unfortunate locations. There's some of the platforms, the graphics, you know, the obfuscating the positions. Here I just kind of fucked up a little bit, but it's fine. It was fine. Everything's fine. I just kind of kept going because I was right there at the checkpoint, so, like, I didn't lose very much time at all going there. And I managed to get some combos that I don't think were, like, part of Rare's expected run, because I was able to bounce off of the clingers in parts of the combos. So, you know, 58 seconds. I don't remember what the time goal was for that, but all that matters is I beat it. Rattle Battle. This stage hurt. Like, physically hurt. Like, this was, when I was playing, I started playing this at the end of a 4-hour session, and my thumb was actually starting to hurt pretty badly from pressing the D-pad. This stage has a lot of opportunities for freezing the clock that you kinda have to take. So you just gotta, you get a lot of these 2 combos, which gets you 2 seconds of frozen clock, and that's, you know, as long as you get the 2 seconds, like, the extra, a longer combo than 2 doesn't really get you anything extra. Like, a 3 combo gets you 3 seconds, a 4 combo gets you 4 seconds. So if you do 2 combos, that's still 4 seconds. The same as getting 1 4 combo. And, like I said, there is a point where, like, at some point, there is a maximum amount of clock freeze that you can get from your combo. So if you get up to, like, 12 or something, then you're just kind of wasting time that you could be saving. Yeah. Looked real easy, didn't it? God. Like, I do feel good about these. Like, having completed them, I feel a bit good. A bit. I still resent having needed the fact that I needed to get through these. The fact that my brain worm forced me to fucking needing to be super completionist and clear this stuff. I really shouldn't have done this, but I did, and it's for you. For you, the viewer, and for my obsessions. Here, there's a couple of spots where you need to not hold down run for a crate in the way. There's stuff you gotta bounce across. That's the kind of the thing that looks like a bug, where you just kind of hit those 2 clingers at the same time from a jump where they're already in the rope. So that's a little weird. This one took me a lot of attempts, definitely. A lot of them were ended because I was rushing a little bit too much on the ropes where there's zingers, because you need to stop whenever there's the zingers, and you need to wait for them to be in the good position for you to dodge. So if you just rush straight through, then there's not like a position where you'll be able to slip past them. You're going to end up hitting them and effectively losing the run. Don't bother with the cannonball. You want to bounce off of these guys for combo. You could get a 3 combo from it, but... And it's not about being perfect, it's about being good enough. And there's that fish, just pacing back and forth. Wants to murder you. Angry that you got away. Bramble Blast. This took a lot to get down, just memorizing the path of the blast barrels to take. And like the exact number of rotations that you want for each of them. And as you can see, I really fucking memorized it. Just going very quickly through here. So, at the first section, you may have noticed I, went above stuff here. I'm not gonna have time to talk about, how I went through all of these things, because I'm going through them too fast. You can skip over a barrel there with a quick enough shot. You can just sort of, you can't exactly mash the button, but you can just sort of speed through. Here, you can intentionally take a hit so that you can get down onto that platform a bit easier without needing to go through those barrels. Or do a roll jump to get through there. One way or another, don't go through those 3 barrels that you would need to go through the side path. That's a lot of extra time that you could just skip. Here there is a very specific path that you need to take that's roundabout and weird that you gotta take it to get through. And here you want to, if you miss any cycles on the barrels, then you end up needing to take you'll need to end up paying very close attention to where those dragonflies are when you blast out, because if you miss the dragonfly, then you hit the bramble and you go way back to the previous checkpoint, which is 10-20 seconds back. So that would be an absolute run loss. And that's 3 worlds down already. Hornet Hole. I hated all of the hive stages. Just dealing with the stupid honey while trying to speedrun is a pain in the ass. The existence of the honey kind of removes the whole clock-stopping combo gimmick, because most of the time in these stages, the honey is there preventing you from actually rolling through enemies and getting a combo. And especially, most of the enemies in these stages are the porcupines, so you can't even bounce off of them for combos. So, you just are prevented from dealing with them unless you take way too much time to deal with them. But yeah, this is a lot of memorizing where the zingers are, memorizing where things are, defeating enemies before they've shown up on the camera, because the camera is too slow to keep up with how fast you need to go. Yeah, here, these porcupine enemies, they're impossible to defeat because they're on the honey, and you can only defeat them by rolling into them, and you can't roll on the honey. So I just got the checkpoint there, so that's fine. You unfortunately, sometimes you can use the temporary invulnerability to get past a section that's immediately beyond a checkpoint, more quickly than you'd be able to do without, like, trying to actually dodge things. But, that part that was where I was when I started this sentence, which was half the stage ago, was, the barrel there was just slightly too far to make it with the invulnerability. Yeah, these go very, very quickly when you're only looking at the successful run and not all of the failures. Target Terror. This stage basically is get on the cart, don't waste time getting on the cart, and then just don't die. Because it's basically an auto-scroller. Like, there's the sections between carts that technically you're not auto-scrolling on, but it's basically an auto-scroller. So as long as you don't dawdle starting the auto-scroller and don't die at any point, that's it. And this stage, not all that hard. This was one of the easier ones to get. I think the, also, don't touch the bonus barrels. That's another thing. Do not touch that bonus barrel, that'll just slow you down. The other bonus area was okay to go through because it was just a, it wasn't a barrel, it was like one of those tunnels that you enter. And the tunnels are fine, because you just kind of pass through them in this version, this mode. So, and you're gonna see in a moment as I follow this guy down, you can just sort of take this tunnel through. It doesn't do any kind of teleporting, so you just sort of go. And I'm not sure if that's faster, but it's safer. There's less danger down there. The most dangerous part of this stage is, well, that jump right there. That's very precise timing you need on that jump. And also the spot where you need to jump over the zinger while going on the downslope to hit the one check barrel. But, yeah, that one, not that hard. Comparatively speaking. Bramble Scramble. Oh, I hated the Bramble stages. I hated them so much. Any stage where, like, large portions of the world are death, it's just not pleasant. It turns out that when large portions of the world are death, that's not a pleasant experience. Yeah, you just kinda get through. You do want to take a little bit of time with Squawks, shooting the things. One thing that I'm not sure, like, also I don't think is ever told to you, Squawks flies faster forward if you have the run button held. So that's something that, like, it makes sense from a video game controls perspective, but it's not something that you would necessarily automatically know. So, and that is something that you absolutely need to know for some of the levels that have Squawks. Particularly Screech's Sprint. Like, I'm pretty sure that running quickly was necessary in order to get the time to get the photo for that one. Now you will note there are a couple of spots here where I just screwed up and took a hit, and it's fine, because they're immediately past a checkpoint. Like I've said, there is an amount of leeway with these stages, with these times that you need to beat. So, like, you don't need to be absolutely perfect. If you ever die, like, 10 seconds or more past a checkpoint, that you're not going to have the leeway to manage. And, like, really just kind of fucking around and dawdling for things that you're not going to be able to do too much of. But yeah, there's Bramble Scramble. Yeah, most of the time when you have Squawks in these Bramble stages, you don't want to actually hold B to move forward. You want to be tapping B so that you're moving forward. You're sometimes getting the speed boost from having it held down, but you're also firing your nut shots forward. Rickety Race I actually cleared on my first pass through. Because, you know, first you need to clear all of the stages, getting the better than 5-minute times, and then you need to go back and do all of Cranky's times. But if you cleared Cranky's times already, then you still have your best time there. You don't need to do it again. So there is at least that. And interesting thing for Rickety Race, you can get the time trial time without actually doing the thing to defeat the first place racer that you need to do for the video game hero medal. So that's a little weird. This stage also, you can move your cart accelerates faster if you are holding forward when you're moving. Like you get faster acceleration from doing that, and that's something you just kind of have to figure out. Because nothing ever tells you. And yeah, you want to jump at the spots where there's downslopes. I screwed up on that one, but as you can see, like there are points where like I bump into the racer in front of me and I lose a whole lot of speed, but I still made it. This was the run that I made the time on, so you know, you really do not need to be perfect on this. And again, you don't even need to be good enough to get the video game hero medal to get the time trial time on this. So that's that one's basically a gimme. If you've done the 102% completion of the actual main game, that's a gimme. Mudhole Marsh. This one I think is the one. Yeah, this is definitely the one that caused me a lot of trouble. There's a lot of very jank things that I do in this, as you see right there. First off, just killing those 3 dragonflies at the start in a very weird jank way. It doesn't look like it should work, but it does. Here, I'm rolling underneath the platforms to roll jump through so that I can jump across without needing to deal with those mini neckies. A lot of spots where you need to not be holding run so that you're not picking up all these chests that litter all over the place. Here is the stage where I found out that a high enough combo doesn't get... 9 is the maximum amount that you can get from for Clock Frozen from one combo. So anything more than X9 and you're just wasting time that you could be getting. Getting past that previous section with all those neckies on the reeds, that took me a lot of attempts to figure out. A lot of the areas of the stage. One of the problems that I had with the marsh stages in general was with the lily pad platforms. Also, there a bit of loss from checkpoint there, but it was fine. It's fine. But yeah, the lily pad platforms, those in particular just look wrong for what their hitboxes actually are. Like the spot where there's like the little leaf, the side that has the leaf, the actual platform ends significantly earlier than the graphic makes it look like, to me at least. So, you know, that's something that you just have to memorize. You just have to do the stage and... whoops, you missed the platform, so it turns out that part isn't safe. That's not where the hitbox of the platform is, so you died because of something that you couldn't have possibly anticipated. Do it again. This time, that's how you learned, was dying to find out something that there's no other way to find out. This stage, Ramby... Rumble? Something. This, once you actually get to the Ramby portion, it's just done. It's over. It's the part before that is, actually a bit hard. Here, I intentionally take damage from that croc because you have to fall through these zingers. And, the temporary invulnerability you get from the respawn there lets you go down much, much faster than actually, like, taking the time to hang on the honey and wait for them and get off. If you're hanging on the right side of the corridor after you take that hit, you'll be fine. Because you run out of temporary invulnerability before you make it past the 3rd zinger. So you just need to be hanging on the right to avoid that. And then, yeah, you get Ramby, and you just kind of go You get to have a lot of these clock-stopping combos in here. You don't even need to do a whole lot of them. You just need to kind of go. Make sure to remember what spot of the stage the King Zing, the Big Zing, shows up, because that's the spot where you don't want to turn around after you fall. The Red Zingers, you can literally just run through. You don't have to jump over. You can just run and you'll like get pushed up above them, and that'll be fine. So, yeah, again, the first half of that stage took me quite a number of tries to get down, but once I got through the first half, I cleared the Ramby part in one run. So that was simple. Ghostly Grove. This was the one with the ghost ropes. I don't think this one was very hard. There were a couple of annoying spots where some of the placement of the ropes and enemies just kind of made it annoying to go. But, overall, I don't think this one was particularly bad. It's got a lot of these clobbers. Make sure to jump on top of them and bounce rather than, like, stopping for them or getting bumped by them. Roll jump underneath the cloak over there. You know, that's a major thing to keep in mind, is the fact that you've got the roll jump. This spot's kind of annoying because you've got the ropes. You can't not grab a rope if you're moving. If you are moving laterally while you are like in the air there, you will grab that rope and then you'll need to drop because you don't want to get into the bonus barrel because that's just a waste of time. Died immediately past a checkpoint there, that's fine. So, yeah, mostly not that big of a deal this stage. Every one of these stages took me a lot of attempts to get down, because, like, just getting the basic movement down of everything, it took a lot of practice to get all this perfect. And again, I didn't need to be perfect, but, you know, it still took a lot of practice just to get good enough to clear the stage without taking a hit. Haunted Hall. This was another one that I cleared. I did actually clear on the first time through, when I was doing the 5-minute timer version before I unlocked Cranky's times. It's pretty just straightforward. It's another auto-scroller, and all you need to do is not die. Just get on the auto-scroller and don't die. And this one is relatively easy. You can come up here and pass straight through the bonus area there. That avoids, I think there's a zinger or two below if you take the other path that you avoid doing this, doing the bonus path. I wouldn't know, I never actually go down there. Because that part of the stage is pointless when you know where the bonus is. It's just, you go to the bonus. Why wouldn't you go to the bonus? But, yeah, you just gotta do good on the parts with the ghosts, the barrels. Do good at the barrel jumping section with the thing. The thing that the stage is all about, you do good at that thing. And then you beat the stage, and that's it. It's simple. So, yeah, that's another spot that if you go through the bonus tunnel there, it's a little hard to do the jump to actually get through there, but if you manage it, you get to avoid those couple of zingers up there, so you get a little bit of a reprieve in the run doing that, but not at all necessary. Doesn't, like, save you time. Just, again, makes it a little safer. You don't need to be perfect on the barrel sections. You don't need to touch every plus barrel. You don't need to avoid every minus barrel. There's a bit of leeway for getting through those. And yeah, you clear the stage without dying, and that gets you the score. And again, auto scroll. Gusty Glade. So, I actually cheated a little bit on Gusty Glade. So, there's one of the cheat codes that you can put in, Rockard, that it removes decay barrels, and one of the other things that it does for that is you will start every stage with both your Kongs. So, you know, you don't get any extra hits in the stage, but you'll have both Kongs at the start of every stage. If you enter that cheat code and then back out of the file select screen and go to Diddy's Dash, you get to cheat and have Dixie with you for that stage. And I did not want to do Gusty Glade legitimately. Like, I practiced it quite a number of times with Diddy. I got really good. I got the first part of the stage down. I figured it all out. I got did all the practice and got it good and got the thing. And there was the part at the very end that I just didn't want to fuck with. It's just not... I've said before, I don't respect this game enough to play by its rules. So, like, this was the only stage where I did this. This was the only stage where I cheated like this. And I don't, like, feel bad about it. It's using a thing that is in the game. It's a bug that they did not fix in the game that allows you to do this, and fuck it. I'm doing it. So, yeah. As you can see, yeah, here, I'm still being Diddy this whole way through. And you just, here you shoot instantly out of all these barrels, and then up at this part, switch to Dixie to get all the way across here. And then just fly across, because otherwise you need to do some weird thing with, like, there's a cannon below, and you need to, like, bounce off of a barrel to get across the first part of the gap if you're just using Diddy, and that, I just wasn't gonna do that. I just wasn't gonna do that when I knew that I could use this cheat and just have Dixie and skip the last part of that stage, rather than spending an additional hour practicing that part to get it down with Diddy. Moving on, Parrot Shoot Panic. This was a pretty easy one. The main thing of it is you absolutely need to be holding down on the D-pad to descend faster with Squawks here. Otherwise, it's just do that and avoid stuff. So, like, yeah, you cannot get the time if you're not doing the fast descent. But, yeah. Like, you do need to have quick enough reflexes or have memorized the stage. I just had quick enough reflexes. This was a stage that I was actually able to sight read along the way well enough, so I did that. And yeah, like, I cleared this on my second attempt, and the first attempt was just, like, I failed right at the start. With, like, I accidentally, like, got caught up in the spot where the video game hero medal is. So. Just descend. Don't go for, like, the extra collectibles. It's like there's all the collectibles, the bananas, the lives, the coins, and everything. They're still here. They don't do anything in this mode, but they still exist on the stage. Just ignore them. Like, they're useful as guides occasionally, telling you, indicating where to go, because remembering the layout of every section of these massively long stages is not helpful. These stages are very forgettable. Like, this stage takes 2 minutes to get through. That's your goal time is 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes of descending a shaft where there are zingers at different spots of the shaft, and sometimes there's a spot where there's a wall in the middle, and occasionally the bird drops you and you need to be on a platform and grab another bird. But it's just descending a shaft, and it's extremely forgettable. Like, I cannot ever remember any individual part of that stage. It always just, I play it and I sight read it, and that's all I'm doing. Webwoods. This was a little bit annoying, but that was kind of just getting down how to move quickly with Squitter, which, once I figured it out, was really good. As you can see here, you run, and you jump and web, and immediately solidify your platform web as you are running, so that you land on it with your jump immediately. And you can just sort of sprint through areas doing that. Now, you will see I die a couple of times. That's because this technique where you just sort of sprint through with the webs over these gaps, that is clearly something that that Rare either didn't know about or didn't want the player to need to do. Because the times on the Squitter-centric stages are much, much longer than what you would need to do if you have this ability to move fast. So I actually died multiple times and still got the score, the times the goal on the stage here, because I was moving so quickly through these sections, like the spots where I was actually getting it well enough. And then, you know, up here, I'm stuck up against the ceiling, and, you know, I can't really continue, because you need to have the height above you to run and jump and place the web above you as you're jumping. So I kind of started just going slower here. And of course here, where there's all the red zingers, you don't really have the space to do the running jump as much, so just kind of took the time to do it the normal way of just web through and be slow and careful, and it's okay. And but, yeah. I hate that guy. I multiple times, that guy just drops down and I take the hit from him because I don't see him through the weird mist effect. It's like, yeah, you see here, I died like 3 times in this small section. I think I died a 4th time? No, it was just 3. Okay. But yeah, like, I didn't beat the time by a lot. I only had like 5 seconds of leeway. But that was after dying like 8 times in the stage. So, you know, if you get good with the Squitter, with running platforms, then you can clear those stages much easier, and you get a lot of leeway to screw up. Arctic Abyss. This was... Oh, this was mostly Unguard. Yeah, this was an Unguard transformation stage. So... yeah, it's a lot of just, like, tap the button to do your little attack dash thing forward. Be careful about how you're aiming, what direction you're facing. As you can see, took a hit, still got the time. So, you've got leeway if you're fast enough, if you're doing well. I mentioned this in the main run, that moving Unguard felt bad in this game. It just felt like his momentum was weird, like it took extra time for him to get up to speed. And, like, I really am not sure if that's just me, or if there actually was a difference here, or if I'm just remembering it wrong, or what, but that's what it felt like. A lot of the spots where there's the exploding pufferfish, you kind of just dash through, because you reach them and kill them before they have a chance to explode. So, just sort of ignore that they're there and you kill them. That's that. Windy Well. Fucking hate this stage so much. Oh. Yeah, the speedrun on this stage is not any less of a pain in the ass than playing the stage. So, yeah, you have to memorize exactly how the wind works in every spot. There, I think at that spot you can get across a little faster if you do the roll jump rather than getting caught by the wind, but I never remembered that because it was all the later parts of the stage that I was needing to memorize and get good at. Don't go to the left there. There's like a bonus barrel off to the left there, so you can end up getting like distracted by the fact that the stage scrolls left, but don't. Or it was there? I think it might have been in both spots. I don't remember this stage very well. There's so many spots in this stage. There's too many to remember. You can slip to the left past that row of zingers, so you don't have to, like, go under them with the wind afterwards. You want to use this crate to kill one of the zingers there, so that you can very easily clear there. Don't jump at any of those spots, because then you'll have to take a lot of time to, you know, duck under those zingers as the wind catches you. Up here, this section with all the zingers in circles, this is one of those sections that having the small screen size of the GBA really makes it a lot harder, because you cannot see as far ahead of how the zingers are, where they're moving. So, like, you really need to, like, even trying to memorize that section, like, the very subtle differences in timing of how I arrived there meant that I felt like I couldn't memorize it. I just kind of had to react in the time, and so I lost a lot of runs there. Here, I screw it up the first time through, but you can actually, and somehow manage to have enough extra time to still get it. But when you get to that spot with all the crooks, you dodge the first one on the left side, and then you hang all the way to the right, and you can actually slip behind the third one, as long as you're holding right the whole way up. And then you don't need to do all the weaving back and forth. You also get through all the zingers in that same spot, and so you can kind of clear the end of that stage very easily by just hanging right. Castle Crush. In 4.5 minute speedrun. 4.5 minute speedrun stage. This is such a pain in the ass. As I mentioned in the main game, there were, in the speedrun while I was going through this, a number of times where I got caught by the hitboxes of the walls not being in the spots where I thought they were. Like, I was not quite where I thought I was just out from under there, but I still got caught, and I took the crush, and I lost the run there. For this, it is an auto-scroller, but there are a couple of things that you do to manipulate the time. There are a few spots where you can get combos. If you grab Ramby and Squawks, those both cost you time to do. I found that grabbing Ramby is extremely valuable. It's very helpful for getting some of these clock frozen combos. Grabbing Squawks is not very helpful. It's mostly just the waste of time. So I didn't bother with Squawks, but Ramby is just useful enough. Makes these sections easy, in a way that is just like, you don't have to worry as much. There's a lot less danger. You're not dying as much. Here, you can get a 3 combo with those those porcupines. I screwed it up on this run, but it's fine. And there, like, Rambi is extremely valuable at that exact spot where the croc falls on you. Up here is a pain, because you need to very quickly dash through there. Like, the timing on how that porcupine turns around means that I don't think it's possible to get onto the platform before it turns around, and so then you need to wait behind it for it to turn around again, because it's walking away from you. So I didn't grab the Squawks barrel, but I did move into the secret Squawks area, because then you're behind all of these crooks, and so they don't attack you. So you can just sort of ignore that whole section by sneaking behind it. The zingers here are not that hard. You just kind of... You need to remember what spot they are going to be in at the time when the auto-scroll plane reaches them, and not be there. So, you're not that big of a deal. Do not attempt to get a time combo when you have these mixed versions of enemies. Like, don't try to wait for them to accumulate so you can get, like, 2 crocs at once. Don't try to do, like, a weird roll jump thing. It's not gonna work. You're just gonna die. You could probably get comboing off of these mini-neckies, but that's probably not worth it. Yeah, this stage pissed me off just because, like, it's a 4.5 minute stage. You go for, like, 4 full minutes, and then, like, there's this section where it is very easy to screw up and die jumping over these crooks. It is very easy to screw up and die immediately past these crooks. You know, when he throws that there, and then you've got these porcupines here. You know, you've got to make sure that you roll the right amount. You don't want to undershoot and not get past the lips to get through the section. There's that part. You could combo with the 2 crocs there. I didn't bother. This thing that I did, I thought that I needed to, like, get up here, because, like, I thought maybe there would be, like, a blast barrel that would make you go faster, because when I did this stage the first time through, I thought, oh, well, you just go through, it's an auto-scroller, but because I had grabbed both of the animal barrels, I wasn't able to get the time. Even here, I just barely got the time. It was 4:25 was the goal time. I got, what was that, 4:24:45? So, like, 15 frames? I think that's what the third measure there is, frames, not milliseconds. I'm not sure. But, yeah, that was Castle Crush. It sucks. It's way too fucking long. Clapper's Cavern. This stage was annoying because there's just a lot of enemies. There's just a lot of enemies to dodge. And you just need to memorize how to move quickly while doing that. And, like, there's all of these crunches you need to get through. There's this very short, random unguard section that's just sort of weird. Sometimes those Shuris can kind of get stuck in weird spots up there, and that can be a problem. This Cruncha is just real fucking annoying, because he's in a really bad spot. You're mostly just kind of dodging around stuff. Memorize where to jump and where to slide with the ice underneath things. Then the water starts rising, and you gotta be quick, because there's the death murder fish in the water, and oh no, and I could have gotten a time there thing. Using this barrel is real tech, because it just lets you clear this entire end section. So, yeah, just use that barrel over the side there. Oh. This is exhausting. Just talking about this is exhausting. Playing this was so exhausting. This game was so just exhausting in every way. Chain Link Chamber. The stage sucks. There are large portions of this stage that you can just sort of ignore by holding up on the chain and speeding through. Like here. You don't need to stop here for any reason, so you just go. But also there's that section that has the cannons that are firing on the two chains that you have to dodge. There's this section, you just kind of go over to the chain on the left. You do need to pause there for the zingers there. There is that hidden invulnerability barrel that you could use to get through there, but taking the time to go off to the side, I'm not 100% sure if that's worth the time. Also, I completely forgot that it was there when I was doing the speed run here, so didn't really have that as the option. I feel like I got really lucky with that. As soon as I cleared this section, the rest of the stage is actually pretty simple. It's just like you keep ahead of these zingers, you go on the chains as quickly as you can. There is the... What is it? No, here you just zoom up ahead of all the guys there, and you just go. Yeah. Yeah, like, once you get past those two cannons on the chain side by side, it's a pretty straight shot the rest of the way. Like, there's almost no real danger. So... but yeah, the first section of that stage is a pain in the ass. Toxic Tower wasn't all that bad. Again, like, this is the stage that Nick always cites as the worst stage, but it was just, for me, not all that big of a deal. You know, you go up, you get, there's a lot of, like, combos that you kind of just have to do that happen as a result of taking the path that leads forward, hopping over these the zingers. As a note, if you die and return to a checkpoint, A, the poison will retreat to where it should have been at that checkpoint, and B, any zingers that are or other enemies that are necessary for getting through certain parts will respawn. I could have skipped a bit of time there, whereas there was like a blast barrel behind the secret passage in the wall down there to the left that I completely forgot about, but wasn't really that big of a deal. The Squawks section is, you know, you have to memorize where the zingers are so that you put Squawks where they aren't. And you're doing the hold up to ascend faster, doing the hold B to fly forward faster. You're taking the time to observe where the zingers are before you zip past them. And yeah, it's really not that bad. Like, you have enough spare time to actually stop and kill all the zingers. I don't actually know if it's faster to use the bonus barrel to just teleport up to the top, but it's what I did, so it worked. The goal was 2 minutes, I got 1:47. That's all the standard stages. There's just, Screech's Sprint in the Lost World. I find it interesting that, you know, the Flying Croc here, literally, Screech's Sprint is the only actual stage there. I did clear this one on my first time through. If you are good enough to get the photo in the main game for this, then you pretty much got the speed run time for it. I mean, of course, you do need to get the first section down before you actually reach the sprint. But once you reach the sprint, it's just repeat the thing that you would need to do for the photo time. Zoom past all these neckies. Just ignore it. Yeah, just jump through here. If you're entering the barrel, like, just past 30 seconds on the clock, you're doing good. Because, yeah, the goal time was 2 minutes, and as you can see there, it was roughly 40 seconds when when this race actually started, I had on the clock. So if you get the minute 20 that you would need to get the photo, you know, it's a little bit faster. Maybe you need to, like, actually cross hit the goalpost there, but, you know, it's just kind of, you do the thing to go fast. You memorize the path that you need to take, and you take the path without hitting the sides. You do it with precision, and it still took me a number of attempts to do this, of course, because, you know, after having done, because, like, I just was restarting when I was hitting walls, because I knew I wanted to beat the basic, the photo time, but, yeah, just memorize the stage, memorize the maze of the race course. Yeah, 6 seconds to spare, a little less. And now we're moving into the Lost World. We're almost done. The Lost World, of course, being the worst stages in the game. So, Jungle Jinx with the stupid tires. This was annoying. The tires spawn timers are a little bit... I feel like they're a little bit different than how normal enemy spawns work. It's like normal enemies, they spawn when you get close to where the enemy is on the map. The tires, I think, spawn from a little further away. Like, they kind of have to with the way that the lines of tires coming down work. So, if you are a little bit slow in the section a little bit before you reach the tires, the timing is going to be different than if you, like, got there. Like, yeah, the exact timing on with the tires when you arrive at them is very heavily dependent on how you were moving for the previous, like, 10 seconds or so. But, like, when you have it down, it looks real smooth. You just kind of, you bounce, and you go, you just kind of go, and you can get the occasional combo from the clampons, and you get through, and it looks real easy. It looks so simple. It's really not. It just takes a lot of practice to get the movements that precise to avoid everything while doing all the bounces, and those tires are kind of glitchy in that, like, if you're on the side of them, they're really weird, their behavior. Like, whether or not you'll get on top to bounce versus taking damage underneath is, like, feels arbitrary. Anyway, Black Ice Battle. There's a lot of spots in here where you can get combos bouncing on these clampons. So those are pretty good, but for the most part, it is falling. It's knowing where to be when you fall, knowing the spots where you need to stop and jump over zingers, knowing where you can just sort of go and fall and continue forward. So, you know, again, memorizing the path. You can get some combo falling down things there, but it's a little awkward because you can't see what's below you far enough half of the time there. This spot is so fucking annoying. Jumping over the zingers when you don't have Dixie, when you're just, like, with those weird slopes there. Just bugged. But, there's that. Oh. The next stage is probably the worst one in the game, Krockhead Klamber. You know, you wouldn't think that that would be the worst stage. You'd think, oh, well, maybe Animal Antics, maybe Castle Crush, the ones that are the longest. Those I thought would be the hardest, the worst. But no, Clobber Carnage here. That's the one. Clobber Carnage is what it was named. Clobber Carnage is the worst stage because there are basically no opportunities to do clock freezing, and there is basically no real leeway. You need to be mostly perfect. That spot where I fired, I kind of skipped over one blast barrel to get to the next. You need to not be holding forward when you do that, because if you're holding forward when you fire out of some of these blast barrels, you lose a little bit of velocity, it seemed. Because there were some times when I just wasn't getting across there, that when like nothing was changed except for the fact that whether I was holding forward or not. But yeah, you've got this effectively an auto-scroller for large portions of the stage. You need to be very good at dodging all of the clobbers, because they will bop you, and that slows you down immensely, in addition to potentially knocking you into a pit. So, you kind of need to just practice and get down, being able to jump on them and bounce off of them as you are passing by. Like, get the exact positioning down right for when to do the jump to land on them, or like just bounce up off of them in that pseudo-jank way that happens. But yeah, the time limit for this was either 144 or 145, so you could see I would cut it very, very close. Like, there was one run where I got through and I was like 1 or 2 seconds over or less, that I was like, this was the run where I didn't die, but I still didn't get the time because I was just a little too slow with some of the clobbers. Or, you know, a little too slow with some of the blast barrel sections, like not skipping over a barrel here or there. Fiery Furnace. You have to memorize how the exact paths to take with all these remote control barrels. And also where all of the different enemies are, and when to roll forward versus when to jump forward. You skip the first of the remote control barrels, because that doesn't actually get you any progress. It's just there to grab, like, those bananas and get over the one sword guy. The console lags when you cross the checkpoints, and it's just trying to process writing text on the screen while all these sprites are on. They just didn't do very good at making a game for the Game Boy Advance. This is a complaint that I've had several times with Rare. They will not make a game for the hardware they are using. They make a game for the hardware they want, whether or not it actually works on the hardware they have. So, you know, that's a very, very different philosophy from Nintendo. Here, I just squeaked past the checkpoint as I fell in the pit, and that's all you need, because it spawns you back into the barrel. So, that's a spot where you can just kind of use the checkpoint to gain a little bit of time, even with dying. And there, like these spots where you're dodging the cat o' nine tails. Rather, you could take some time to stop and wait for the cat o' nine tails to get out of the way and jump over it like I have to do here, or you could just jump over it, cross the checkpoint just as you're falling in the lava, and still move forward just as fast. Oh, what works. And Animal Antics, we're at the last stage already. This one, I mean, yeah, it took a bunch of tries. It was annoying. The first section with Rambi, kind of weird. Like, it gives you a lot of setup for clock freezing combo. Don't just, like, run off of a step where there's one of those leaks below it, because sometimes it bugs out, and when you are running forward at an eek that is slightly below you, it won't understand that you are both above and in front of it, and should actually, you know, kill it, and it will damage you instead. You don't want to go too hard on the clock stop combos in the Ramby section, because you lose your entire clock stop combo in the transition from that to the water zone. So, like, you don't want to do one big, long chain combo. You want to do a couple of smaller chain combos. The Unguard section is basically nothing. You just kind of go through. It's an underwater section. You go through, you don't die. The Squitter section. Like I had before with the Squitter-centric stages, if you're quick enough with, if you're good at doing the sprinting along while webbing forward as you jump, you can afford to die a couple of times. So, you know, you can save a fair amount of time. Here, I'm taking it a little slow because I've got the ceiling above me there, and there's all the zingers coming forward. But yeah, you can see. Even with one death there, I cleared that very quickly because I know how to sprint with Squitter in the air. And here, just you get up quickly, you get to Squawks. Like I said in the main game, the maneuvering Squawks felt easier than I expected in this, easier than I remembered it being. There's still definitely, you've got to be very careful with the wind. You know, it changes back and forth at a regular timing, so that's something that you can, you know, memorize the timing of and anticipate. Oh, it's about to switch. I want to, you know, stop going this direction because it's going to change the wind direction. So I want to stop holding down, so I don't like zoom forward. You just need to be going slow enough to take your shots and knock out the enemies before you ram into them, and you know, don't touch the sides. Be good with maneuvering. And the Radley section I really hated because, like I said before, I feel like you do not have good air. Like the air control with Radley just feels very different from all the other control in this game. It just feels like because Radley's lateral movement is so much slower than anything else, it throws off all sense of momentum and how far you need to nudge to get things. I made it with plenty of time, though. This was a 3-minute goal, and I made it in 2:39, so... And now he's, you know, Cranky can't believe it. How do young whippersnapper like you beat all my records? You must be cheating. I am dreading Donkey Kong Country 3 Game Boy Advance. I really hope it doesn't have another one of these time trial things. I assume it will, but I hope it doesn't. Here's the rest of the cheat codes. Sidebar says what they do. And that's it. We're done. We're done with Donkey Kong Country 2. Game Boy Advance, we're done with Donkey Kong Country 2 forever. We're never playing this game again. In any form. So, yeah. I still hate this game. I still hate Rare. I don't like how they design things. I don't like how they develop things. I don't like how they do things in general. But I did it. I definitively mastered Donkey Kong Country 2. Video proof of it. Cannot deny it. So I can speak with full authority when saying this game is bad. But next time, it's going to be less bad because we are already going to be moving on to Donkey Konga 2. Breaking out the bongos again. That, I've already been doing the pre-recording for that some amount. That's really good. It's got a much better track list than the first one, in my opinion. Otherwise, it is the same game. It's still rhythm game with the bongos. So yeah, that'll be next time. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, tell your friends, and I hope you show up for that next time. If you want to support the series, if you can afford to monetarily support the series with a membership, that would be greatly appreciated. Extra special thanks to the members who are supporting the series with their financial membership, especially member FOTY829 for supporting at the highest tier. Thank you very much, everyone who supports. Thank you very much, everyone, just for watching, for subscribing, for getting the numbers up, for doing the YouTube engagement, for commenting, all of the metrics. We're getting pretty close to 1,000 subs, and I'm really looking forward to having an opportunity to actually maybe make some amount of money off of this series, as opposed to losing a lot of money off of this series. Because I spend a lot of money on buying all of these games. But regardless, just thanks for watching, thanks for being here. See you next time for Donkey Konga 2. Bye!